Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Kidnapped Aizawa for Eri. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was an old gas station in the older part of Mizudafu. The windows were broken and the paint peeled shreds through sprayed on graffiti. Inside, weeds peeked up out of the concrete, growing around dusty knocked-over shelves. It was abandoned, forgotten. But behind the trash, tucked towards the back, voices whispered. "She's getting worse." A voice said, young and subdued. "She keeps tossing and turning and can barely get out of bed anymore for food or water." The voice paused. "Maybe I can try to calm her down?" "No, Deku." A new voice. It was older and more masculine. Exhaustion could be heard in every syllable as if they were trying by willpower alone to stay awake. "You've already been rewound too many years. It isn't safe." The younger voice, Deku cried, "But we can't just do nothing. She needs help. She needs us." "That may be, but until we can get her to turn off her quirk there is nothing we can do." Deku mumbled to himself. He was quiet but the phrase, "turn off her quirk," could be heard. "Deku, stop." The older voice cut through the mumbles. It was angry. "Stop looking like that." "Like what?" "Like you're about to do something incredibly stupid that's going to get you killed." Deku pouted, hurt. "I don't look like that." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot, that's your default state of being," the older voice snarked. "That's not very nice." A loud sigh. "Look, we've already got one sick, hurt kid. We don't need another." "But you said that we can't do anything until she gets her quirk back under control." "Yes, but we've tried everything. My quirk isn't working on her and you don't have one." Silence echoed. "I'm sorry. That was harsh. I just don't want to see you dash." "I know someone," Deku interrupted. "What?" "I know someone who could turn off her quirk." "Why?" "Deku, please don't tell me you're thinking what I am afraid you are thinking. High school start in about an hour. If we hurry we could catch him on his way to Dash." "No." "But I dash." "No." "Toshi, it's Dash." "No, Deku." "He's a pro hero." "I don't care. I'm not going to abandon her. She needs us. And I can't think of any other solution. Please, Toshi. Just trust me on this." There was a long, angry silence. "Fine." Deku breathed. "Thank you. Thank you, Toshi." The sky was obnoxiously bright, forcing Aizawa to bury his head into his capture weapon. He had managed to get a solid 3 hours of sleep after his shift had ended last night, but even then it wasn't enough to help him deal with the bright sun and earlyish mornings. He slouched down further, trying to think of ways of getting out of Nizu's faculty meeting that morning when the child ran straight into him. He stumbled slightly and reached for his capture weapon ready to defend against his attacker, but there was no villain, just a little kid, plopped on the ground. The kid looked up with wide eyes and bowed his head, murmuring a nervous apology. He seemed young. Maybe elementary school? Because who was he kidding? He worked with teenagers, not kids. He never could figure out their age. They were just small, dirty, and a little helpless. But if he had to hazard a guess he would say the kid was 5 or 6. It was odd. The kid was young but old enough to go to school, and yet he was wearing ripped jeans and a dirty, oversized shirt. Aizawa looked at the kid, fingering his scarf. Something didn't feel quite right. The kid's head was still bowed in apology, but Aizawa could see him trying to glance at him, waiting for his response to the apology. "It's fine," he said. Maybe a little gruffer than he should have considering the kid's flinch. But the kid just kept staring at him and not leaving. He was about to ask if the kid needed something when the boy finally spoke up. "Excuse me, sir, can you help me?" Aizawa glanced at his watch. The faculty meeting started in 15 minutes. If he stayed and helped the kid he might be late or worse yet, miss it. But he was a hero, and who was he to ignore a child, especially one with such big green eyes? They were like a kitten, round, pleading, begging for help. It would be a shame, him missing Nizu's rambling lecture, but he could get the condensed version from Mike or Midnight. "All right, kid," he said. "What's the problem?" The boy's eyes welled up with tears and Aizawa felt his stone heart crack. "It's my sister, she needs help." The kid grabbed his hand, tugging, "Please come." Giving in to the kid's large eyes, Aizawa let himself be led as the child hurried down the side street, pulling him along as they turned down multiple different alleys. After 5 minutes of hurrying, he spoke up. "Where are we going?" The green-eyed child looked back with a nervous smile. "We're almost there." Didn't answer my question, Aizawa thought. The kid skidded to a stop and let go of his hand. Aizawa looked around. It was just another side alley tucked away from the noise and bustle of the street. No girl, no sister, in sight. "Are you Eraserhead?" a voice said. Aizawa spun around, Quirk activating before settling back down. It was just another kid. This one was maybe old enough to pass as one of his students, or at least he had the height too. His lavender hair stood straight up, defying gravity, as he stood arms crossed, glaring at Aizawa. "Are you, or are you not Eraserhead?" he said again. Aizawa's hair stood up on end. He was an underground hero. People didn't know who he was, especially not kids. How did this kid know who he was? Warily Aizawa straightened, turning towards the new kid while surreptitiously examining the side street for enemies. There was an overflowing dumpster, a rickety fire escape and a ton of graffiti, but the road was quiet, there was no one around. Aizawa couldn't see or hear any hostiles. Still, something felt wrong. To his side the green-haired kid bounced nervously, eyes locked on him, pleading. The eyes did him in. Looking back at the purple-haired kid, he let out a breath. "How do I dash?" He froze, and the world snapped away from him, all sensation bleeding out of his body. He tried to speak, but his mouth felt disconnected. He was floating above it all. "Gotcha," the purple-haired brat smirked. Aizawa tried to retort, but his body was unresponsive. He was drifting, attached to his body and aware, but all control had seemingly vanished. He was tricked. That brat had tricked him. He couldn't move. He reached for his quirk and tried to activate it, but it slipped out of his grasp. This was a problem. He was helpless, incapable of defending himself or breaking out of this quirk. Unable to even turn his head to look around, Aizawa could only hear the nervous muttering of the green-haired kid who had led him here. "Do you have him?" Purple Brat's eyes narrowed. "Eraserhead, kneel." Growling internally, Aizawa kneeled on the filthy street, arms hanging limp at his sides. He mentally tugged against his limbs, but there was no movement, no sensation, nothing. He felt like a puppet, yanking futilely at his strings only for another to pull them. The kid's quirk wasn't paralyzation, it was some sort of mind control. His mouth went ashen. The situation had just gotten a lot more serious. The green-head trader let out a happy sigh. "Thank goodness." Purple Brat smirked. "Doubting me there were you, Deku?" "No, never," came the fervent reply. The green-haired trader, Deku, turned back towards him, biting his lip. "Are we really kidnapping a pro-hero?" Aizawa's lungs stopped working, air catching in his throat. They were doing what? The purple brat raked a hand through his hair. "It was your idea, Deku. You were the one that said this was the only way to help Eri." I know. "Then stop worrying. Not going to help now." "Okay, Toshi." Aizawa's heart stopped. That baby-faced green-haired brat had intentionally led him here to kidnap him, Eraserhead, a pro-hero, fully knowing who he was. And he had fallen for it. It wasn't like this was the first time Aizawa had gotten captured. In his line of work it happened sometimes. But it was usually ticked-off mob bosses, or villains with a vendetta, not a 6-year-old kid and his friend. If Mike or Midnight ever got wind of this, they would never let him live it down. That was if he managed to get out of this. He should have just gone to that stupid meeting. Deku walked over, avoiding his eyes. Tiny hands ran over his body, gently patting him down. He unclipped his utility belt and tucked in the corner along with his capture weapon. But the boy paused at his yellow goggles, breathing in sharply. Hands shaking, he pulled it up and over Aizawa's head, careful to not let it catch in his hair. He held them in his hands as if they were a trophy. "Toshi," he said, voice alight with awe, "these are Eraserhead's goggles." "Yes, Deku, I'm aware, he's kneeling right there." Aizawa glared inwardly, but the kid beamed, sliding the goggles over his head to let them rest on his chest. What do you think? Very nice. Now can you hurry up? Aizawa strained again against whatever was holding him still. He flexed his fingers, kicked his legs, shouted profanities, but nothing. Deku turned back to him, giving him an apologetic look, before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a long fabric. The BLNDFLD, he realized. Sorry, Mr. Eraserhead. Deku reached his arms around Aizawa, carefully settling the cloth over his eyes and tying it firmly in the back. He was restrained and blindfolded. Okay, Toshi, it's all good now. Toshi, the purple-haired brat hummed in agreement. Stand. The order came and Aizawa obeyed, getting to his feet. Take his hand and follow. A little hand slipped into his and tugged him along. Legs still and robotic, he began moving. He was being kidnapped, he realized. Kidnapped by kids. If the kids were part of a larger organization using kids to do their dirty work of luring him in, then he was in trouble. And the kids were probably in trouble too. But this sounded like the kids were doing it of their own free will. What? They knew who he was, and had targeted him in particular. The purple brat, Toshi, he thought, that was the kid controlling him with his quirk. It left his body completely unresponsive, but at least his mind was clear. The other one, Deku, was just the bait and the mastermind, even though he didn't look old enough to even be in middle school. He'd just have to see what happened, he thought, still numbly following after. It wasn't like he had much of a choice. The kids were smarter than he originally thought. He had been keeping careful track of the turns they were making, charting their route in his head when the order came. Spin around in a circle 6 times. Aizawa spun, and off they went again. But every couple of minutes they would stop and he would be ordered to spin before moving on. They didn't want him knowing where they were going. And after stopping 6 different stops to spin, Aizawa wasn't quite sure where they were going anymore or if he could throw up while under the quirk's control. He never stopped pulling and pushing on his limbs, trying to get a response out of them, but nothing worked. He was helpless against the quirk unless he could think of a way out. All quirks had weaknesses, he just had to find this one. Watch your step, piped up Deku as he helped Aizawa up and over a step. You know he can't see. I know that. I'm just trying to help. The voices echoed slightly and the light seeping through the BLD had gotten dimmer. They were in a building now. Deku continued to lead the way, his feet quiet against the tile, as he led Aizawa further into the building. Finally, they stopped, Deku's hands slipping out of Aizawa's to leave him standing there, limp like a doll. There was a third person there now, a girl, whispering to Deku and Toshi. Aizawa strained to hear but only managed to catch pieces of the conversation. How's she doing? Not, hasn't broken. Horns still glowing. We got. Are you sure? Much of a choice. There was a murmured agreement, and steps padding back towards him. Deku's small fingers slipped into his hand and tugged him along. A door creaked open and Aizawa was pulled through. Eri, Deku whispered. Aizawa could hear the muffled sobs of yet another child. How many of these kids were there running around? The girl, Eri, whimpered, Go away, it's not safe. I'm not safe. Her voice cracked at the end, and Aizawa strained yet again against the control, forcing him to just stand there. What was going on? What was wrong with the girl? It's okay, Deku said. No. I don't want to hurt you again. Just go away. Eri, it's okay, the other girl said from behind Aizawa. Deku and Toshi brought someone to help. Deku spoke up. His name is Eraserhead. He's a hero. He can erase quirks. He can turn off yours. Wait, that was why the kids grabbed him? To erase her quirk? It sounded like she lacked control and that her quirk was dangerous enough that they couldn't get close. So they needed someone who could turn it off from a distance. Eri, will you please let us just try? Said Toshi. The girl sniffled. Okay. There was a little jump, the sound of reaching. I'm not. Another grunt of effort. Toshi, I'm not tall enough. There was a hint of amusement in Toshi's voice as he gave the command, Eraserhead, kneel. Aizawa kneeled and Deku quickly untied the BLD, pulling it off. Blinking, Aizawa tried his best to look around the room despite still being under the quirk's control. They were in a small, dark room, weakly illuminated by a desk lamp. Shoved against the wall was a dirty mattress where the girl sat. She didn't look well. She huddled in a blanket, her thin arms wrapped tightly around her legs as she shivered. Her face was white and covered in a sheen of sweat. More noticeable was the large white horn protruding out of her temple. Light poured from the top of it, shimmering as it pooled around her. It was obviously her quirk, but it was hard to tell what it did. To Aizawa's side, Deku stood, bouncing from foot to foot. He looked dying to run over to her, but all of the children were giving her a wide berth. Her quirk must be far more dangerous than it looked. And he'd had to guess she lacked any sort of control if they required his help. They must have been desperate to turn off her quirk if they had been willing to kidnap a pro. Purple Brat spoke up behind him, "Use your quirk on her." Aizawa didn't fight against the command and freely allowed the mind control to activate his quirk. His eyes flashed red and his hair stood up, twisting as he willed the girl's quirk to turn off. Immediately the glow stopped. The girl's eyes fluttered and she slumped down on the mattress. "Eri!" Deku screamed and rushed to her side, ignoring the worried cries of his friends. Aizawa's eyes burned as he watched Deku frantically check her over. Arms shaking, he brushed the hair out of her face and lowered his head to her chest. A moment passed and he looked up, tearful. "She's okay." The two kids behind him let out a sigh of relief, and Aizawa felt himself do the same. Deku hugged the limp girl, cradling her against him. He pressed his forehead to hers, and they rocked on the filthy mattress. "Eri," he murmured, whispering her name like it was a prayer. "Eri. Eri, it's going to be okay." The girl stirred, eyes creaking open. "Deku?" "Yes," Deku said, his eyes still leaking. "I'm here, Eri. It's okay." The girl hummed and closed her eyes again, content to rest in Deku's arms. Deku continued to rock her, murmuring reassurances. These kids, Aizawa thought. He wasn't sure if he wanted to scoop them up or strangle them. They were just so. They are so cute. Aizawa's attention snapped back to the two other kids standing behind him. The other girl had spoken up and he could hear coo. Toshi snorted, "Of course you're a sucker for it." "And you're not? Admit it, they're adorable." "Never." Aizawa wanted to snort, they were worse than his students. But he was glad he had been able to help, although his burning eyes were begging for him to blink. "Aren't you going to have him turn his quirk off?" "Oda." Erase her head, blink. Aizawa blinked. "Thank goodness." "I'll go take him back," said Toshi. Deku looked up from the mattress where he sat still cuddling. "I can come dash." "No, Deku. I can handle one pro." "Brat," thought Aizawa. That kid was just begging for a smackdown. Toshi continued, ignorant of Aizawa's growing desire to smack him. "You and Oka stay with Eri." Deku nodded, lips trembling. Aizawa was once again blindfolded and ordered to stand up. With a brief goodbye, they left with Toshi pulling him along. They walked for several minutes, pausing to spin Aizawa, and then carrying on. Finally, the order came to stop. The BLNDFLD was removed and Toshi flashed him a grin and a mock salute. "Thanks for your assistance, Eraserhead." The purple-haired boy took off, leaving Aizawa standing there, still frozen under the control of the quirk. It took 3 minutes of Aizawa waiting, worrying if the quirk was going to ever wear off when the feeling in his body snapped back. He jolted, and let out a loud swear, looking around to see if the purple-haired brat was hiding somewhere. When he wasn't spotted, Aizawa sighed, running a hand down his face before checking the time. It had only been 40 minutes. He looked around again, glaring. Those kids. Those stupid, suicidal kids. Who kidnapped a pro hero? He wanted to be furious, but he could tell how scared they had been for that girl Eri. Aizawa might have been their only hope. But still, that could have ended so badly for them. He scowled. He needed to go and find his equipment and get to UA before Mike freaked out too much. As much as he wanted to stay and hunt these kids down, he knew he needed to leave. Those kids might not have school, but he did, and Aizawa didn't trust his students to not burn down the building in his absence. But after that, a grin crept across his face. He'd leave now, but this wasn't over. Far from it. He'd find those kids. They were on their own and needing help. Blame his bleeding heart, but was going to make sure they got the help they needed. And if they complained? His smile just grew larger. Well, then they had picked the wrong hero to kidnap. It was the first day of school and Aizawa was already done. Unwilling to get up, Aizawa had managed to roll all the way from the teacher's lounge to classroom 1A without getting out of his sleeping bag. Did he look ridiculous? Yes, but he was going to stay in his warm little cocoon for as long as he could. Behind the door, he could hear his new students talking and wondered how many he would expel this year. The staff had even been taking bets in the teacher's lounge this morning about how many students would be gone by the end of the day. He ignored them but had smirked at seeing All Might looking on from the side, a panicked look on his face. Aizawa couldn't care less. His job was to train students so that they wouldn't die when they transitioned to working heroes. And if he thought that they weren't capable enough to survive, well, he'd rather his students have a broken heart than a stabbed one. Listening, he could make out some of the individual voices. One of them, a girl's voice, was starting to nag him. Her voice, he recognized that voice. When had he heard that voice? From the back of his mind, a voice echoed in his memories. They are so cute. Admit it, they're adorable. Aren't you going to have him turn his quirk off? His plans to scare the class as a human caterpillar forgot. He stood up in his sleeping bag faster than should be possible and threw the classroom door open with a bang. The students whipped around and stopped, staring in shock. One of the girls, Ashido, he thought, had her mouth hanging almost all the way to the floor. Another student, Tensei's brother, had frozen with his arm mid-chop. All the students were looking at him. But Aizawa's attention was focused on a girl standing towards the front of the classroom. Her face was rapidly draining of any color, and her hands were shaking. Aizawa's eyes narrowed and the girl let out a nervous eep. "Excuse me," said the frog girl, Azui, as she raised her hand and looked at him. "Are you our teacher?" Aizawa blinked, breaking eye contact with the paling girl, and turned to Azui. The students tittered nervously, and Aizawa sighed into his scarf. Unzipping his sleeping bag, he stepped out, letting it fall to the ground. Flatly observing his students, he spoke. "Welcome to UA's hero course. As you correctly guessed, Azui," she sat up straighter at the mention of her name, "I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa." The kids were still staring at him confused and he sighed. "No, this is not a joke, and yes, I am a pro hero." Unfortunately, he had had students in the past go to Nizu just to make sure. It was foolish. Not every hero fits the stereotypical hero mold like All Might. But that didn't mean they weren't a hero or not dangerous. Hopefully, these students would figure that out quick enough. He grabbed a gym uniform and threw it at the pale girl still standing in front of him. She yelped and fumbled to grab it. She seemed rather nervous. "Put these on and head outside," he said, turning to walk away, not looking to see if his students were following. He needed to check something. Aizawa stood out at the field, checking over the class roster again. He tried to make a point of learning every student's name and quirk before the first day of class. He was a teacher and responsible for any possible mishaps. It was just rational to prepare and know as much about his students as possible. But this question required him to look again. Ochako Uraraka. She was an unassuming girl. Uraraka did pretty well in the school entrance exam, her scores landing her in about the middle of the pack. Her quirk, zero gravity, wasn't the most flashy, but she managed to take out quite a few robots with it. She had also been surprisingly attentive at making sure she didn't crush anyone in battle, and also adept at using her quirk to maneuver around the city. He had remembered looking at the screen and wondering if someone had trained her in quirk usage. Now looking back at the paperwork, he found that very unlikely. Her parents owned a struggling construction company. It was doubtful that they could afford private quirk training, especially if her family was poor enough that Nizu had placed her on the financial watch list. They sometimes did that with lower-income students. It let the teachers know to make sure the students were getting enough to eat and had warm enough clothes. The kids were a huge investment. They were the world's future heroes, and as teachers, they had to make sure their students were being taken care of. But that wasn't what Aizawa was looking for. He scanned the paper, looking for her address. His eyes narrowed. She was from the Mie prefecture. It was a poorer area, with a larger homeless population. It also just so happened to be the area he had been in when he was, he hated to admit it, kidnapped by those kids. He tapped his finger against the paper. It could be a coincidence, but Aizawa had learned to trust his instincts. And his instincts were telling him that Ochako Uraraka knew something. He glanced up as he saw the students slowly making their way towards him in a large nervous herd. He snorted he wasn't that scary, although they might think otherwise in the next couple of minutes. The kids shuffled in, some pulling at the gym uniform. He waited until they were all there and quiet before jumping in, explaining what they would be doing. There was a typical complaint. Students worried about missing the orientation, which Aizawa shot down. This was the hero course, they weren't bound to any traditions and Aizawa could run his classroom as he saw fit. And if he chose to put the students through fitness tests instead of sitting through Nizu's annual rambling lecture, well, it was only rational. Time was precious, and there was no need to waste it on pointless ceremonies he would sleep through. He had Bakugo start off the first tests. Unsurprisingly, the boy did well. He had a lot of potential as a hero, even if he might need to tone it back. As the student began to talk excitedly about how fun this looked, Aizawa felt his ire rise. They may be teenagers, but this was the UA Heroes course and anyone who wouldn't take it seriously shouldn't be there. Irritated, he informed them that the student who placed last would be expelled, and grinned as he saw the panic rise on their faces. Time to see how plus ultra they would be. As the tests continued, Aizawa was pleased. They weren't perfect, but most of the students had a good understanding of their quirk and used them well. But that girl Uraraka. He buried his head into his scarf. He'll be keeping an eye on her for sure. Ochako's life was over. And she had thought today was going to be such a good day. She had made it into UA, her dream school. Her parents had been beaming with joy when she told them. Telling Deku and the gang had been even better. Deku looked at her in awe when he saw the hologram, his eyes wide and shining. He gave her a hug, chattering excitedly about how amazing UA was. She knew Deku wasn't actually 6, that mentally he was very much a teenager. But sometimes it was easy to forget when she saw his long lashes and short frame. He was an adorable kid. So when he started off on one of his hero rants, it still blew her mind how much he knew. He was muttering to himself about all the heroes that worked there, and the subjects they taught, and how cool it would be to be taught by actual heroes, and do you think she could get autographs from them or ask how their quirks worked and would all might be teaching her class? She laughed and turned to Hitoshi, who was standing there with a tortured look on his face. Don't laugh. This is what I deal with every single day, he deadpanned. Deku looked up from his mumble storm. He blushed. Oh, sorry, Oka. Toshi looked at him, offended. You're apologizing to her? What about me? Deku stuttered, tripping over his words to apologize. Ochako laughed again, hiding it behind her hands. A hand reached up to tug on her shirt. Oka, came a small voice. Yes, Eri? The little girl shuffled, hiding her face behind her hair. What's UA? Ochako's smile slipped. Deku and Toshi hadn't told her much about Eri's past, other than that she had been hurt and used by villains. But sometimes her lack of knowledge of basic things worried her. Deku piped up, It's this amazing school for heroes. It's always been my dream to go. Toshi too. Ochako glanced over. Really? I didn't know that about you. He shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah. It's true. It was always a dream of mine. Then why don't you go? Eri asked. The two of them winced. I don't have a quirk, Deku said, omitting the fact that having a 6-year-old body didn't help either. Toshi. He sighed and crouched down to give her a sad smile. It's a hero school, and they don't want someone with a villainous quirk. Eri's lip wobbled. But you're not a villain, she cried. She looked at both Toshi and Deku. You're heroes. You saved me. That's what heroes do, don't they? Deku nodded. Yes, that's what they do. But sometimes people have a hard time seeing that someone's quirk doesn't define them. Eri's eyes welled with tears. Am I a villain? My quirk, it only hurts people. Kai always said it was a curse. No, Eri, it's not. Deku said. But I hurt you, she cried. I hurt you even though you saved me. I used my quirk on Yo Dash. Deku ran over and wrapped her up in a hug. Eri, he said, you are not a villain. The girl cried silently, shaking her head. Toshi kneeled down. Eri, Deku's right. You are not a villain. He swallowed thickly. It's like Deku said, don't let your quirk define you. It doesn't make you good or bad, just you. She looked at him through watery eyes. Even though I hurt Deku? Yes, said Deku, hugging her tight. I've told you before and I'll tell you again. It's okay. He smiled wobbly. I'm still me, I just look younger and, he giggled, it makes us look like siblings. Really? I'm like your small big brother. Toshi snorted at that, giving a rare smile. Small big brother, I like that. What about Toshi? What about me? Are you my brother too? Toshi's eyes widened and then he knelt, hugging her other side. Of course, Eri. I'd be proud to. And Oka? Ochako froze, blushing slightly. Well, she's your big sister. Ochako's eyes flew to Deku, who was looking at her, eyes serious. She's a part of this family too. Ochako's heart was about ready to burst. She bent to wrap them all up in a hug. Of course I am. Deku squeaked as she squeezed them. I'm happy to be your big sister, Eri. She closed her eyes, enjoying the sensation of being with people she cared about. She needed to savor this moment of happiness. She had always wanted siblings, but she had never expected to get any. At least, she hadn't when she found Deku, Toshi, and Eri camping in her parents' worksite. She hugged tighter, ignoring Toshi's fake dying sounds as he tried to wiggle out. She wouldn't trade it for anything. They were her family now, and she would protect her family. So that was why it was so unfortunate that freaking Eraserhead was her homeroom teacher. She stared at the ground. Deku had theorized before that she could maybe control dirt or sand if she touched enough. He had thought she could use it to temporarily blind opponents or create a distraction. Right now she just wanted to use it to dig a hole. Bury herself in the sand and save Mr. Aizawa the trouble of doing it for her. Are you all right, Karo? The frog girl Azui looked at her. You've been staring at the ground for the past several minutes. Oh really? She blinked. I hadn't noticed. Uraraka. If you are not feeling good you should see Recovery Girl. Ida said, chopping the air. He seemed a little strict but had a good heart. Ochako had saved him from face-planting while walking into UA's entrance exam. He had thanked her profusely this morning and stuck to her side. It was surprising, but Ida claimed he was impressed by her quick reflexes and heroic nature. She smiled weakly. I'm okay. Just a little tired. She looked up only to see Aizawa staring at her from the sidelines. She gulped and tried to hide under a big smile. I'll be fine. I promise. Azui looked at her and then looked at Aizawa. He makes you nervous. Doesn't he? What? No. Ida interrupted. Uraraka, if it's the tests you're worried about then don't be. I have no fears about you not passing. He adjusted his glasses. I will admit that his methods do seem a bit extreme, but this is UA and I have no doubt. She smiled inwardly. Deku would like him, she thought. They both could go on and on. Uraraka. She turned. Aizawa looked at her, holding out a softball. You're up. She clenched her fists together to stop them from shaking. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, she chanted to herself as she walked up and accepted the ball. It was 6 months ago. He's probably forgotten. She stepped up to the pitching mound. Okay, he probably hasn't forgotten, but it's not like he saw her. Right? She activated her quirk on the ball and chucked it into the air. It sailed farther and farther away, and she wished she could join it. Besides, she thought, he only heard my voice and not even that much. Deku was doing most of the talking. And they didn't mention her name? Or did they? Aizawa looked at her and held up the scanner. Infinity. Good job. Ochako hurried back to the safety of the crowd, unaware of her classmates cheering her on. Now that she thought about that, Toshi did mention her name. Was it her first name or the nickname? She thought it was the nickname. The rest of the tests passed and finished in a blur, with some orange-haired boy getting expelled. But Ochako was too worked up in her own thoughts to pay attention. Oka isn't too close to Ochako. Right? Yeah, it's totally different. And it's not like Mr. Aizawa will be calling us by our first name. It's fine. Everything is fine. She plastered a fake smile on her face and laughed with her classmates. But when school ended, she practically sprinted out the gates, desperate to get away from Eraserhead's watching eyes. She was in so much trouble. So what's with the cat? Midnight said. They stood in the empty teacher's lounge, the smell of cheap, burnt coffee, thick in the air. Midnight leaned against her desk, smiling as she held the black kitten Aizawa had move upon her. She pressed it against her face and raised an eyebrow as she waited for his response. Aizawa grunted. It's to test a theory. And it requires a cat? He glared at Midnight. Yes? Requires a cat. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I just need you to go to this student Ochako Uraraka and get her to say, "That's so cute." That's all. You don't have to use the cat, I just thought it would help. You want me to get a student to say that's so cute? Yes, he said, burying his head in his scarf, regretting this entire conversation. And I need you to record it. Shota, Midnight said, propping her chin upon her hands. Are you planning to do something naughty? It's just for a case. Right. Aizawa looked at her. Will you do it or not? She laughed. I will. Don't get so uptight, Shota. A girl needs someone who can have fun. She snuggled the kitten and grinned. I'll get your recording for you. Thanks, he said and walked back over to the coffee machine. He'd already had 3 cups today, but a 4th one shouldn't kill him. It was a necessity to survive this insane job. He poured himself a cup, watching it steam. He wasn't going to regret this, right? Midnight stood leaning against the entrance to UA, cat propped up on her shoulder and phone in her hand. Her hero glasses had been switched out for her civilian ones, but she was still dressed in her hero uniform. She turned as the doors opened. Aizawa slumped out, Mike a few paces behind, chattering excitedly. Aizawa held up a hand, cutting off his boisterous friend, and looked at Midnight. Did you get the recording? Midnight gasped theatrically. I'm offended, Shota. Of course I got it. She winked. I'm used to retrieving shady recordings for desperate men. It's not? He slunk deeper into his capture weapon. As I said, it's just for a case. Aha. Aizawa held out a hand. Are you going to give it or not? Midnight hummed. I'll consider it. If you tell me why you want it. I told you it's for a case. What case? Just a case. She looked at the kitten still sitting on her shoulder. Somehow I don't believe him. Do you, Mr. Fluffless? It's a girl cat. Fine. Mrs. Fluffless. The cat meowed, nuzzling her head. I thought so. She turned back. Sorry, Shota. I'm not giving you the recording until you explain why. Wait, I'm confused. Mike popped in. What sort of recording did our boy Shota ask you for? And more importantly, why didn't you ask me? Aizawa ignored his friend, choosing to glare at Midnight. That grumpy face is not going to work this time. Her smile slipped and her eyes grew serious. I trust you, Shota. But I want to know why you wanted a recording of a student. They are my students too, and if something is wrong, I need to know. Wait, you recorded a student? Shota. Aizawa closed his eyes. Why am I friends with you two again? Mike flopped onto Aizawa, wrapping an arm around him. It's 'cause you love us. Now, seriously though, he looked at Aizawa over the top of his glasses. What's going on? Aizawa breathed deeply before opening his eyes again. I think she was there when I was temporarily taken by those kids 6 months ago. You mean when you were kidnapped by a 6-year-old? Yes, Aizawa grumbled. Wait, you're still looking for them? Asked Mike. Yes, I'm still looking for them. There were 4 kids there. I saw 3 of them, but I only heard the 4th. And you think Uraraka is the 4th, said Midnight. Possibly. How do you still even remember the voices? Asked Mike. It's been a while. Midnight grinned. It's his secret quirk, hunting down sad, hurt children. His inner Dadash. Aizawa's eyes flashed red and his scarf whipped up. Don't even think about completing that word. Dad? Said Mike. Aizawa's scarf flared to life and wrapped Mike up, cocooning him his scarf. Mike toppled to the ground. Sorry. I'm sorry, he yelled, muffled by the scarf. Ignoring him, Aizawa turned back to Midnight. Now will you give me the recording or not? Fine, fine. I got what I wanted. She clicked her phone and a video sprung to life. There was a spitting sound, and Uraraka yelling out, "So cute! They are so cute!" Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It's her. It is. Mike had managed to get to his feet and get the capture weapon off his mouth. Well, that's great. Glad you figured it out. He grinned and put an arm of Aizawa's shoulder. Now can you get this off of me? Deku sat in his corner, fiddling with the heater. It had broken down again, and with Eri not feeling well, it was important that he got it working. It was a miracle that the heater even worked in the first place and hadn't caught on fire when Deku first turned it on. He had built it with scavenged pieces from garbage cans and trash from the Mutsufu beach. It was his own mechanical Frankenstein. Biting his lip, he flipped the switch and the machine whined, shooting out sparks. Deku sighed and turned it off. He had sent Toshi out to try to find some extra parts to fix it. But the heater was in such bad condition that he was uncertain that it would ever work again. Discouraged, Deku shoved the broken heater to the side. His small fingers were dirty, but it was hard to find gloves his size. He wiped them on a rag before pulling his goggles off his face, letting them rest on his chest. They were an odd yellow, with vertical stripes across the visor. A little ugly, but Deku loved them. They had belonged to Eraserhead before Deku stole them. He knew the hero probably wanted them back, but they were so cool. He always wore them when he tinkered. They had been built for hero work and were strong. Perfect for withstanding the debris and smoke that accompanied Deku's fiddling. He fingered them, running a finger up and down the stripes. Even when he wasn't working, he still liked to wear them. They were comforting. When he was younger, he had a huge hero memorabilia collection. It was full of posters, books, and action figures, everything a young boy would want. But when his mom lost her job and financial crises left them homeless, he had lost it all. All he had now was a melted All Might figurine that Toshi had found for him, and Eraserhead's goggles. He smiled. They had been pretty bold kidnapping Eraser like that. Deku hoped the hero wasn't too mad at them. He really had been their only choice. Someday they would make it up to him. Turning back towards his tools, Deku began putting them away in his cardboard toolbox. Then, standing up, he walked over to the mattress where Eri was napping. Ever since she had her Quirk episode, her strength and energy had been sapped. She wasn't sick anymore, but she didn't seem healthy either. Deku and Toshi worried about it daily, but there was little they could do. Overhaul was still looking for her, so going to the hospital or police was out of the question. The yakuza may be small in numbers, but they still had the resources necessary to hunt Eri down. So it was crucial that they stayed hidden. Eri had told them what Overhaul had done to her. How he had experimented on her and used her body to hurt others. Eri had tried to warn them, but her story had only made Deku and Toshi more angry and determined. They would not let Overhaul lay a single finger on her, ever again. Eri was still asleep, curled up on the mattress as she had been for the past 3 hours. She had on ratty oversized sweats and a cat shirt that Toshi had found in her size. Smiling, he sat down by her, his back resting against the wall, and her body pressed up against his side. She whimpered, and Deku ran his dirty fingers through her tangled hair. "It's okay, Eri," he murmured. "You're safe. I'm right here." Eri sighed in her sleep and snuggled up closer to Deku, burying her face into his leg. He wished they could give her more. Even though it had been 9 months since they rescued her, she would still have nightmares. She wouldn't scream, but she would curl up tight and whimper, and the next morning her eyes would be dull and flat. He wished they could fight back against Overhaul, defeat him once and for all. But they were only kids. They could only run and hide and prepare. They had to run not long after they temporarily kidnapped Eraserhead. The yakuza had been closer to finding their base, and so the 3 of them had been forced to flee. Oka had saved them again. This time helping them find an abandoned drag corner store in the Mutsufu region. They had converted the break room into their bedroom and living space. As the shelter went, it wasn't half bad. Deku had put his tinkering skills to work to make it more livable. His heater wasn't working, but that was okay. He had wired into the power line, so they still had spotty electricity in the back room. And there was also the hot plate and a crooked lamp he had fixed. It wasn't much, but it was home. which was why the thought of losing it was that much more painful. Rumor was that the gang was getting close, and if the yakuza found them, they would have no choice but to run. Deku and Toshi knew that eventually, their luck would run out. But that didn't mean they hadn't been preparing, or that they would let Eri go without a fight. Deku rubbed her back. Hopefully it would never come to that, but if it did, there were plans. They involved a dress and would probably end with his death, but at least they had plans. There was a rap at the front of the drag store, a tap-tap-a-tap-tap. The special knock that only Oka knew. Grinning Deku shifted away from Eri and tiptoed towards the front. As happy as he was to hear that Oka was here, he still didn't want to disturb Eri. Opening the door that separated the back room from the rest of the store, Deku slipped out. Peering over the counter, he could see Oka up by the door, moving her way around the trash and knocked over shelves. Oka looked upset, her normally cheerful and upbeat face twisted in worry. She brightened when she saw Deku, but it was obvious something had upset her. Putting a finger to his lip, he motioned for her to come behind the counter. Eri is sleeping and Toshi is out scavenging, he whispered. We can chat, but we'll have to keep quiet. Oka nodded and they creaked the backroom door open, slipping in. They settled on the ground, trying to find a comfortable spot of concrete to sit on. Bouncing excitedly, Izuku hugged Oka. How was your first day of school? You didn't come yesterday and I've been waiting to hear. Oka smiled but rubbed her neck. It was good. And, when she didn't respond, Deku continued, what else? How are your classmates? Do they have cool quirks? Have you had any hero studies classes yet? What about All Might? Have you seen Dash? Eraserhead is my homeroom teacher. Deku blinked, and his excited face fell. Oh. Yeah, Oka buried her hands in her face. Are you worried that he Dash remembers me? It feels like he's been watching me non-stop the past 2 days. I keep wondering if he knows or if he even suspects, but it's not like I can ask him. I'm so sorry, Oka, said Deku. This is my fault. I should have realized that since he works at UA that there might be a chance of you two crossing paths. Why didn't I think? Oka put on a brave smile. It's okay, Deku. Mistakes happen. Besides, it's not like he saw me, he only heard my voice. We're totally good. Right? Deku bit his lip and looked at her concerned. Eraserhead is a good hero because he's smart. He's not the strongest, but his technique is amazing and he's very rational. He's been able to catch a lot of villains that other pros couldn't because of that. I really am in trouble. Aren't I? Deku didn't answer, just stared at the concrete ground. Well, he doesn't have any proof. That's a good thing. He didn't see you during his, kidnapping? Yeah. So, he doesn't have any proof connecting you to us. So you're good. But that means I can't come and visit anymore. Can I? Deku's eyes filled and he sunk into himself, fiddling with his fingers. He could feel his chubby cheeks flush and his nose start to run. Oka's eyes filled with tears as well. The silence was answer enough. I'm sorry. Deku burst out, his tiny body trembling. This is my fault. Oka sniffled, wiping at tears. It's not your fault. Sometimes it just goes that way. Deku began sobbing, wiping at his running nose and eyes. The sight made Oka cry harder as she reached over to wrap Deku up in a hug. They sat there for minutes, hugging and crying before Oka moved away. She smiled shakily as she looked over at Eri. I really wanted to be her big sister. You still are. We'll find a way. We probably can't meet for a little bit, but after a month or 2 we could try meeting up. Not here, but somewhere else? 'Cause I don't want to say goodbye. And Eri and Toshi will be really upset if they don't see you again. Oka laughed weakly. Toshi will be upset? We all will. Toshi doesn't always show it, but he really cares. It takes a bit for him to trust someone new, but he trusts you. We all trust you. Thanks, Oka said in a quiet voice. You guys mean a lot to me. Deku smiled wobbly, tears still shining in his eyes. Thanks, Oka. The two sat in silence for a bit, both emotionally drained. And when Oka eventually left, he still sat there. It was exhausting, realized, to lose another person he cared about. He tried not to let his quirklessness bug him too much. But sometimes in situations like this, Or like with Eri, he wished he had a quirk. Something to help. He went by Deku as a joke. He had had a friend when he was a kid who gave him the nickname Useless. He had hated it at first but had tried to grow to accept it. If people thought he was useless, they would underestimate him, and he could use that to prove them wrong. But sometimes it seemed like the world was determined to make him useless. He was quirkless. He lost his home and then his mother. And then he got rewound from 15 to 6, a little kid. He wouldn't give up. And he would use what he could to his advantage. There were occasional perks with being 6. People were a lot more trusting and willing to help. People underestimated him because he was just a little boy with bouncing curls and big eyes. He was so cute and helpless. A yawn from the mattress caught his attention and he turned to see Eri, sitting up, yawning and stretching. Standing up, he walked over towards her. It could be frustrating being 6, but he would never let Eri know. She felt guilty about too many things and he refused to be another one of them. He would keep telling Eri it was okay until she believed him. Deku wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close as she continued to wake up. He may not like being 6 again, but his age and size were crucial to their plan to keep Eri safe. He could deal with his age if it kept Eri out of Overhaul's hands. "Where's Toshi?" asked Eri as she blinked the sleep from her eyes. Deku stroked her hair. "He's out scavenging. There are some parts one needed and we needed food." "Oh, okay. He'll be back pretty soon, I think." It's starting to dash. The trembling wall was their only warning before there was a loud boom. Instinctively Deku lurched forward, covering Eri with his body. It took only a moment for him to realize that the crash of shattered glass and the crumbling building was coming from the front. Panicked, Deku pulled Eri to her feet. Her eyes were blown wide and her hands were trembling. It's Overhaul," she whimpered. On cue, the villain roared, "You can't hide from me." Running, Deku pulled Eri along. He shoved her towards their escape route as he scrambled on the ground for his gadgets and the dress. The dress. He couldn't forget the dress. "Go, Eri!" Deku yelled. "You know the plan. I'll catch up." He flashed her his best all-might smile. "It'll be okay, I've got this." Eyes welling with tears, Eri nodded and took off, leaving Deku alone. His smile fell. He hoped this would work. Aizawa crouched on the corner of a building, watching Uraraka hurry down an alleyway. As soon as he had confirmed that she was the 4th voice he had heard at his kidnapping, he had left Mike and Midnight. Her behavior on the first day of school showed that she knew who he was. If he wanted to follow her to where the children were hiding, it had to be now, in case she tried to stay away. He had spent several hours launching himself around the city, looking for any sign of her. He was lucky that he spotted her now. Uraraka's eyes were puffy and her nose was red, as though she had been crying. And she was coming from a strange area. It wasn't close to her house, or to any shops. Aizawa fingered his scarf. He might have caught her after visiting the kids. If that was the case, then they should be nearby. Swinging down from the rooftop, Aizawa ran along the street Uraraka had come from. This was different from the part of town he had been kidnapped from. The children were either meeting her here or they moved locations. Aizawa suspected the latter. Either way, the kids could be close by. He would deny it any time Mike or Midnight teasingly asked, but he was worried about those stupid kids. After the kidnapping, he had found himself frequently thinking, even dreaming about them. Was the little girl, Eri, okay? Had things improved after he used his quirk to turn off hers? The purple-haired brat, Toshi, had an incredibly powerful quirk. Why then was the kid living on the street? Prejudice? Bad influences? The kid didn't act villainous. In fact, it was very clear that he cared about the little girl and the other boy, Deku. And Deku. He inspired the most questions. The boy looked so young and yet he was the leader and mastermind behind Aizawa's kidnapping. Was it a quirk? How had he known so much about who he was? The thoughts only caused Aizawa to run faster. Something in his gut had been warning him to find those kids since the day he laid eyes on them. They were children that were in trouble and needed help. And that's why he was running down random alleys looking for a flash of green eyes or purple hair. Because he would never turn his back on a child in need. He was shaken from his thoughts when in the distance he heard the loud boom of a building falling. Screams began to fill the air. Aizawa sighed. He technically wasn't on the clock, but if people needed help, they needed help. The kids would have to wait. Sliding his goggles up onto his eyes, he threw out his capture weapon and pulled himself into the air. Running along the rooftops, he followed the sound of crunching and yelling. With any luck, another hero would already be on the case, but if not, Eraserhead would be there. Running on top of power lines, he avoided the crowded streets and busy sidewalks. He had to get there fast. And then from the side alley came Blur. A child running, a large hoodie over a tattered dress and a small horn peeking out from underneath. Behind her, a man followed, his golden eyes alight with fury as he roared, "Eri, come back here now." The girl shot a glance back but only ran faster. Growling from beneath a beak-shaped mask, the man crouched and slapped a hand against the ground. The concrete sidewalk rumbled, cracking as it raced towards the girl and exploded upwards in a large wall. Unable to stop in time, the girl ran into the wall, tumbling to the ground. Shaking her head, she stumbled to her feet and the man reached for her. Aizawa threw out his capture weapon from his perch on the power line, snagging the girl by her waist and launching her into the air and into Aizawa's open arms. She thrashed, trying to get out of the capture weapon around her waist. "It's okay, kid." Her body froze and she squeaked, "Eraserhead." Aizawa nodded and tucked the capture weapon around her, pinning her to his back. From his spot on top of the power line pole, he could see the man who had been chasing her. He was shaking in anger, his hands curling as he turned to face them. The villain slammed his hand against the ground, but Aizawa moved faster. He activated his quirk, his gaze blocking the villain's quirk. The villain growled, repeatedly slamming his hand on the ground. He glared up at Aizawa as the hero and villain stared at each other, waiting for the other to make a move. "That's Overhaul," the girl whispered. His quirk allows him to deconstruct and reconstruct any matter he touches. She struggled again in Aizawa's scarf. "You have to let me go. It's me he wants and you can't fight him and carry me at the same time." "Not going to happen, kid," Aizawa said, glowing eyes locked on Overhaul. The villain, Overhaul, spoke. "You have to blink eventually, Eraserhead." Aizawa stiffened. Very few knew he actually was. That made Overhaul that much more dangerous. Overhaul held out a hand. "Just give me the girl. She ran away several months ago and I've been looking for her since then." Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he tried to fight the stinging of his dry eyes. He couldn't keep them open much longer. He had to blink. He had to move then. Overhaul continued, "She's my daughter." "That's a lie." "She's not your dog, Dash," the girl yelled, hands balled in fists. "I am here." All Might slammed onto the street raising dust as he let out his signature laugh. "Never fear, citizens, hope has arrived." This was Aizawa's chance to go. Latching onto a nearby building, he swung up and deposited the girl. From the street, All Might's grin grew wider as he reared his fist back. Detroit's smash. The punch sent a wave of pressurized air towards Overhaul, and he went flying. Twisting in the air, the villain tried to orient himself. "Rikia," he shouted. From an alley, an enormous man in a bird mask launched himself, grabbing Overhaul. Setting Overhaul on the ground, the villain spoke. "We need to go, boss. More heroes are coming." Overhaul hissed. "Not without Eri." Ripping his second glove off, he slammed both hands on the ground. A concrete spike jutted out of the sidewalk, launching him back towards Aizawa and Eri. All Might jumped, moving to block the villain. Eri screamed, "All Might! Don't let him touch you. He'll kill you." Grunting, All Might twisted, punching the air, sending himself flying up into the sky and Overhaul crashing onto a car. Aizawa jumped to the ground, leaving Eri on the roof. This fight was looking nasty. Quirk activated, Aizawa ran towards the second villain, capture weapon billowing out. Rolling off the car, Overhaul launched a spike towards him, forcing Aizawa to break off his eyes contact as he rolled to avoid. Even with All Might, the fight was hard. If Overhaul touched either of them, it was game over, and the second man was no lightweight, with the ACH of his punches leaving craters in the road. Aizawa ducked and dodged, using his scarf to swing out of catastrophe, trying to keep an eye on Overhaul and while also keeping an eye on the girl. Despite his orders not to, Eri had gotten off the roof of the building and was staring at the continuing fight, frozen in fear. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw movement. Aizawa turned, eyes growing wide as Eri ran into the fight. She was yelling something, arms stretched out, and eyes focused on a rooftop. There was a flash of silver, a gun pointing at All Might. Aizawa yelled, trying to get All Might to move. For her to stop. For something to happen. But the girl threw herself in front of All Might as Overhaul sent out a spike to stop her. The rock snagged her dress, ripping it, but she continued in her trajectory. Right in front of All Might. A bullet hit her in the shoulder, and she tumbled to the ground, lying in a heap. Aizawa's breath caught. The girl was gone. But lying on the ground was a small boy. Green-haired covered his face, but Aizawa knew that green eyes were hidden underneath. Overhaul and his thug had stopped, staring in disbelief at the child curled up and clutching his shoulder. Realization dawned in Overhaul's eyes and he growled, "Eri! Where is she?" The boy coughed, tilting his head up to look at the villain. He smiled. "She's somewhere safe. I won't let you hurt her or All Might." All Might looked stricken. "Little one." Overhaul's eyes narrowed. "This isn't over." Turning, he ran down an alley, his thug following. "Eraser, take care of the boy," All Might yelled as he followed in pursuit. Aizawa ran to the boy. To Deku. He was laying on his side and breathing heavily. His hand cupped his shoulder but blood was seeping out. As Aizawa approached he turned, his green eyes meeting Aizawa's black. "Hi," again Eraserhead. "Are you okay?" From beneath his goggles, Aizawa's eyes were shiny. "I'm fine." The boy smiled a smile that would rival All Might's. "Good," he whispered and his eyes slipped close. It was gray, and not a sliver of the sky was visible as Uraraka made her way to you. It was depressing but it fit her mood. The mood she had been in ever since she met with Deku last night. She had known subconsciously, the moment she saw Eraserhead, that things wouldn't be the same. Even if Eraserhead wasn't looking for Deku, Toshi, and Eri, even if he didn't remember her voice, there was still the possibility. If it came out that she was involved in the kidnapping of a pro-hero, she could be expelled. Her parents would be heartbroken and her dreams would be destroyed. It would bring unwanted attention to Deku and the gang, the very attention they were trying to avoid. She fought back her spilling tears. It was for the best that they didn't have contact. She sniffled even if it was painful. Her head hung as she walked. At least the sidewalk was interesting, trod on bubblegum and spidering cracks. Cracked and crumbling like her. She hadn't even been able to say goodbye to Toshi and Eri. "Oka," Toshi hissed. Uraraka startled. Her eyes shot up to see Toshi in an oversized sweatshirt, the hood tugged up over his head, shielding his eyes. He peered at her from underneath it, his eyes underlined in purple circles. He looked like he hadn't slept in years. Eri was to his side, head ducked, and a hat pulled low on her face. She was squeezing Toshi's hand and huddling into his side. "Toshi? Oh, what are you doing here? We need to talk." He grabbed her school jacket, dragging her along as they ducked into a manga cafe. Pulling her through the packed shelves, he ignored her protests, diving deeper into the maze of books. Finally, secluded in the back, he stopped, behind a shelf. His eyes glanced around the cafe, glaring at every customer. He had positioned himself to have a clear view of the cafe but remain hidden. "Toshi, what's going on? I thought when I talked to Deku yesterday he dash." "You talked to Deku? When?" Oka blinked, looking closer at Toshi. He was upset. The most upset she had ever seen him. His hair was everywhere and his eyes were in constant movement. They were frantic, jolting around, checking every inch of the room before darting back to her. Eri wasn't much better. She was hunched, gripping Toshi's hand and leaning into him. As though the other would disappear if they let go. Her stomach turned. "Deku's missing. Isn't he?" Toshi's face fell. Turning his head, she watched as he swiped an arm across his eyes. "Yes." Uraraka gripped her jacket. "I saw him last night. I dropped by right after school and stayed for an hour. I found out Eraserhead is my homeroom teacher and was freaking out. We talked and he said that to be safe we should keep some distance for at least a couple of weeks. I left not long after and I haven't seen or heard anything from him since. Toshi ran a hand through his hair, gripping it a little harder than necessary. I was afraid of that. His voice came out as a croak. What happened? When did he disappear? Overhaul found us last night when I was out scavenging. Deku told Eri to hide as we had planned. And he took the role as the decoy, she whispered in horror. Yes. Uraraka jumped. Wait, Toshi? Have you seen the news today? Toshi gave her a look. No. Why? She wrung her hands together. I forgot, but All Might got in a fight with some villain last night. They didn't mention a name, but he had a bird mask and was shooting chunks of concrete. Eri stiffened. She hadn't looked at Uraraka once, but at the mention of the villain, her eyes jolted up. Overhaul, she whimpered. Toshi pulled her closer but was looking at Uraraka desperately. What did it say? Did it mention Deku? She shook her head. No. In fact, for an All Might fight it had very little news coverage. Typically something like that is all reporters will talk about. But they didn't even mention who won or what the fight was about. And there was no mention of Deku, was there? No. Eri trembled. I should have just gone with him. It's my fault. If I had just gone, Deku wouldn't be missing. No, Eri, Toshi snapped. She flinched at Toshi's sharp voice. Deku agreed to this plan. We all did. You will not go back. We'll go to one of our safe houses in the city and wait. Deku will show up. His voice cracked slightly. He has to. Toshi pulled his hood farther down on his face. Thanks for the help, Oka. We'll see what we can find out about the fight. I'm sorry. Uraraka cried. Toshi flashed a small, sad smile. So am I. And tugging on Eri, the two of them crept out of the cafe and slunk out onto the busy street. The kid was still sleeping. And Aizawa was still there, watching him. It had been a long night, but now the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon, scattering rays of light. The beams were sneaking through Yue's infirmary window, highlighting the sleeping boy. Deku was sleeping, lying on the infirmary bed, his pale face blending in with the white sheets. He looked dead, but the gentle rise and fall of his face stated otherwise. Aizawa leaned forward in his chair, observing the boy closer. He had gone over his memory of his kidnapping time and time again, trying to remember and preserve every detail of the encounter and the children. But it was different in person. The boy was smaller than he had remembered. It was as if he had gotten younger since he last saw him. In the middle of his kidnapping, Deku had seemed confident and full of life, an obvious leader. But laying in the infirmary bed he looked so small and vulnerable. It felt as if a single touch would leave the boy cracked and shattered. Did you get any sleep at all last night? Recovery girl asked, irritated. She strode over to the bed, followed by a skinny All Might and Principal Nizu. I got some, Aizawa said, lifting up his sleeping bag as proof. She hump-fed and glared at All Might. See, he listens to me. He rests even when he's worried instead of running his body into the ground every single time. All Might rubbed his neck sheepishly. Now Chio, let's not be too upset, Nizu said. I for one am curious to see how our young patient is doing. He scurried over to the bed, appraising the child. Has he shown any sign of waking up at all, Aizawa? No. Recovery girl walked over, checking the boy's vitals. I'm not surprised. The boy is clearly undernourished for his age and didn't have a lot of spare energy to begin with. I'm afraid in healing him my quirk wiped him of his energy completely. He'll wake up, but not for several more hours. She sighed and walked over to the cabinet to gather supplies. It may be for the best, said Nizu. I have still been unable to identify the boy or find any information on him. Really? All Might asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Nizu's failure to find information was a rare occurrence. Well, that will make Tsukachi happy. I asked him if he could dig up any information, but he didn't have any luck either. Aizawa leaned back. Tsukachi? As in Detective Tsukachi? Yes. He's a friend of mine. And one I trust. Aizawa shook his head. He's a good detective. I've worked with him on cases in the past. If neither he or Nizu could find any information, then I'm not sure who can. It is a dilemma to be sure, Nizu said, and one that we may have to wait to solve. At least until Deku wakes up. All Might sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I just wish there was something we could do now. The boy is incredibly brave. Or incredibly stupid, Aizawa bit back. All Might had the audacity to look hurt. Recovery Girl wandered back over to Deku, clean bandages in hand. Stop bickering you two, she said, taking off the boy's wrappings to check the wound. Although I am personally inclined to agree with both of you. Nizu's ears twitched with amusement. How so? Jumping in front of a bullet is never a wise thing to do. The boy could have been seriously hurt. She ran her fingers over the skin where the bullet had penetrated. The skin was pink and shiny, there would be a scar. But, she added, I've sent the bullet off for analysis. It's still early on, but it's looking like it was no normal bullet. It was filled with some foreign material. Are you saying it was poisoned? Aizawa growled. Recovery Girl shook her head and began wrapping Deku's arm again. No, I don't think so. Or at least I have found nothing that I can trace in the boy's system. But that doesn't mean that it had no effect, Nizu said. Recovery Girl nodded. It's worrying to say the least. She gave All Might a stern look. It's very likely the boy saved your life. All Might wrung his hands, mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. I understand, he finally said, his face downcast. Nizu placed a paw on Deku's still fingers. For right now, there is very little we can do. We will get more information when Deku wakes up. But until then we wait. Nizu turned to All Might. You'll be informed when he wakes up, but class is starting soon and your lesson plan still needs completing. All Might ducked his head. Yes, sir, and left the infirmary, but not before sending a regretful gaze at the boy. Aizawa. Aizawa sat up. The principal was fixing him with a stern gaze. I know this situation is a sensitive one for you, but you need to stay focused. Your students need you. He sniffed. I will continue to look for information. I know that you were able to identify one of the children. Yes, Shinso Hitoshi. I will do some digging from that end to see if I can find any information as well. And as I told All Might, you will be informed when he wakes up. Aizawa nodded, getting to his feet. It was logical. He couldn't argue with it, but maybe he could tweak it. Sir, with your permission, I'd also like to speak with Ochako Uraraka about Deku as well. Nizu's eyes glinted. You believe she was involved in your kidnapping? Aizawa fought back a wince at the blatant reminder but nodded. Possibly. I would like to speak with her after homeroom. Bring her to see Deku. He shot a gaze at the sleeping boy. It's just to see if I can get any more information. Nizu hummed. I don't see any issue with it, but as he is Chiyo's patient, I will only agree if she does. The older woman scowled. She had finished wrapping Deku's arm minutes ago and was now standing to the side listening to the conversation. I don't have any issue with it as long as you don't disrupt the boy. Nizu smiled. Wonderful. Permission granted. Now hurry on out of here, Recovery Girl said. Your classes start soon and you could use a shower and a change. She pointed towards the corner. You know where the bathroom and your clothes are. Go on. Aizawa stood up. It was useless fighting the old lady, something All Might had yet to figure out. It was just better to do as she said. He gave one final glance at the little boy, still laid out sleeping. Please be okay, kid, he thought. Mike, I'd like to speak with you, Uraraka, for a moment. Present Mike glanced up from the podium to look at Aizawa standing in the doorway. Aizawa flashed him a look. Mick's eyes widened. Oh, he said knowingly with an awkward grin. She's all yours. Uraraka stood up at her desk. Aizawa hadn't said anything in homeroom this morning. So why was he calling her out now? Ida gave her a sympathetic look as she snuck around desks, making her way to the door. Aizawa was expressionless, but his flat eyes reminded her of a shark tracking its prey. She shivered. With a tilt of his head and a grunt, "Come," she trailed after him. Had he figured out her connection? She didn't think she had done anything that would have given her away. Or was it school-related? Had she messed up worse than she thought in yesterday's battle training with All Might? But he had given his criticism at the beginning of homeroom. The anxiety churning in her stomach grew worse when they passed the teacher's lounge and spare classrooms. Where were they going? If Aizawa was aware of her growing fear, he didn't say anything, only continuing towards his destination. Finally he stopped. Right outside of the infirmary. Uraraka tried to smile, but even she could hear the fear in her voice. Mr. Aizawa? Why are we here? The hero just stared at her, before walking in. There's someone I want you to see. The infirmary was quiet. The beds were empty, with crisp white sheets pulled tight across. Towards the back of the room, one bed had a curtain pulled around it, but there were no sounds or movement. There appeared to be no patients were in there. Recovery Girl was sitting on a stool, scribbling something at her desk. But as they drew closer, she immediately stood, getting in Aizawa's path. He's still asleep. But I expect you to call me if there is any movement at all. Aizawa nodded. Recovery Girl sighed, picking up her cane and giving Uraraka a gentle pat on her arm. It'll be okay, dearie. And with that, she left the room, the door clicking behind her. Mr. Aizawa. He held up a hand and motioned for her to follow. Stopping by a bed that was separated by the curtain, he turned to face Uraraka. Then with painful slowness, he raised his arm and threw open the curtain. Uraraka gasped. It was Deku. He was laying there, in the same clothes she had seen in him yesterday. The old shirt that was creased with grime and grease from his fiddling and oversized jeans. His eyes were closed and she could see the faint freckles that were on his chubby cheeks. Her legs turned to jelly and she stumbled over towards the bed, her hand falling to touch his arm. The anxiety that had been churning in her stomach melted away at the sight of him. He was safe. Toshi would be so relieved. Deku was safe and at Yue. Deku was at Yue. With Eraserhead. Who knew who she was? Uraraka's hand slipped off of Deku's arm and returned to her side. Biting her cheek, she turned back towards her teacher. He had been watching her reaction the entire time. There was no hiding now. How long have you known? I know now. I suspected it since the first day of school. Uraraka balled her hands into fists. Am I going to be expelled? Aizawa pulled out a chair and sat down, facing Uraraka. That depends. Are you going to talk? Uraraka stared at the ground. She had talked to Deku about this last night. What to say if Eraserhead confronted her? Deku had asked her to keep Eri's quirk, and his lack of quirk a secret, as well as his true age. The rest he was okay with her sharing. Uraraka sat down on the bed next to Deku, looking at his sleeping face. His shoulder was wrapped in a white bandage, but she couldn't see any blood seeping through. Is he going to be okay? He'll be all right. We were able to get him to Recovery Girl and she healed him up. It just exhausted him, so he's sleeping it off. Uraraka looked at her teacher in the eye. He was watching her, arms crossed and face expressionless. Waiting. Uraraka's hand crept back over to Deku's wrist. It was grounding, just being able to touch him. To feel his warm skin and heartbeat. She could do this, she'd be honest but do as Deku asked. She could be brave like him. I can only tell you so much. They are distrustful of outsiders. Especially Toshi. She snorted. He had taken forever to warm up to her. Aizawa nodded. How did you meet them? I found them camping out at one of my parents' construction sites. My dad had asked me to go and grab some paperwork from the office. That was when I saw them huddled in the building. It wasn't the first time we had homeless people camping out there, but it was the first time that they had been kids my age. Her voice quieted. It was shocking. Why didn't you involve the police or heroes? I wanted to, but I was worried about them. And they were so slow to trust me. They were wary of the police and any adult interference. I knew if I went to the police they would disappear and I would be unable to help. So I did it their way. I helped them find a place they could stay, an abandoned gas station, and I kept in touch. I brought food when I could. Did what I could to help. But you still didn't go to the police. They would have been separated and put in foster care and ended up running away. Or that's what they thought. They said there was a reason they were on their own. Her hand tightened on Deku's wrist, and her eyes began watering. They've been mistreated by society. I've heard what they've gone through, how they've been treated and let down over and over. They asked me to prove that things would be different this time, and I couldn't. I couldn't promise that they would stay together and things would be all right. She choked on the last word and tore her gaze from Aizawa. Glancing around the room, she tried to distract herself. There was an open window and a small nightstand next to Deku's bed. Aizawa's hero costume was thrown on a chair in the corner. It was peaceful, but it didn't change the fact that Deku was hurt. Her voice cracked. They said things would be all right. But things aren't all right. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, because Overhaul is looking for them. Uraraka nodded. He's after Eri. I don't know the whole story. Deku and Toshi had a hard enough time getting any details from Eri about it. But I do know that he was experimenting on her. Aizawa buried his face in his capture weapon. His eyes were closed, but she could hear his jaw creaking. His stuffed in his crossed arms, she could see his hands trembling. She had thought her teacher was scary on the first day of class, but it was nothing compared to the terror she felt now. It was nothing compared to the feeling radiating from him. It was terrifying. It was fury. It was cold, sharp anger that left Uraraka trembling. His eyes snapped open, and for a brief moment, they were glowing red. Then he blinked and the feeling dissipated. Her expressionless teacher was back. Hesitant, Uraraka continued, Deku and Toshi rescued her, but they've been on the run since. Do they know why Overhaul wants her? He's making something using her. Aizawa's eyes flashed over to Deku. A bullet? He asked grimly. Uraraka blinked. Yes. How did Yo dash? Deku was shot with it. Do you know what it does? Uraraka's hand tightened around Deku's wrist. They were getting into sensitive topics now. She would have to choose her words carefully. I know it has something to do with her quirk, but they didn't talk much about it. Quirks were a sensitive subject for them. They didn't like talking about it. She looked back at Deku's bandaged arm. How did he get shot? What happened? I found the little girl Eri running away from Overhaul. During the fight, a villain tried to shoot All Might. Uraraka jolted. If it was a quirk erasing bullet, then no wonder Deku jumped in front of All Might. The hero would have been in big trouble if he had been shot. Aizawa continued, seemingly oblivious to her realization. She saw and jumped in the way of the bullet. It hit her shoulder, but at that moment she became Deku. It was only ever Deku. Eri was never there. It was part of a plan they made in case Overhaul found them. Deku knew that it was Eri that Overhaul wanted, so they found someone with an illusion-type quirk to disguise Deku as Eri. He was the decoy so that she could escape. I don't really know how it works. They didn't tell me much about it other than Deku had to wear the dress, and it kind of embarrassed him. She paused. How did the fight end? After Deku was shot, and the illusion disappeared, Overhaul ran away. All Might didn't catch him? No, Aizawa's voice was sharp and cutting. And that is what I am concerned about. Overhaul is still out there. He leaned forward in his chair, his hands resting on his knees. Uraraka. This is important. Do you know where Toshi and Eri are now? Uraraka shook her head, staring at her feet. Aizawa continued, his stoic voice cracking slightly. I don't know if they've told you this, but they are in real danger. Overhaul is not just a run-of-the-mill villain. He is the leader of one of the few surviving yakuza mob groups. He has the money and influence to track them down, and the fight with All Might made it clear that he has the power to as well. If we don't find them soon, they will die. Uraraka felt numb. She knew they were in trouble, but it had always seemed far off. But it was real. And Deku was lying in a hospital bed because of it. Uraraka. Aizawa's voice called her attention back up to him. He was staring at her, but his eyes were softer now. Despite the dark circles and stubble, she could see a genuine concern. Do you understand? Uraraka nodded. Now, he glanced between her and Deku. Is there anything else I should know? Uraraka bit her lip and looked at Deku. She knew Deku and Toshi didn't want help, but if what Aizawa was saying was true, then they needed it. But she had promised Deku. And if she revealed his secrets, she squeezed her eyes close. She looked at Aizawa and she knew that the guilt she was feeling was plainly written on her face. Nothing that I can tell. You have to hear it from Deku. If I tell, he won't trust me and he won't trust you and he'll run. It has to come from him. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak, letting her continue. Uraraka huffed, trying to find the words. Before I met them, I wanted to be a hero to provide for my parents so they wouldn't have to work so hard and sacrifice so much. But when I met them, it made me want to be a hero to help people. She felt a smile creep across her face. I look at Deku and he blows my mind. He's done so much to protect Eri and help Toshi, and he wants to help people. He's determined. He's Dekairu. Can-do attitude. Uraraka took a deep breath, fixing Aizawa with a steely, determined gaze. She was channeling her inner Deku, her inner hero. Deku loves heroes. And he really respects you. Aizawa blinked at that, glancing over at Deku before looking back at her. Of the three of them, he'd be the easiest to convince. Just show him that he can trust you. That I can trust you. And he'll tell you what I can't. Aizawa sat there, face buried in his scarf and his hair hanging in his face. He didn't move. And he didn't speak. He stared at her, and Uraraka stared back, gaze still strong. This was the best she could do. She felt like she could trust the hero. That was why she said what she said. Thank you, Uraraka. He finally said. He stood up, dismissing her. You can go back to class now. Thrown off, Uraraka stumbled to her feet. She dropped Deku's wrist, and it bounced against the mattress. Can I see him when he wakes up? Aizawa didn't even look at her. Yes. She started walking away but stopped. Am I going to be expelled? For being there when? Did you know what they were doing? Aizawa was still not looking at her. No, not until you were there. The girl Eri. She can't control her quirk. His voice was flat and emotionless. No, that's why. Why what? Uraraka felt her mouth drop slightly. Was he just playing dumb? He had to know what she was getting at. Did he just want her to say it? She swallowed. Why they kidnapped you? Aizawa sighed and turned to her, sticking his hands in his hero outfit's costume. To answer your question, no, I will not be expelling you. Uraraka jumped, but Aizawa continued. At least at this moment. But we will continue this conversation though in the future. You will also be starting remedial classes with me after school next week. We will be discussing how to properly handle these types of situations in the future. However, Aizawa's voice got an edge to it, the same edge when he had told the class he would expel whoever came last in the tests. If something like this ever happens again, I will not hesitate to expel you. Do you understand? Uraraka gulped. Yes, sir. Aizawa lifted a hand, half-heartedly shooing her. Now go back to class. I'll let you know when he wakes up. Uraraka nodded, scurrying out of the infirmary. She didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. I'm sorry, Deku, she thought, gripping her shirt. I hope I said the right things. It was too bright. Light was shining on his eyes, turning his inner eyelid a dark red. It was annoying and it was making it hard for Deku to stay in this comfortable sleep. Mumbling complaints, he turned and snuggled his face into the pillow to block it out. Eri must have gotten scared last night and turned on the lamp. She still had nightmares of Overhaul and her time with the shy Hasaikai. When that happened, he would turn on the lamp and hug her and tell her stories until she fell asleep again. He reached an arm out, feeling around for her. He thought he and Toshi made it clear that Eri was to wake them up if she had a nightmare. She had spent too many nights awake crying silently to herself. He pouted and weakly slapped the bed. The sheets were so smooth and silky. When had they gotten them? And where was Eri? He grumbled and buried his face deeper into the pillow. It was so soft and squishy. He didn't remember them ever being this soft. And besides, he never got the pillow. There were only two and Eri and Toshi always stole them. So why did he have the pillow? Where was Toshi? And Eri? What was going on? Pulling his face out of the pillow, he opened his eyes, blinking to try to see past the bright light. This wasn't their room. He was in an infirmary. It was simple, but the equipment and machines screamed money. He scrambled up, rubbing his eyes, as if that would change his surroundings. He was in a bed, white sheets tucked up around him, with a curtain drawn around him, hiding his view. The stand next to his bed had an abandoned half-eaten bento box sitting on it. Plucking out a rice ball, He popped it in his mouth before grabbing the pepper shaker. Twisting the lid off, and Deku dumped the contents into his pocket. It would work as a makeshift weapon. Drawing his legs up, he scooted over to the side, slipping off. His shoes were gone, and the tile was cold against his bare feet. A chair was tucked by the stand, a pile of clothes thrown on it in a messy pile. Picking up a black garment, he looked closer. Whoever these belonged to, they either didn't care about their appearance or... No, they didn't care about their appearance. Or how they smelled. Deku wrinkled his nose and tossed the jumpsuit back. There was another white clothing hiding in the jumpsuit. Grabbing an end, he tugged at it. A long blood-stained scarf snaked out, growing longer with every tug. This wasn't a normal scarf. This was Eraserhead's capture weapon. Head whipping from side to side, he looked, but the underground hero was nowhere to be found. Where was he? He could hear someone humming a bright melody. They were being rather loud, even throwing in the occasional snap and oh. Not sure whether he should be amused or scared, Deku bit back a smile. Drawing the curtain aside, he peeped through the crack. Sneaking his head out more from behind the curtain, he searched for the source. Towards the side of the room, a leather-clad man leaned back in a chair, his eyes closed and headphones over his ears. Deku clapped his hands over his mouth, trying to stifle his gasp. It was Present Mike. He was easy to recognize with his slicked-back hairdo and bulky support piece on his neck. The hero was listening to something, judging by the jerking arm movements and head bobs. He was dancing, jamming out in his own world. Deku pressed his lips together to subdue his smile. Present Mike was just as much an eccentric entertainer outside the radio station. Closing the curtain, he snuck back to the bed, racking his brain. What had happened last? He had talked to Oka, and then... His smile dropped. Overhaul had shown up. He remembered running away, drawing the villain away from the real Eri who was hiding in the garbage. The villain was yelling, and the bloodlust radiating off of him almost left Deku paralyzed with fear. It was dangerous. He had to run fast enough to stay out Overhaul's grasp, but close enough that the villain could still follow him. The dress was tangling up in his legs, but he was terrified of it taking any damage and the illusion shattering. In his haste, he stumbled into a wall and fell to the ground as Overhaul reached for him, murder in his eyes. And then there was something wrapped around his waist, and he was flying through the air. Right into the arms of the pro-hero they had kidnapped months ago. The rest of the fight was a blur, but he remembered standing on the street watching the heroes and villains. And then, from a rooftop, a glint of metal from a rooftop caught his eye, and he turned to see a gun aimed at All Might. At that moment Overhaul locked eyes with him, a knowing glint in his eyes. And Deku could tell that underneath the mask, the villain was smirking. Deku knew what was going to happen. He couldn't let it happen. And his legs moved. He was running. Sprinting towards All Might. He could hear people yelling, but it was pushed to the back of his brain. It didn't matter. All that mattered was getting to All Might. He jumped, his arms outstretched, and sharp pain in his shoulder sent him rolling to the ground. The heroes and villains were yelling, making so much noise, but all Deku could do was lay there. Clutching his shoulder, he could feel the warm blood oozing through his fingers. Eraserhead was crouching over him, checking him over. The hero looked worried. Deku smiled, and let the blackness consume him. Gingerly, Deku touched his shoulder. It didn't hurt at all, and he couldn't see any blood peeking through the white bandages. His shoulder was stiff, but that was all. He rubbed it, confused. Even if he had been asleep for several days, it shouldn't have healed. Healing quirks that powerful were rare. The only one he could think of off the top of his head was Recovery Girl. But she worked at UA. The same school Present Mike and Eraserhead worked at. Deku's eyes widened and he pressed his hands against his mouth. He was at UA. The school with the greatest hero program in Japan. The very school that All Might had gone to. Deku reached out a hand to steady himself, leaning against the bed. This was a dream come true. He was at UA. But he realized he shouldn't be here. He couldn't be here. He had to get back to Toshi and Eri. They had to be worried sick. And with Overhaul out there they would have to move again. They needed to get somewhere safe and far away from Overhaul. Deku nodded. He had to go. He hurried around the bed on tiptoes. Present Mike blocked his escape route, but there was another exit, an open window positioned conveniently by his bed. Peering out his escape route, he bit his lip. He was 2 stories up, and the building was sheer glass. But sitting in that messy pile of clothes was his solution. Eraserhead's capture weapon. Hauling it up, Deku ran his fingers across the scarf. Parts were caked in dried blood that was starting to flake off. Had Eraserhead bandaged his shoulder with it? A chair scraped against the tile, and Deku froze. From across the room, he could hear Present Mike standing up. His boots clomped against the tile and a door shut close. From the sounds coming behind a closed door, it sounded like the hero was using the bathroom. Sneaking out from behind the curtain, he hurried over to where Present Mike had been sitting. Deku rummaged through the drawers, grabbing medical supplies and stuffing them in his pockets. He didn't know if Eri and Toshi made it out unscathed, and the bandages might be useful. Mixed leather gloves had also been left on the desk. Deku slipped them on, the gloves flapping against his tiny hands. They didn't fit at all, but he just wanted some protection from friction burn. Scurrying back, he grabbed pillows off his bed before stuffing them under the sheets. It wouldn't fool them for long, but Deku didn't need long, just enough time to get off UA's grounds. Then he could easily disappear into crowds, making a clean escape. Heaving the capture weapon up onto his unbandaged shoulder, he dragged it to the window. It draped behind him as he struggled under the weight, but he managed to tie it to the bedpost. Tossing the capture weapon out the window, he watched it plummet towards the earth. Deku swallowed. Toshi would kill him if he ever heard about this stunt he was pulling. But he didn't have an option. Gritting his teeth, he pulled himself up onto the windowsill. His hand shook and his stomach churned. It was a long way to fall. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he grabbed his makeshift rope and pushed off. Gripping the scarf tightly in his gloved hands, he tried to control his descent. His legs kicked as he tried to pin the rope between his feet to give himself an additional point of control. His arms burned and his gloved hands grew warm from friction as he slipped down towards the grass below. Finally, only a couple feet from the ground, the scarf ended, and Deku tumbled to the ground. Panting on his hands and knees, he dug his hands into the grass. His arms shook and trembled from the strain of the descent. Deku whimpered softly. He was never doing that again. Stumbling to his feet, he shot a glance at the building. No alarms were going off, but that didn't mean no one had noticed. Turning abruptly, he took off running, his bare feet quiet against the grass. He just had to get to the gate. Aizawa fought back the urge to tap his foot against the ground. His class was so slow returning from hero training. Wandering behind him, laughing and giggling, still sweaty and dirty from the practice. All Might had asked him to sit in on today's hero training. He hadn't said why, but Aizawa assumed it was due to the train wreck that had been yesterday's hero training. The man may be the #1 hero, but he still struggled to put together a decent lesson plan and implement it. He didn't mind having to help out the hero, but it just had to be the day he had a hurt child sleeping in the UA infirmary. Hopefully, it would be fine. Mike had offered to watch over the kid while he was gone, so things couldn't be that bad. Still, Aizawa was itching to drop off the students and get back to the infirmary. All Might was supposed to do it, but the idiot had spent too much of his time limit, forcing Aizawa to take the class back. Slinking deeper into his capture weapon, he scowled. He'd be back quick enough. They were crossing the sidewalk going up to the locker rooms when a little ball dashed around the corner. Aizawa stopped, and the blur skidded to a stop. The class faltered, the conversations dying out as they watched the stare down. Aizawa's mouth opened but snapped shut. Because standing in front of him, chest heaving, was Deku. How did he get all the way out here? Mike was supposed to be watching him. Deku's bright green eyes widened, flicking around to take in Eraserhead and the class. He shifted, his bare feet scuffing the ground. Raising a hand, he gave a half-hearted wave. "A hi, Eraserhead," he squeaked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He could feel his forehead pulse with the beginning of a headache. Mr. Aizawa?" Kaminari piped up. "What's with the kid? Is he yours?" As though a dam had broken, the other students started shouting and shoving. Everyone was trying to get a look at the kid. Deku blushed, ducking his head and rubbing his arm. Aizawa ground his teeth. "No, he's not mine, but he dash." "Wait, Deku?" Bakugo shoved his way through the students and stopped, his jaw dropping. The whole class watched in interest as their most volatile student was rendered speechless. Deku's jaw had also dropped. "K.C. Kaken?" he stuttered. Bakugo reared back in shock. The name definitely meant something. "It is you, Kaken." His eyes shined and he clapped his hands together. "You made it into UA. I always knew you would." He giggled nervously. "Your quirk has always been so strong. Have your explosions gotten stronger? I bet you can control them better now, maybe use them to maneuver around. That would be so useful. You wouldn't be able to fly, but by producing a series of consecutive explosions you probably could get dash." Bakugo swore loudly and Deku flinched. Sorry, I didn't mean to dash." Aizawa stepped in, interrupting both his student and the young boy. He would sort out this mess later. Quirk activating, his hair rose off his shoulders and his eyes flashed red. "First things first. What are you doing out of bed?" The boy flinched again, taking a hesitant step back. Well, you see, I'm all good," he said, rotating his shoulder. "And I'm really thankful for your help, but I thought I would just head out." His voice trailed off and he started inching away. Aizawa snapped, throwing out his capture weapon. The scarf cocooned the boy and launched him towards Aizawa. Hoisting the boy up in the air, he held him at eye level. The boy's eyes were wide as he wiggled. "Pee-pee please, Mr. Eraserhead, I'm just sorry." Deku kicked his legs, eyes watering. His lip trembled, he was seconds from a full-on meltdown. "Please let me go." From behind, his students murmured complaints, but they didn't interfere. They knew better than to mess with their teacher, especially with his quirk activated and his ire apparent. Aizawa felt his heart twinge sympathetically, but this was likely just an act. The kid was smart, he had outwitted him and a villain, tears were not going to let him escape. "You're not going anywhere, kid." The boy sighed, going limp in the bonds. "Yeah, I thought you'd say that." He wiggled again, his hands slipping into his pockets. "Sorry about this, Eraser." With his eyes still wide open from erasure, he was completely unprepared. A hand snuck out of the bonds and tossed something into his eyes. His eyes burned and watered. Swearing, Aizawa clutched his eyes, trying to blink past whatever had been thrown in it. Through his tears he could see Deku squirming, managing to slip out of his capture weapon. "Sorry, Eraser," the brat yelled, taking off down the sidewalk in a sprint. Swearing again, Aizawa threw out his capture weapon, hoping to snag the kid. But with his vision watering and burning, he missed. Rubbing at his eyes, he swore again, before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a phone. Straining to see through his tears, he pressed a button and started talking. "Nizu, the brat's gotten out and is going for the gate." "I'll alert the teachers," Nizu said, a little too cheery. "He won't get far." Deku's chest was heaving, gasping and begging for more air. But he couldn't stop. If only he hadn't run into Eraserhead. He felt bad about throwing pepper in the hero's eyes, but he wasn't going to let him go, and Deku needed to get to Toshi and Eri. Even if that meant that he now had a ticked-off pro hero after him. The thought spurring him on, Deku sprinted around the corner. His heart soared. There it was. The legendary UA gate. He just had to make it through and he'd be free. Eyes focused on the buildings past the gate, he stumbled to a stop in horror. Metal wall after metal wall slammed across the UA gate, creating an interlocking barrier. He was trapped. Eyes whipping to the side, he darted towards the wall. If he could climb over it, everything would be okay. If he could do it, he could crash right into a concrete wall that had appeared out of nowhere. He fell to the ground, head reeling. Where had the wall come from? Walls don't appear from anywhere. "Calm down, kid," came a calm rumbling voice. Stumbling to his feet, Deku faced the two heroes caging him in. His stomach plummeted. The stony square-faced man could only be Cementos, and the woman with a whip had to be Midnight. One hero to corner him and cage him in, the other to knock him out. He was screwed, but he still ran. Cementos placed his hands on the ground, summoning concrete walls. No matter what direction Deku ran, a wall sprung up, blocking him. They were corralling him towards the two heroes. Frantically, he clawed at the walls blocking him in, trying to climb up and over. His efforts became more and more panicked as he heard the two heroes walking closer. "Kid, it's okay. You're going to hurt yourself," Cementos said, raising another wall. Deku kept fighting, but purple mist crept across his line of sight. Midnight was using her quirk. Sking in a breath, Deku held it, his cheeks puffing out. He was going to fall asleep if he didn't do something soon. Dashing forward, he tried to shoulder past the heroes, making a break for it. But Midnight's whip wrapped around him, hoisting him up into her arms. Whimpering, he pushed and kicked, but the hero just shushed him. Pulling him closer to her chest, she released more and more of her somnambulist quirk. Deku fought, but with his face red and lungs screaming for air, he was forced to take a breath. The aroma worked fast, and he felt his eyelids begin to flutter close. His head was getting increasingly heavy and his limbs were turning numb. "It's all right, little one," the heroine whispered, guiding his head to her shoulder. "Sleep now." With one final burst on energy, Deku raised his hand, reaching for the gate, before falling completely limp. Aizawa paced in the infirmary, hands clenching and unclenching as Deku sat back in bed. He was covered in scrapes and scratches from his attempted escape. Recovery Girl was certain that he would bruise in places. The kid was smarter than Aizawa had given him credit for. Leaving his capture weapon by the bed, letting Mike watch the kid. He should have realized from his first encounter and the fight with Overhaul. This kid was far smarter than he let on. Aizawa rubbed his eyes again. The kid had to throw pepper in his eyes like they weren't abused enough from his hero work. He spent 5 munites in the bathroom, rinsing out his eyes, trying to get the burning sensation to go away. And despite that, they were still watering sporadically. He glared at the boy. This problem child. He couldn't even leave him for an hour without the boy getting into some trouble. He huffed and sat down on a chair. He wasn't leaving now until the boy woke up. A hand rested on his shoulder. Midnight had crept up behind him somehow, with present Mike following. Midnight grinned. "That boy is as clever as you said, Shoyuda." She patted his shoulder. "I knocked him out with my quirk, but it shouldn't last too long. He'll be up and causing you issues in about 30 minutes. Aizawa's shoulders relaxed slightly at the words. Mike stepped up next, wringing his hands. "I'm sorry, Sho, I didn't even hear him get dash." Aizawa flipped around, his quirk activated. Mike gulped and backed away. "You," Aizawa growled, pointing a finger. "You owe me coffee every day for the next month." Mick's hands flapped as he stammered out apologies. "And it better be the good stuff from that cat cafe." "But Sho," Mike whined, "that's expensive." Aizawa's eyes flashed dangerously. "I had pepper thrown in my eyes." "And if not?" A grin slid across his face, and Mike shuddered. "Well then, you won't like the consequences." Mike whimpered, "Namuri, he's smiling at me." He hid behind the heroine, using her as a shield. "Last time he smiled at me like that, he hid plastic bugs in my coffee." Midnight patted Mike. "Get him his coffee as you'll survive." She grinned at Aizawa. "We'll leave you with him." Lunch Rush was planning on bringing some food for when the kid eventually wakes. "Oh, and Nizu said to let him know the moment the kid wakes up." Aizawa grimaced, but nodded, turning back to the boy. Looks like Nizu was more interested in the kid than he thought. He crossed his arms and leaned back. Hopefully, the boy would survive the principal's attention. That was if he didn't kill him first. Aizawa sat in his chair, arms folded across his chest as he watched the boy lay quietly in the bed. It had been 40 minutes since Midnight knocked Deku out with her quirk, more than enough time for the boy to wake up. He was pretending at this point. "I know you're awake," Aizawa said, not bothering to move from his position. Deku blinked and sat up, pulling his legs up towards himself. "How did you know?" Aizawa snorted. The kid's breathing had changed several minutes ago, no longer the deep breaths they had been. He had tried to cover it up, but Aizawa had been paying too close attention. "I'm a pro hero and your breathing changed." The boy pouted, his lips sticking out. "I thought kept it steady." "Not steady enough." Deku's pout became more pronounced, his nose wrinkling and forehead creasing. The spitting image of a whiny kid, fussing over a lost game. And yet, Aizawa thought there was more to it. The kid was upset that Aizawa knew he was awake, but he was using it as a disguise or armor. The folded arms, the fussy face, were all part of an act he was putting on. It was a distraction from the kid's shoulders that were tense with worry, or the way his eyes flicked around the room, looking for the exits. The boy was smart, and he used his innocent eyes and young face as a weapon. "Drop the act, kid," Aizawa said, startling the boy. "It's not fooling me." Surprised, Deku's eyes widened, then with a slight nod, the pout slipped off his face, leaving a serious, albeit worried, stranger in its place. His shoulders rolled back and his chin tilted up, as Deku defiantly stared back at Aizawa. Aizawa had to bite back a smirk. This was the kid he had been looking for. This was the real Deku. "What do you want from me?" Deku asked. "Right now? I want you to eat," Aizawa said, gesturing to a tray set on the stand. Lunch Rush had brought it up 10 minutes ago. Recovery Girl had been very particular on Deku eating simple yet nourishing food. And the tray was a reflection of that. A bowl of okayu, still warm to the touch, topped with shredded salmon and green onion. "This is for me?" Deku asked, shocked as he looked at the meal. "Just eat." "But Dash, you stole one of my rice ball from my bento box earlier." "Don't lie and say you're not hungry," interrupted Aizawa. He could see how the boy was drooling from the smell of the rice porridge. The kid was hungry, but still, he persisted in questioning Aizawa. "But don't you want to talk?" "We'll talk later," Aizawa said, his irritation beginning to show in his voice. "Right now you are going to eat." "Yes, sir," the boy mumbled. Cowed, he picked up the spoon and began to eat. With every bite, though, he would glance at Aizawa, as if waiting for something. He probably could have been nicer, Aizawa thought, burying his head into his capture weapon. The kid put on a good show, acting tough and confident, but Aizawa could see the slightest tremor in his hands. It was slow, but finally, Deku had finished his food, setting his tray back down. Fidgeting with his hands, Deku looked back up at Aizawa. "So what's next?" "That would be us," a voice said cheerfully, swinging the infirmary door open. Nizu padded in, headed straight for Duke's bed. Behind him, Recovery Girl followed, her face twisted in a scowl. All Might was also there, although in his skinny form. He stood hunched into himself as the three of them stopped at Deku's bed. "Deku," he principal said, pulling himself up onto the bed. His tail flicked as he crept towards Deku before standing up and extending one of his paws. "It's very nice to meet you." Deku was dead. Or at very least, he was in so much trouble. Eraserhead was intimidating, but the hero had his soft spots. "But Principal Nizu?" Deku fought back a shiver as he looked into the principal's blank black eyes. He was on a whole nother level. You couldn't manipulate him, you couldn't trick him, you couldn't escape. There was a reason he was so respected in the hero community. It was because you didn't mess with the mouse. And he was standing there on the bed, smiling at him, the grin pulling at the scar over his eye. Nizu looked without a care in the world, standing there with a paw outstretched. Hesitantly, Deku extended his hand, shaking the principal's soft, warm paw. Nizu's smile grew larger as they shook hands. "It is very nice to meet you," he said before sitting down on the bed, across from Deku. "Would you care for some tea, Deku?" Out of nowhere, the principal produced a pot of tea, pouring a steaming cup. "I hope you like ginger. It's not my personal favorite, but it is recommended during recovery," Nizu said as Recovery Girl hummed her approval. Deku reached out, clasping the cup in his hands. The hot steam wafted towards his nose, carrying the soothing sharp smell. Trying to be polite, he took a sip. The tea was perfect. Warm and soothing, it rested in his stomach, the heat spreading through his body. He could feel his whole body warming up, leaving him feeling content and secure. But Deku shook himself, his shoulders tightened. He couldn't relax, not right now. He still didn't know what they wanted or why he was here. Bringing the cup to his lap, he took a steadying breath. They were all looking at him. Nizu sat on the end of the bed, his grin glued to his face. Recovery Girl stood to the side, hands gripping her cane as she frowned at him. And Aizawa, the sleep-deprived pro-hero, sat in his seat in the corner, his red eyes red from irritation. Deku did feel bad about the pepper. Lastly, an older man, one who Deku did not recognize, stood behind them all. He was skinny and tall, the skin drawn tight over his face. He looked like he had one foot in the grave, and yet his eyes glowed with a steady inner fire. But all four were staring at him, leaving Deku feeling like a bug under a microscope, studied and about to be pinned. None of them were saying anything, and Deku fidgeted in the silence. In the distance, he could hear scrapes, murmurs, and talk of students learning. He wished he could be there. Actually, he really wished to be anywhere but here, preferably with Toshi and Eri. Should he say something? They still weren't saying anything. Fidgeting with his cup, he tried to focus on the sheets underneath him. Ground himself, focus on now and speak. He tried to imagine the words forming inside, twisting, turning, bubbling. They were pushing at his lips, wanting to get out. He needed to only open up and speak. "What do you want with me?" Deku blurted out. "Am I going to jail?" The tall one spluttered, crimson blood dribbling out his mouth. Deku jumped. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, are you okay?" Frantically he patted around the bed, looking for something for the man. A tissue or something? What did you give someone when they spewed blood? That wasn't normal, right? Blood was supposed to be on the inside. Was it part of a quirk? Nizu chuckled and patted his knee. "It's all right. He's okay." Deku stopped. No one seemed too alarmed that the man had coughed up blood. Eraserhead was rolling his eyes, and Recovery Girl looked exasperated as she handed the man a tissue. Blushing, the man dabbed at the blood dribbling down his cheek. "Don't worry. This is normal for me." Nizu smiled, but that was an excellent thought, considering that it might be part of a quirk. Now it was Deku's turn to blush, sinking into himself. "I was speaking out loud, wasn't I?" "Yes, you were. But to answer your question, no, you will not be going to jail." Deku jumped, jostling his cup of tea. "What?" His eyes darted around, trying to analyze and understand. But I borrowed Eraserhead and threw pepper in his eyes. "Isn't that illegal?" "Yes," Aizawa said. "But I didn't report the incident to the police, nor do I plan on doing so." However, his eyes flashed red and his hair rose. "Don't you ever throw something in my eyes again. Got it?" "Yes," Deku squeaked. He bowed his head, rubbing a finger across the rim of his cup. Quietly he asked, "Then what do you want with me?" "We were wondering what you could tell us about the villain who was chasing you and the bullet you were shot with." Deku brightened. This made sense. He could help there. The villain was Overhaul. "He's the leader of the yakuza," Deku explained. "His quirk, Overhaul, allows him to reconstruct and deconstruct any matter he touches. From my understanding, it only works through his hands, but he doesn't have to touch much. One finger will do it." He looked at Aizawa. "That's why I was so worried during the fight. If either you or All Might had gotten touched, he could have deconstructed you." His voice trailed off. "And you would have died." "I understand that much, but why was he after you?" "Well, he wasn't really after me. He was after Eri, that little girl whose quirk you had me erase." "Yeah," Deku said, retreating into himself. "Deku, why is he after her?" Deku pressed his lips together, staring at the bed. Uraraka mentioned. Deku's head whipped up at hearing his friend's name. That Overhaul had been performing experiments on her. "Can you explain?" His arms trembled. He couldn't talk about Eri. He and Toshi had promised that they would take care of her and protect her. And they were asking about the experiments that Overhaul subjected her to. Deku curled into himself. He knew the body language he was broadcasting was upset and defensive, but he couldn't bring himself to care. "Deku," Nizu said, laying his paws out placating. "We aren't asking to hurt her. But we are worried about Overhaul. Any information you give us can help us save lives." Deku rubbed his neck, pressing his eyes closed. Overhaul had been experimenting on her. He's messed up. Eri says that he thinks quirks are a disease and that he's trying to cure the world of them. "Cure the world of quirks? But how?" asked the taller skeleton man. Deku blinked. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I just realized that I don't know who you are, and I don't know if I should talk." Not to worry, Deku," said Nizu. "This is Mr. Yagi. He works as All Might's secretary and handles all of his daily affairs." The skeleton man Yagi coughed again. "Yes, sorry about that. I should have introduced myself sooner." All Might was worried about your safety after the fight and asked me to check in. We should have brought that up sooner, but don't worry. You can trust Yagi and the rest of us with whatever information you give. Nizu added. Now please, you were explaining about Overhaul? Deku squirmed, placated for the moment. Overhaul has been making something. It's a drag that temporarily blocks someone's ability to use their quirk. Although I think he's been working on developing one that blocks it permanently. The bullet, Aizawa said, face darkening. That's what it was? Wasn't it? Yes. If All Might had gotten hit by it, he could have gotten killed. And I couldn't let that happen. The others stiffened, and the Yagi spewed blood again in shock. They hadn't realized how serious the situation was. All Might was the strongest man alive, and yet there was a drag out there that could render him helpless. The #1 hero could have died and Japan would have lost their symbol of peace. The thought was sobering. But shaking himself, Aizawa continued, so you jumped in front of a bullet. Deku winced. He really hoped Toshi never heard about that. Yes. Then is your quirk back yet? Yagi asked. My quirk? Yes. You said that the drag was temporary, but how long does it normally last? Deku frowned. They thought he had a quirk. That meant they didn't know who he was or that he was quirkless. So then what did he say? No, the bullet didn't erase my quirk because I don't have one. I'm quirkless. But the words left a sour taste in his mouth. Quirkless. The word had haunted him for years now, following him like a curse. He had been kicked out of shelters, bullied at school, and discriminated against. All because of something he couldn't control. But these heroes thought he had a quirk. If they knew the truth, would they reject him too? He didn't know. For now, though, it might be easier to stay quiet. I think it normally lasts about 24 hours, but other factors could play into its duration. But what about your quirk? Deku grit his teeth. I'm fine. The bullet's effects have worn off. What is your quirk? It's an intelligence quirk. Isn't it? Deku squirmed, gripping the sheets. Can we talk about something else, please? Aizawa hummed. Alright. Do you know how the drag is created? Deku's heart sunk. This wasn't any better. He didn't want to talk about this. He didn't want to talk about how the bullets were made with Aries blood and sliced off flesh. Or how she had been cut open again and again, her body abused and hurt, only to be put back together. He didn't want this. He just wanted to go back to Toshi and Eri. Why am I here? Can I go? He said, placing his tea down on the stand. I need to get back. Deku? Nizu asked. No. I don't want to talk anymore. You know about the bullets now. His hands curled into fists. So can I please go? I need to get back. To Shinso, Hitoshi, and Eri, Aizawa said. Deku reared back. He didn't want to talk about this. Please, can I go? Nizu frowned. I'm sorry, Deku, but I cannot allow that. If what you said is true, then in good conscience we cannot allow you to go. The principal continued talking, words forming and spilling out. It was something about overhaul, and school, and safety, but the words washed over Deku. He was hearing them but not understanding them. His mind was stuck on the phrase, we cannot allow you to go, playing it over and over again. Aizawa was looking at him now, leaning forward in his chair, a concerned look on his face. But Deku couldn't do it. His heart was pounding and his nails were digging into his scraped hands. He couldn't do this. He couldn't speak. It was taking everything he had to not cry. Nizu was reaching for him now, paw outstretched, but Deku batted it away. He couldn't do this. He was on the verge of panic, trying to ride it out, anything. They continued to ask questions, but Deku stayed quiet. He didn't want to talk. He just wanted to be back with Toshi and Eri. He just wanted to go. The heroes gave up when he wouldn't speak, filing out of the room. Recovery Girl stayed, checking over his bandaged arm, but Deku ignored her. Breathing was requiring all of his mental focus and energy. He just wanted to go. Uraraka stood outside the infirmary door, shifting from foot to foot. She needed to go in, but something was holding her back. Why was she so nervous? The door creaked open and Uraraka jumped back in shock as Recovery Girl walked out. Are you here to see him? She asked, gesturing inside. Uraraka straightened up. Yes. Can I go in? The older woman hummed, "Yes, you can go in, just not for too long, dearie. I'll be in the teacher's lounge if you need anything." Uraraka smiled gratefully. The heroine was trying to give them some privacy to talk. But her smile turned into a frown. How bad had the conversation with the heroes gone? Taking a deep breath to steel herself, she opened the door. "Deku?" she asked, scanning for her friend. Towards the back of the room, Deku sat up in his bed, eyes frantically scanning for Oka. Locking eyes with her, she saw his eyes widen with relief. "Oka," he croaked. At that word, all of her hesitations evaporated as she ran to him, tackling him in a hug. He was bawling now, streams of tears pouring down his face as he gripped her shirt, pulling her close. Sniffling too, Uraraka sat down on the bed next to him. Circling her arms around him, she tugged on him, pulling him against her chest. His arms were small and trembling, but he did his best to hug her back. His tears were getting her pristine uniform wet, but not a word was said as they sat and hugged for minutes. It was the most vulnerable she had ever seen her friend. She hadn't been there when Deku had made his mad dash for freedom. She had been back at Recovery Girl's temporary nurse station getting patched up. Her match with Kirishima hadn't gone so well. She had lost control of her quirk mid-flight and fallen, gashing her leg on a concrete wall. She might not have been there for Deku's escape, but she had heard all about it. Her classmates had swarmed her once she had gotten back, all talking about a little green-haired boy who had thrown pepper in Mr. Aizawa's eyes. She hadn't been allowed in to see him until after the heroes had gotten to talk to him. But judging by Aizawa's scowl, it hadn't gone according to plan. Sighing, she buried her face in Deku's fluffy hair, planting a kiss on the crown of his head. How was she going to help him? Giving her a tight squeeze, Deku moved away, wiping his eyes. "What are you doing here, Oka? Mr. Aizawa said I could come and see you when you woke up." She sniffled and grabbed a tissue from the stand, handing it to Deku. "So he knows?" he said, wiping his eyes. Oka cracked a tired smile. "Yeah. Guess he's better than we thought." "Yeah." Deku stared at the soggy tissue in his hands. "I just want to go, Oka." "I know, Deku." "What do they want?" He threw his arms open in frustration. "I told them about the bullets and Overhaul. Why can't I go? They're heroes, Dad. They want to help. But I told them what they need to know to help. I'm not needed anymore." Uraraka's heart twisted. Did he really not get what Aizawa wanted? She didn't trust her teacher completely, but he did seem to genuinely care about Deku and the others. Did Deku not see that? "No, that's not it. They also want to help you." "What?" Deku's face twisted into one of shock and disbelief. "Eraserhead has been looking for you ever since you kidnapped him." "But that was 6 months ago," Deku said incredulously. "I know." His forehead wrinkled. "But why?" Oka's heart sunk again. How did he not get it? How did he not understand that there were people who wanted to help? How could she help him see? "I mean, you're the one who analyzes heroes, Deku. You have that whole notebook. Why do you think?" "Well, Eraserhead is very rational. He has a strong sense of justice. Can have a bit of a temper, but hides it under indifference. Likes cats and children." Deku paused in his musings. "Wait, is it 'cause we're kids? Because I look like I'm 6? Oka shrugged. "Possibly. But come on, Deku, you're the one who always says it. Heroes help people. I think he wants to help you." She sighed, rubbing her neck. "Look, I don't know for sure. But I talked to him earlier. I didn't tell him anything you asked me not to, so he doesn't know you're quirkless, or that you're 15, and he doesn't know Aries' quirk. But I do think he just wants to help. And I think you should try talking to him again." Deku curled into himself, uncomfortable with the thought. "Look, I just want you guys to be safe. I saw that fight with Overhaul on the news." Uraraka's voice cracked, and she felt the familiar sting of tears in her eyes. "It was scary, Deku. I was scared for you. All of you." Deku sniffed, eyes leaking again. "Do you know if Toshi and Eri are okay?" "Yeah, they're okay. They cornered me on the way to school. But they're super scared, and they're looking for you. And the thing is, they were okay then, but Overhaul is still out there." "Yes." Uraraka sighed, rubbing her neck. Look, I have always respected your guys' wishes about not going to the police or heroes. I did as you asked. But right now, I'm scared for you. You need help, you can't beat Overhaul on your own. Please, talk to Eraserhead. See what he says and what he wants, and then decide. She squeezed Deku. And no matter what you choose, I'll support you. Deku hugged her tightly. Okay, Oka. Pushing away, he looked at her, concerned. Are you in trouble with him? Uraraka winced, thinking back on the awkward end to the conversation. Sort of. I'm not expelled, but I have remedial classes with him. To be honest, it could have been a lot worse. I got off easy. Good, he nodded to himself, thinking. Looking back up at her, Deku bit his lip. Can you do me a favor? Sure. Kaken. Can you talk to him for me? Deku asked. Kaken? Deku blushed. Oh, Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo. Uraraka's jaw dropped. Bakugo. As in my classmate with the explosion quirk. Yes, Deku said. We were friends when we were younger and he recognizes me and he knows I'm quirkless. He'll know I'm not actually 6. And I don't know how much I want them knowing. I don't want Eri to get in trouble. Can you ask him to keep quiet? I'll talk with him and explain everything. Just for now. I need him to not say anything. Uraraka sighed. She had kind of hoped that Deku would tell Aizawa the truth about his age and his quirk. It felt wrong to hide it, and she had been hoping that Aizawa could do something to help Deku go back to his original age. But it looked like that might be too much to hope for in the beginning. Okay, Deku. I can do that. Thank you, Oka. Kaminari could not write an essay, Aizawa thought sourly, marking yet another inaccuracy. He might need to pull the kid in for remedial classes if this continued. He'd have to continue to watch him and his progress. Kaminari's quirk was strong, but that didn't mean he could take on villains and not get killed. Aizawa couldn't afford to slack off in training him, because ultimately he would be responsible for the boy getting hurt. Like Deku. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, trying not to think of the green-haired boy in the infirmary. He needed to focus on grading these papers. His students would be asking about them soon. Circling the score at the top of the paper, he set it aside, reaching for the next. Ochako Uraraka. She had gone into the infirmary not too long ago, wanting to check up on Deku and see how he was doing. Hopefully she could help calm the boy down. He glanced at the bottom of his computer screen, checking the time. It had only been 20 minutes. The kids were fine. Hey, Eraser? You doing alright? Aizawa glanced up. Mike was leaning back in his chair, headphones pulled down, grinning nervously. You've been glaring at that paper for the past couple of minutes. I'm fine, Aizawa grumbled, turning his attention back to the paper to mark a mistake. From the corner of his eye, he could see how Mike and Midnight were passing worried looks. He glared, pushing down a little harder than needed, making a small rip in the paper. The teachers sitting in the lounge winced at the sound, threw themselves back in their work, not wanting to give him a target for his obvious frustration. Aizawa grimaced, tossing the pen to the side and let out a sigh. He was worried. The conversation hadn't gone as he wanted. The boy had somehow thought he was going to jail. Shoving his chair back, he walked over to the coffee machine, ignoring the eyes following him. Jamming the button, the coffee dripped into the cup, filling up. He could have handled the conversation better. The kid was like 5. And they had brought in a bunch of adults, asking questions that made him uncomfortable. Any kid would be uptight with that many adults surrounding them. Even if Deku had an intelligence quirk, it didn't mean that he wasn't sensitive to such situations. The coffee stream stopped and Aizawa picked back up his coffee mug, going back to his desk. Yagi was sitting over at his desk, looking glumly at his computer. He was obviously feeling bad about the conversation too. Aizawa flopped back down. But even though the kid had been outnumbered, he had still opened up. Things had been going fine, Deku had been talking, and then he shut down, refusing to speak. Slinking down into his capture weapon, Aizawa sipped his. What did they do that set Deku off? Or actually, what did they ask? A couple of the questions had bothered Deku. The boy had hunched into himself and avoided answering. Aizawa took another sip. What were those questions? The coffee caught in his throat and he choked, setting the mug back down on the desk. He was an idiot. Uraraka had mentioned what topics were sensitive for Deku. The kid's quirk and airy. He should have known better than to press. He had been so eager for information that he had destroyed any potential trust between him and the kid. He groaned into his hands. He messed up. A hesitant knock at the door to the teacher's lounge jolted him out of his worry. Yagi grimaced and exploded outward into his all-might persona. He was just in time, as the door swung open and Uraraka stepped in. She beelined straight to Aizawa's desk but stopped a respectful distance away. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Uraraka rolled her shoulders back and looked him in the eye. He said that he'll talk to you but only you. From across the room, All Might coughed in surprise, his perma smile tightening. Nodding, Aizawa stood, walking out the teacher's lounge. He was being given a second chance and he wondered why. Uraraka followed behind him. Mr. Aizawa? Yes, he said, turning with his hand resting on the infirmary handle. He doesn't know what you want. Aizawa frowned. What do you mean? Uraraka's hands curled into fists. You want to help him, right? That's why you're doing this. Aizawa stopped. Why was he so concerned with this boy? Deku was just one child among so many, and yet. The boy reminded him of Shirakumo, his long-dead friend he still mourned for. He reminded Aizawa of wet kittens in damp boxes, mewling from the cold. People and creatures suffering silently and ignored. He saw that in Deku. He was a kid with too much on his back, but still trying to carry the weight of the world. He didn't want Deku and the others to suffer alone anymore. He wanted to help him. Aizawa gave a small nod, answering Uraraka's question. Uraraka looked pleased with his answer. She gestured to the door. Well, he doesn't understand that. And doesn't understand what that means. To be helped. She huffed and wrapped her arms around herself. That's all I wanted to say. It went unspoken as she walked away, that he was being given a second chance, so don't blow it. Pushing the door open, Aizawa walked in. School had ended not too long ago, so the infirmary was empty. Recovery Girl was still absent, trying to give privacy. They weren't too concerned about escape attempts. Deku seemed smart. He had to know he wouldn't be able to make another break for it. He would bet his sleeping bag that Nizu was watching the cameras like a hawk. The rodent lived off information. Walking over, Aizawa stopped right in front of the bed, looking Deku in the eye before lowering into a deep bow. He could hear Deku gasping, but Aizawa didn't move from his position, eyes focused on the ground. I would like to apologize. Deku stammered, but Aizawa kept his forehead down. The way you have been treated has not been becoming of us as heroes. We should have been more clear about our intentions. He could hear Deku swallow, murmuring under his breath. Can you accept my apology? There was a long silence, but Aizawa stayed in his bow even as his back began aching. He owed the boy this. Finally, Deku whispered, It's okay, you don't need to apologize. I should apologize to you for the pepper. Aizawa smirked from beneath his hair. He was still irritated about the pepper, but he had to admit the stunt was clever. If it had been at anyone other than him, he would have been impressed. You're fine. I should have handled it better. Deku smiled nervously and gestured to a chair. Would you like to talk? 2 hours later. The air oozed, the odd smell of disinfectant trying and failing to mask human waste. Even though the water treatment plant was a block away, it was difficult to ignore. The smell of rotten eggs could be tasted in every breath, nauseating and bring an urge to GG. Aizawa was walking behind Deku, showing no obvious signs of being bothered by the smell. But he had buried his head deep in his capture weapon so that only his eyes could be seen peeking out of his hair. He seemed nonchalant, but Deku could see how Eraserhead was on edge. Closely following behind Deku the moment they left the car, his body tense and eyes roaming the street. But whenever the hero caught Deku looking at him, he would slump into his scarf, feigning nonchalance. Deku turned back and flashed a small smile. Don't worry about Overhaul. I don't think he's going to show up. Eraserhead's forehead narrowed, a little doubtful. Deku pointed around his nose, wrinkling up. It's because we're next to a sanitation facility. I know it smells bad, but Overhaul is a huge germaphobe. He would have a very difficult time coming here. Eraserhead nodded, a flash of respect in his eyes. Wordlessly, he continued following Deku up towards the abandoned warehouse. Squeezing through a gap in a link fence, Hitoshi Eraserhead. The hero took a few steps back and then launched himself up and over, landing quietly on the ground. Deku had to bite his lip to muffle his excited giggle. Eraserhead was so cool. Leveling a flat stare at Deku, the hero gestured for Deku to continue on. Deku nodded before hurrying around the building to a propped open window. Scrambling, his feet scraping against the wall, he hoisted himself up and through, landing in a heap on the floor. Eraserhead sighed but followed suit. "Toshi!" Deku called, beginning to walk around the maze of abandoned crates. "Toshi! It's me, Are you here?" Deku wandered deeper into the maze, Eraserhead only a few paces behind. This was the right place? Right? Toshi and Eri wouldn't have left already? Would they? "Toshi," he yelled, hating the hysteria that was creeping into his voice. "Toshi, where are you?" "What do you want?" a low voice asked, echoing in the warehouse. Deku spun around, getting onto his tiptoes, trying to see something, anything. The stacks of crates made it difficult to see more than a couple of meters ahead. "Toshi? Is that you, Toshi? Where are you?" "I can't see you." "What do you want?" the question came again. "Toshi?" Deku asked, brow scrunching in confusion. "What do you dash?" "Not you, Deku!" Toshi yelled. Deku stumbled back, his mouth snapping closed. "What dash?" "Eraserhead," the name said in a growl. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, and his hand crept towards his scarf. Deku looked at Aizawa with a helpless shrug as he craned his neck, looking for Toshi. "Why are you here, hero?" "I dash." The second the syllable was uttered, Deku saw Aizawa's eyes drain of any life and color. His arms fell limply to his side as he stared off into the distance. Brainwash. Deku was yanked from his shock by a hand on his arm, dragging him away. Thrashing, he instinctively tried to pull away, his arm slipping out, only for his wrist to be grabbed. "Stop, Deku!" Deku froze, shaking out of his panic. "Toshi!" Toshi growled again, tugging on Deku's wrist. "Yes, idiot. Who else?" Deku beamed, tears welling up in his eyes. "Toshi was okay." He sniffled. "I don't know, you just appeared out of no dash." "Yes, I know," Toshi said impatiently. "Now come on, Deku. We need to go." Toshi said, tugging on his wrist. "No, wait," Deku said, turning back towards Eraserhead, who was still standing still. "We can't go. You brainwashed Eraserhead." "I know, and it's only going to last so long." "But Toshi, I dash." Toshi ignored him, keeping his grip tight on his wrist, dragging him across the floor. Deku's shoes squeaked as he pressed his feet against the floor, trying to stop. "Toshi, listen to me." Shocked by Deku's yelling, Toshi stopped, spinning around to face Deku. "What? What is so important? Do you not see the pro hero right here?" "Toshi," Deku said, putting a hand on Toshi's arm. "I know. I brought Eraserhead here." "What?" Toshi whispered. His eyes were wide and darting around, trying to understand what Deku was getting at. "Toshi." Deku sighed. "We can't keep running. Overhaul is going to catch us." Eraserhead said that we can stay with him until the heroes catch Overhaul. Toshi dropped Deku's hand like it had burnt him, clutching it to his chest. "You did what?" "What? You brought a pro hero here." He glared at Deku. "What were you thinking? I thought you were smarter than that." "Toshi, we don't have any other options. The dress got ripped when I was running away. It's useless now and Overhaul won't fall for it again." Toshi swore. "There are always other options. It's not safe. We don't know that we can trust them. Why were you even with them in the first place?" "They interfered when Overhaul was chasing me. I probably would have died if it wasn't for them. They even healed me when I got shot. I know you don't like this dash." Toshi's face went slack, horror creeping up into his eyes. "What? What? You said that you got shot?" Toshi's voice became strangled. Deku ducked his head. "Yes. They were about to kill All Might and I didn't see another option. I promise I didn't mean to, Toshi, my legs just moved on their own." Toshi held up a hand. "Let me see." Deku bit his lip but pulled down his shirt, showing the circular, puckered scar on his shoulder. Leaning down, Toshi ran a finger across the pink, mangled skin. Deku shuddered but stayed still. Toshi's eyes narrowed, his mouth screwing into a grimace. Look, I know you don't want to do this, but I can't think of any other way to keep Eri safe. If Overhaul shows up again, we won't have anything ready. Toshi ran a hand over his face. You always come up with something, Deku. Don't give me that excuse. But what if I don't, Toshi? What if I can't come up with a plan and Eri gets hurt? We have several safe houses but nothing that is long-term. Eraserhead knows who Oka is, so we can't rely on her dash. Deku's voice broke off and he swiped at his eyes. I can't lose you guys. And this is the best plan I can think of. The tears were running full force now, along with Deku's dripping nose. He clenched his fists and grit his teeth, trying to hold back the tears. Toshi! His voice cracked, and he leaned towards his brother. Stone face breaking, Toshi crouched down, pulling Deku into a hug. Deku buried his face into Toshi's neck, clinging to his shirt. I'm sorry, Toshi. I tried. I really did try to get away. I promise. Deku said, his sobs making his words stutter. Toshi opened his mouth. He needed to say something, but no words seemed readily available. He pulled Deku closer, squeezing the small boy in his arms. We'll be able to stay together and we'll be surrounded by heroes. Overhaul would have to be insane to try and attack. And, if Eri's quirk goes haywire again, Eraserhead can erase it. Toshi said nothing and Deku continued. I'll work on contingency plans. We can make this work. Toshi sighed and closed his eyes, breathing deeply through his nose. He stood there for several minutes, just hugging Deku. Finally, he gave Deku one final tight squeeze before pulling away. Fine. Deku squeaked, looking up at Toshi. Really? Just promise me one thing. What? Toshi's voice lowered to a whisper. If I say we need to leave and get out of this, we leave. Deku nodded. Okay, Toshi. Toshi let go of Deku and took a step back. Shooting Eraserhead one final glare, he dropped his control. Life returned to Eraserhead's previously blank eyes, as control returned. Straightening up, he flexed his fingers, enjoying the ability to move once again. Are you done? He asked, giving Toshi an exhausted look. Toshi smirked, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I don't know, are you going to fall for it again? Aizawa glared but ignored the jab. Where's Eri? Toshi stiffened, his smile slipping off his face. Deku stepped in, trying to avoid a fight. He could tell Toshi didn't like Eraserhead saying her name. Forcing extra enthusiasm into his voice, he asked, Yeah, Toshi, where is she? Toshi's glare softened and he grabbed Deku's shoulder. She's this way, he said, pushing Deku forward. Walking farther into the maze of boxes, Toshi led the way, with Deku in the middle and Aizawa taking up the rear. Is she okay? Deku asked, trotting to keep up with Toshi's quick pace. She's all right, but she'll be relieved to see you. She's been worried. Then in a quieter voice, he tacked on, I've been worried too. Deku smiled sadly and squeezed Toshi's hand. It'll be okay, he whispered. You really promise you're okay? Yeah. I'm okay. Toshi gave a half-hearted smile and held up a hand, stopping in front of a specific box tower. Eri, he called, it's me. You're safe to come out now. Quiet scuffles came from behind a box as Eri shoved it aside and her small head poked out. Toshi held out a hand. It's all right. You can come out. Biting her lip, Eri crept out, hiding behind Toshi. Eri? Deku asked. Eri's face lit up, and she gasped, sprinting into Deku's arms. Deku oofed at the impact, knocked back a step, but hugged her tightly. Deku, she whimpered. Deku's eyes began watering. It's all right, Eri. I've missed you too. Pulling away, the girl's hands ran all over his face. You're okay, right? He didn't hurt you? Deku gave a big thumbs up. I'm all good. He winked at her. He's too slow to catch me. Aizawa snorted from behind, and Eri froze, cowering behind Deku. It's okay, Deku said, rubbing her arms. You don't have to be scared. Eraserhead got down on one knee, broadcasting every movement. His voice was soft, as though coaxing a spooked animal. "It's okay," he said. "I'm here to help. I'm a hero. And we've met before when you were sick." Eri turned to Deku, her eyes wide. "He's the one that turned my quirk off?" Deku smiled. "Yep. And he's letting us stay with him and some other heroes for a little bit. They're going to keep Overhaul away." Eri frowned, but Toshi was quick to step in and reassure her, "And we'll be staying all together. Right, Eraserhead?" he said with a glare. Aizawa nodded. "Yes. You three won't be separated." "Are you okay with that, Eri?" Deku asked. Eri bit her lip, looking down in thought, before giving a hesitant nod. "Great. We're all set then, Eraser." Eraserhead blinked but stood back up. "Then let's go." Walking swiftly, the hero was quick in hurrying them back to the car. Present Mike sat in the front seat, hopping out as they approached and opening a car door. "Hey, there, listeners. Hop on in." Deku immediately got in, struggling a little due to his lack of height. Scooting over to the far side, he made room for Toshi and Eri. Aizawa got in last, checking the area one last time to make sure no one had seen them, and slammed the door shut. "Let's go," he said. Mike flashed a huge smile. All right. Buckle up, boys and girls. We're hitting the road." Snapping their seatbelts in, Toshi leaned over to help Eri with hers. His arm rested over her shoulders, his hand resting on Deku. Reaching up, Deku took Toshi's hand and squeezed it as they started driving away. "It'll be okay," he mouthed, smiling. Toshi gave a pained smile and looked away longingly at the warehouse as they pulled away. "What do you want, Eraserhead?" Deku asked, fiddling with the infirmary sheets. Eraserhead leaned forward. "I want to give you a home. I want to keep you safe so that Overhaul can never hurt you or Toshi or Eri ever again." "But why? People don't care about people like us." "People like us?" Deku blushed but didn't answer. "Forgotten people." Deku's head whipped up. "People who are ignored because of their quirks or their parents or the way they look. The outsiders and outcasts that have to fend for themselves. Those people?" Deku nodded, his eyes watering now, but Eraserhead pushed forward. "I want to help because no one should be forgotten." Deku sniffled and a softer tone crept into Aizawa's voice. "That's why you help them? Isn't it?" Eyes swimming and lip wobbling, Deku nodded. Then swiping his eyes, he fixed Eraserhead with the fiercest glare he could manage. "You promise? You promise you won't let them get hurt?" Eraserhead took a deep breath. "I promise." Bakugo rolled his shoulders, irritated by the way his hero costume was clinging to his skin. His hero costume was obviously the best, but he was ready to peel it off and get clean. He had a perfect quirk for heroics, one he wouldn't trade for anything else. But since his quirk relied so much on his explosive sweat, his body was built to produce a lot. More sweat meant bigger explosions. But now, after a long heroics class, it left him feeling gross. The sweat on his forehead had dried, leaving behind salts crystals that burned his eyes. He was ready to get clean. If only these extras weren't so slow. They were ambling and giggling and chattering, each taking their time as they wandered back. A vein in his forehead pulsed in irritation as the class slowed down more, trickling to a hesitant stop. Bakugo ground his teeth. Why were his classmates so stupid? How hard was it to walk to the dressing room? Bakugo growled. He was sick of being surrounded by these idiots. He just wanted to change. He didn't have time for their stupidity. Shoving past his classmates, he ignored their complaints and grumbles. One of them, Grapehead, whined and cried as he stomped past, but he felt no sympathy. The trash had been using the pause as an opportunity to slide closer to Ponytail. If the pervert got knocked to the ground as Bakugo pushed forward, who cared? The trash deserved it. Shoving Dunce's face away, Bakugo finally got clear of his classmates. It was a kid who had been holding them up, stopping him from being able to get cleaned up. A boy that Bakugo recognized. The idiot had been gone for years now, but he recognized that face. The round cheeks, bright hopeful eyes, and messy hair. His jaw dropped and the words spilled out. "Wait, Deku?" Deku, if that was him, also seemed startled, stumbling back and rubbing his arm. Just like in primary school, when the nerd got between him and some extra who had been bad-mouthing him. But it couldn't be. The nerd had been gone for 8 years now. They had been friends when they were younger. Deku had actually been his first friend and only friend for a long time. Everyone else was extra floaters, who would end up in the background of his successful life. But Deku, at least in the beginning, had been different. Of course, back then he wasn't Deku, he was Izuku. Their moms had been friends, who had met in college or at some job years ago. He couldn't bother to remember. They had stayed close over the years, and when they both had 2 little boys, they got closer. Auntie Inko and Deku became staples at his house. While his mom and auntie talked, he and Izuku would play. They spent hours together, sometimes playing with blocks or watching some cartoon. But more often than not they played their favorite game, Heroes. Bakugo was determined to become the strongest hero ever, to surpass even All Might. And in his young mind, Izuku was destined to be his one and only sidekick. But they didn't bother waiting to get quirks and grow up to start their agency, they started it now. A couple of minutes from their homes, in a small forest, the Super King Might Hero Agency first came to be. They spent hours in the woods battling trees and jumping off boulders, always saving the day. Their actual agency was an old gnarled black pine tree in the middle of a grove. They'd climb the branches to the very top where they'd look out and survey the city. Meeting would be held, munching on snacks, and hanging from the top branches. But whenever trouble came, the 2 heroes would leap down and save the day. Izuku's hero name was always something All Might related, like All Might Jr. or Mighty Boy. He'd grin like an idiot, dressed up in his All Might hoodie, and try to mimic All Might's iconic laugh and voice. Bakugo wanted his hero name to be something strong and powerful like King Explosion. But Deku had said it should be Kaken. It was one of the cheekiest things the little nerd ever said to him. Katsuki's name in hiragana could be read as Explosion. And if you took that part of the name and tacked on Chan as the honorific, it became Kaken or Little Explosion. He almost killed the nerd over the name. But part of him secretly liked it. Plus the bright smile that Izuku had on his face when he said it made it hard to be too angry about it. The old hag had freaked out when she first heard the name, gushing over how cute it was. Izuku had beamed, and from then on, Katsuki was Kaken. Things had been good. And then Bakugo got his quirk and things got better. Explosion. The ability to secrete nitroglycerin and explode it on command. It was only little pops and crackles at first, but it was obvious Bakugo would be a force to be reckoned with. But Izuku, the one who was supposed to be his one and only sidekick, was quirkless. He could never be a hero. And so Bakugo started hanging out with other kids, ones who had quirks. Izuku kept tagging along, wanting to play heroes or go to their agency in the woods. But he had started getting annoying. Izuku was always crying and following him around, and because he had no quirk, he was useless to him. Izuku became Deku, and they parted ways. Bakugo continued towards greatness and Deku continued to be useless. Deku's father left him and Auntie, disgusted by his son's lack of a quirk. Bakugo watched Deku try to hold back tears at school. Watched how Auntie struggled to make ends meet for her and Deku. Eventually, things got bad enough that the Midoriyas moved in with the Bakugas. At least until Auntie could find a better job and an apartment she could afford. But Bakugo became a bully to Deku. He didn't recognize his actions as that back then, but he knew better now. He pushed him, burned him, mocked him. The nerd would cry but wouldn't back down. He kept getting back up over and over again, only for Bakugo to burn him over and over again. Deku became his punching bag for whenever he felt angry or upset about something. Then one day, he was a little too careless. He hadn't realized how strong his quirk had gotten, and in a fit of anger, he burnt Deku. It had been bad. Even now he could close his eyes and see Deku on the ground clutching his arm, screaming and crying. He could still hear the wailing of the ambulance in his ears, and Auntie sobbing hysterically. Bakugo became obsessed with his quirk control after that, but the damage was done. Auntie and Deku moved out, and the Bakugas didn't hear any news from them for 5 years. When they did, it was a somber phone call, informing them that Inko Midoriya was dead. She had passed away earlier that day from pneumonia. A simple funeral was arranged, and Auntie was laid to rest. But there was no word of Deku. No information that his parents could find. He figured he'd died. So this kid. This Deku imposter that was staring at him. It couldn't be his Deku. The Deku he had burned and hurt until he had driven him away for good. This wasn't him. Even if he had his wide green eyes, bright smile. And then the kid opened his mouth and Bakugo's world screeched to a halt. Kaken, the not Deku asked. Bakugo reared back. How did this kid know that name? And that voice? It was like he was 5 again, the little nerd trailing behind him as they marched through the woods. He wasn't scared of anything, but if he was, this kid would make the top of the list. It couldn't be. But this was Deku. Deku beamed at him. Bakugo stared blindly. Was Deku's smile always this bright? This smile that made him feel like the strongest and most important person in the world? He didn't remember it ever being like that. Deku continued, oblivious to his internal panic. He started rambling, his eyes lit up with the fervor they did when he talked about heroes. His enthusiasm felt like a wave crashing over him, drowning him. He couldn't breathe. And so he did the next best thing. He swore. Deku jumped as if Bakugo had detonated one of his strongest explosions. His face fell and he clutched himself. He was scared. Bakugo froze. He did that. He scared him. He was doing it all over again. His stupid teacher jumped in then, scolding Deku and wrapping him up in his capture weapon. The kid blubbered, tears falling freely. He always was a crybaby. And then his teacher was swearing and Deku had wiggled out of the bindings. Bakugo didn't move, he watched as Deku hightailed it out of there. Mr. Aizawa yelled into his phone for a couple of minutes, and then disappeared. Another teacher came to babysit them, ushering them to their classroom. Deku didn't return and neither did Mr. Aizawa. All the while Bakugo sat and stewed and remembered. He didn't know what was going on. But he would get to the bottom of this. Trust was not something that came easy to Shinso Hitoshi. People were too fickle, saying one thing but then doing another. People cared only for themselves and not anyone else. And especially not villainous people like Shinso who didn't fit their worldview. You couldn't trust. You couldn't let others in. And you were all on your own. These were all lessons Shinso Hitoshi was forced to learn early on in life. Surrendered to the foster system by parents who couldn't, or wouldn't, take care of him, he bounced around from place to place, from person to person. He was unwanted. He could hear people's whispers when he was asleep or when they thought he wasn't listening. Just look at him, they'd hiss. Wild hair, dark eyes, and a permanent scowl. Who would want that? Look at his quirk, another would say. Brainwash. He'll take control of you, make you do things. He's a villain waiting to happen, you can't trust him. You can't trust him. It didn't seem to matter who it was, or where they were in life, whether guardian, child, classmates, teacher. All ran away. You couldn't trust a villain. And he couldn't trust them. It had been the pattern that had repeated all his life. And a pattern Shinso assumed would continue when he was moved to Matasview. He had been 12, and it had been his 3rd move that year. Not that there was much of a difference. A crappy school, a cramped group home. And him, all alone. And then he met Deku. He was in a tunnel, back up against the wall, as the school's brightest and best bullies taught him a lesson. Reminding him that they, the future heroes and leaders of this great society, wouldn't accept him. Shinso stared blankly at them. There wasn't anything to say. He had heard this speech time and time again. He understood. He'd stay out of their way, but he'd also appreciate it if they stayed out of his. The bullies hadn't been too pleased with that. You need to learn your place, one growled darkly. In the trash, yes I know, Shinso said. That hadn't made them any happier. Shinsu's arms were grabbed and pinned, his head slammed against the wall by his hair, making his ears ring. He drooped as he watched the leader stalk forward, eyes glinting. Closing his eyes, Shinso resigned himself to his fate. He was going to get hurt as he had before and as he would again. There was nothing to do. Why? Someone yelled. Shinsu's eyes flickered open. Standing at the entrance of the tunnel was a green-haired boy looking right at Shinso. Small and dirty, he was clasping an alley cat to his chest and looking like he crawled out of a dumpster. The bullies stopped, choosing to turn and glare at the interrupter. What do you wadash? And the boy screamed. Oh, thank goodness you found him, he cried. Rushing forward, he ran to Shinso, pushing the bullies out of the way. Despite the cat in his arms and Shinsu's permanent scowl, the boy opened his arms and hugged him. "You're safe." "I've been so worried," the boy said, his eyes watering. "I've been running around for hours looking for you and I hadn't been able to find you anywhere and I was so worried and it was getting late and I thought you had gotten hurt." Shinso could feel his mouth beginning to drop. What was going on? Evidently, the bullies felt the same, the ring leader grabbing the boy's shoulder to give him a talking to. But the boy let go of Shinso and burst into tears, snot dribbling and eyes swelling. Everyone stepped back, uncomfortable by the boy who had started bawling. "Thank you for finding him and keeping him safe. I don't know what I would have done if he was hurt," he sniffled between sobs. His cries grew louder, but from behind his back, his hands snuck out and grabbed Shinsu's arm. The bullies' mouths flapped open, baffled by the crying boy who was still holding onto Shinso. "Thank you. Thank you," the boy cried over and over again, before shoving the matted alley cat into the lead bully's arms. The cat yowled at the change and lashed out, scratching the boy's face and drawing blood. The leader screamed, swatting at the cat, for flying. In the commotion the boy whispered, "Run," and took off, dragging Shinso behind him as he ran. Ducking down side streets and weaving through traffic, the boy led Shinso away from the bullies and the cat still wreaking havoc. Shinso's mind spun at how many turns they took and how many streets they ran down. It was overwhelming. They ran until Shinso thought his lungs might explode before stopping in a grove of trees in a nearby park. Shinso panted, hands on his knees, trying to regain whatever breath he could. His green-haired rescuer laughed, also trying to catch his breath. "Sorry about jumping in like that. It probably confused you," he said. "But it didn't look like a good situation." Shinso stared, completely lost as to what was going on. A small boy, that was maybe his age, had gotten him out of a beating by crying and throwing a cat at his bullies. That same boy had then dragged him across the city until he almost coughed up a lung. What was he supposed to think? Or do? And the boy was still standing there, smiling nervously. "You okay?" the boy asked. Shinso stood up, his lungs finally not feeling like they were about to explode. "I'm fine." "Oh, okay." The boy rubbed his neck. I'm Deku by the way." They stood there for a minute in awkward silence, staring at the ground. Shinso wondered if all social interaction was this uncomfortable. Was Shinso really that socially incompetent or was he just a JRK? Thankfully, Deku spoke. What's your name?" He was a JRK. "Shinso." Deku smiled again. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Shinso." Shinso stared at the light that radiated off of Deku. It was as if a beam of sunlight had been made human and was now smiling at him. Now he really didn't know what to say. Uncomfortable, Deku kicked at the ground and began walking away. "I should probably get going." He smiled one last nervous grin. "Hopefully I'll see you around." "Hopefully," Shinso said to himself. Shinso next saw Deku a couple of weeks later. He had been walking home from school, backpack hanging off one arm when the boy had bounced up to him. "Hi, Shinso." Shinso startled, having not noticed the bright-eyed kid pop up beside him. Deku grinned, skipping by Shinsu's side. "I'm so happy to see you again. How are you?" When Shinso didn't immediately respond, Deku's face fell. "Oh, you probably don't remember me." His fingers twisted his dirty t-shirt. "We met a couple of weeks ago." "I know who you are," Shinso said. It was hard to forget the kid that broke up a fight by crying and throwing a cat. Deku's face lit up again and Shinso stared. Why was this boy so happy? "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing," Deku said, bouncing alongside. "I just saw you and thought I would say hi." "So hi," he said with a little half-wave. "Hi." And Deku ran off. Shinso started seeing Deku every couple of days. Sometimes when coming home from school or going to the store. Deku would greet him, ask him how he was, all with an enormous smile. Shinso would grunt a single-word response and Deku would nod before going off on a happy tangent. Usually about something that had happened to him or a hero he had seen. After exhausting all the words that were built up in him, Deku would wave and bounce away. And Shinso would be alone until he ran into Deku again. Shinso didn't say much at first, choosing to stare at this sunshine incarnate. When he did speak, it was usually only single-word responses, but Deku didn't give up. He kept saying hi, chattering and smiling. One time Deku bounced up, a what aim in hand. It was All Might themed and Shinso had glared hungrily at the red, white and blue cotton candy. Do you want some? Deku asked, holding the bag up. Yes. Thank you. Another time Deku showed up, an angry matted street cat in his arms. This is Fluffers. The cat turned to look at Shinso, its scarred face and chipped fangs. Looking anything but fluffy. He used to be called BSD, but I thought that name was kinda mean. Fluffers nuzzled Deku, smooching its face into Deku's neck. Shinso hummed and Fluffers turned, its fur rising as it glared at Shinso. He looks more like a BSD. Shinso! Deku cried, snuggling the cat. Don't say such hurtful things. Fluffers attacked your bullies. Shinso swore. The cat smirked at him, as its tail flicked in the air. My apologies. Thank you, Fluffers. It took months of these conversations for Shinso to realize that Deku was going to keep popping up. He was going to keep talking to him. It took even longer for him to realize that he looked forward to his conversations with Deku. He wore him down. Shinso began talking about his past. He shared about his experiences in the foster system and all the places he'd been. He complained about the bullies that refused to leave him alone and how frustrating it was. Deku was sympathetic but never pitying. He understood. It was nice being understood. And nothing Shinso shared pushed Deku away. When he opened up about his quirk, brainwash, Deku's eyes had lit up and the boy spiraled into one of his mumble storms. He hadn't backed away, hadn't acted scared at all. Eyes shining, he moved closer to Shinso, asking about every aspect of brainwash and how it functioned. When his questions had been adequately answered, Deku clapped in hands together. Your quirk is amazing, Shinso, he said. It would be so good for heroics. Shinso's mouth dropped and his eyes widened. What? He asked, swallowing harshly. What do you mean? Deku blinked and titled his head to the side. Oh, it's just a really good quirk, that's all. You could stop crimes before they happen, break up hostage situations. His voice took on a reverent tone. It's an amazing quirk. You don't think it's villainous? Shinso asked, voice hoarse. Deku's face fell. No, I don't think so. His voice turned wistful. I'd like to think quirks don't define who a person is. He stared off into the distance. I don't have a quirk. And I've been told all my life I'm useless for it. I'd like to think that isn't true. Shinso studied Deku. The thought that the boy was quirkless had never even crossed his mind. Deku was brilliant and clever and kind and funny, quirk or no quirk. I don't think you're useless, he finally said. Deku turned, eyes shining with his ever-present tears. Thanks, Shinso. Hitoshi. Deku blinked. What? That's my first name, Hitoshi. You can call me by that, or Toshi. Deku smiled shyly. Thanks. It's nice to meet you, Toshi. Shinso rolled his eyes but smiled too. Nice to meet you too, Deku. Thinking back on it, Shinso was even more grateful that Deku had stuck around. For the first time, he had someone he could call a friend, someone he could maybe trust. It was nice. But nothing ever stays the same forever. For Shinso, change came in the form of a woman in a crisp-pressed suit. With her eyes blank and voice monotone, the women informed Shinso that he would be moving group homes. This time to a different city. Furious Shinso stomped away, slamming the door to the bedroom he and 5 other kids slept in. Hands clenched into fists, he glared at the floor and decided that for once he wasn't doing it. He wasn't moving again. He had never run away. But he was tired of being uprooted. And so that night, school backpack slung over his shoulder and shoes in hand to muffle his footsteps, he snuck out. He left the group home to try the streets. Although he quickly learned that being homeless was harder than he thought it would be. Finding a place to sleep was difficult, and there was little to eat. The other homeless were highly territorial and defensive of what they considered theirs. Being new to this life, Shinso quickly found himself beat up and in trouble. And that was what he was like when Deku found him. He was curled up in a ball, huddled beside a dumpster, nursing his black eye and bloody knuckles. Desperate for food, he had gone digging in a dumpster he shouldn't have, and now he paid the price. Gingerly he pressed against his eye, feeling how the skin was swelling up. He wouldn't be able to see out of it soon. Shivering, he snuggled further against the dumpster, watching the sun disappear. It would be dark soon and he would be stuck out in the cold. Closing his eyes, he curled into himself. He was tired, so tired. "Hey Toshi, what are you doing?" Shinsu's eyes snapped open. Deku leaned over him in an oversized hoodie, a concerned frown tugging at his lips. He knew Deku was homeless. It was easy to figure that out. The kid had one outfit that never changed, and he had caught Deku digging around in the trash. But in the 2 weeks he'd been living on the streets he hadn't seen the boy once. Deku leaned closer. "You shouldn't be out here." Shinsu shrugged. "Nowhere else to go. I left the group home." Deku's eyebrows pinched together, his face furrowed in thought. Nodding to himself, he reached forward and snagged Shinsu's arm. "Come with me," he ordered, pulling Shinsu to his feet. "You can stay with me," he added, shooting Shinsu a small smile. But Shinsu hesitated. Deku stepped closer, head craning to deal with the height difference. "It'll be okay," he said. "Trust me." Shinsu looked at Deku, the boy that had burst into his life with tears and a cat. The boy that didn't judge him based on his quirk, and didn't give up on him. The boy who was asking him to trust him. And at that moment Shinsu realized he did. He trusted Deku. And with a slight nod, he consented, letting Deku drag him away. Steam curled up from the pot, filling the kitchen with the smell of bubbling miso soup. Aizawa stirred lazily, occasionally sipping from his cup of coffee. In the background, he could hear the sound of rain pattering on the roof and the rice cooker was ticking away. It would be ready soon. Setting the spoon down on the counter, Aizawa reached up into his cabinets and pulled out whatever bowls or plates he could find. He wasn't used to having to feed anyone other than himself. Usually he subsisted on jelly packets alone, but that wasn't healthy for the 3 kids asleep in his bed. Most of his lifestyle wasn't healthy for children. And he hadn't realized how bare his apartment was until they got home. Deku had winced, Toshi had smirked, and had Eri stared blindly. She at least didn't seem to know what normal was. Because the living room consisting of an old threadbare couch and rickety wooden coffee table, and nothing else wasn't normal. Well, it was normal for him. He had slunk deeper into his scarf and tried to play it off, but he could see that even Mike was unimpressed. Well, sue him. He had lived on his own for over a decade now, and he didn't need much. But with kids now staying with him, even if it was only temporary, he would have to make some changes. But he was trying to be flexible and open. Things that didn't come easy to him. He had explained the plan for the kids. To get cleaned up, eat, sleep, and tomorrow go to UA to figure out their schooling. The kids didn't really trust him, but no one was hurt, and they hadn't tried to run away, so Aizawa was counting it as a win. Sighing, he pinched his nose. He didn't know what he was doing. "Morning show," a voice cried enthusiastically. Looking up, Aizawa saw Mike walk into his apartment, kicking off his shoes, before sauntering over to the kitchen. The hero was sopping wet from the storm, but Mike was already ready for the day, his hair slicked back, and his orange shades on. Only the directional speaker remained off. The support staff had done their best, but the speaker was still a nightmare to lug around. Aizawa was surprised Mike could even move his neck with the thing on. Mike grinned and leaned close to Aizawa. "How are the little listeners this morning?" "They're not up yet." Mike gasped and glanced at the clock. "You know we got to be at UA in an hour, and with traffic, that means we've got to leave soon." Mike pouted. "I'm here to help." Aizawa raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. "I brought the clothes Namuri found, and I can help make breakfast while you wake the kiddos up." Aizawa glanced at the pot of bubbling soup. Mix help might be needed. Mike grinned, taking Aizawa's silence as a confirmation and bumped him out of the way. "Go wake the little listeners up." He brandished the spoon. "I've got this." Grunting, Aizawa walked away, leaving Mike whistling cheerfully in the kitchen. How that man managed to be so lively at this time in the morning, he did not know. Stopping by the door, he grabbed the garbage bag full of clothes Midnight had collected. The heroine had run around the apartment complex and managed to gather children's clothes of various sizes. Eventually, they would have to take the kids shopping, but the clothes would help them make do until then. Stopping by his bedroom door, he gave it rap and waited a minute before pushing it open. The kids were snuggled up in a heap in his bed. Eri smushed in the middle, her arms wrapped around Deku, snuggling into him. Deku's arm was thrown casually around her, reaching over to rest on Toshi. The two were entirely at peace, their breaths even and steady. However, the purple-haired brat, Toshi, was already up. Back resting against the wall arms, resting protectively on Eri and Deku as he stared Aizawa down. The boy didn't seem to have slept a wink. The circles under his eyes had become more pronounced, and his eyes were red and exhausted. Aizawa grit his teeth. Please tell him this child did not stay up all night. He had been camped out in the living room, snoozing in his yellow sleeping bag, but he hadn't heard anything. But he could see it. The purple-haired boy, awake and watching over his siblings, body tense and ready for any noise, any movement that said danger. Aizawa bit back a groan. This kid was going to be hard. Toshi raised an eyebrow, silently questioning Aizawa's existence. Aizawa hoisted the bag of clothes up. These are clothes. No clue if they'll work, but they're all we've got. Toshi nodded, watching as Aizawa set the clothes on the ground. We need to leave for UA in 30 minutes. Wake them up and get ready. You've got full use of the bathroom if you need it. There's breakfast as well. Toshi nodded, eyes still trained on Aizawa. He sighed. I'll leave you to it then. Closing the door behind him, he paused. Inside his bedroom, he could hear the sound of rustling sheets, of muffled yawns and murmuring voices. Good, he thought. Mike was still in the kitchen, whistling to himself as he dished up the rice and miso soup. You know, Sho, you really need to buy some more dishes. I had to use several mugs since you don't have enough bowls. Aizawa nodded and picked his coffee mug back up, walking back to the living room to collect his papers. Were the kids all right? Mike asked, eating his own cup of rice and miso soup. They're fine, Aizawa said. They were all curled up together, so sharing my bed wasn't a problem. Mike hummed. Last night had been a bit painful. Bringing the kids back to his apartment, it became apparent that he had very little. No clothes, no furniture, and no bed. Sure, there was the spare bedroom the kids could use. But he had been using that for storage, and his cats had claimed the space as their own. Now, he was going to have to clean it up and take it back from the cats. Get a couple of beds in there, and try to make his apartment more kid-friendly. Ugh, his head was already pounding just thinking about it. Collapsing onto the couch, he stared at the wall as he drank his coffee. There was so much to do. So much to think about. He closed his eyes. He was just going to sit here for a couple of minutes and ignore the mess his life had become. Ignore the gushing of water in the bathroom, the sound of clinking silverware, ignore even Mike chatting happily in the background. Just be. For 5 minutes. Shinso leaned against the counter, glaring at Eraser. The hero had been passed out on the couch ever since he, Deku, and Eri emerged from the bedroom. Present Mike, who apparently was Eraserhead's friend, how that worked he didn't know, greeted them cheerfully in the kitchen. Grinning, he shoved a coffee mug of miso soup and rice into their hands. It was good, Shinso admitted reluctantly. Even Eri had a small smile on her face as she sipped the soup. She deserved better, Shinso thought. A simple breakfast like miso soup should be commonplace to her. Not a treat. She deserved so much better. Better and more consistent food, a warm home, and not having to worry about a murderous crime lord trying to hunt her down. But that's what this was about, wasn't it? That's why they were with the heroes. So that they could get Overhaul off their backs and keep Eri safe. He shoved another spoonful into his mouth. Although, the pro-hero laying slumped on the couch was doing little to make him feel like they were in safe hands. Figures. Soon enough, everyone was ready to go, and present Mike was shaking Eraserhead awake. The hero blinked blearily but grabbed his scarf and bag. A grunted, "Let's go," and they were out the door. They had to run quickly. The darkened sky was dumping rain by the buckets, but they managed to make it to the car without getting too wet. Present Mike was driving again. It was the same car that had taken them away from their hideout the night before. The radio was on, and the hero was tapping his finger against the steering wheel, occasionally giving some factoid about the singer. or asking if he should play some song on his show. Eraserhead, for the most part, just sat there, grunting in answer or saying nothing at all. Present Mike seemed okay with that, content to just talk about whatever came to mind. Sort of like him and Deku. Shaking the thought from his head, he turned to see Deku give him an encouraging smile. "I'll be okay," he mouthed. Shinso glanced away, watching the cars drive by, splashing through rain puddles. He hoped so. UA was enormous. He had always dreamed of going here, but now he didn't know. It was so pretentious. An enormous H-shaped building, a gate that required individual cards to get in, entire cityscapes to blow up and fight in. So much money, so much show. He slouched lower, following Eraserhead. The school was rather empty. A student could be spotted in their uniform here and there, walking to their classes, a bit wet from the rain. One student was even brave enough to greet Eraserhead. A blue-haired boy with a rigid posture, called out a good morning and asking if he would be with their class that morning. Eraserhead grunted an answer and shooed the boy along. But not before the boy glanced at their little party, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Finally, they had arrived at wherever Eraserhead was taking them. Knocking on a surprisingly simple door, at least by UA standards, he walked in. It was a simple office with an oak desk, some chairs, and a full-wall window outlooking the waterlogged campus and grounds. "Welcome," a squeaky voice cried. Shinsa's eyes widened as Principal Nizu walked towards them, grinning wildly. He had always known the principal of UA was a quirked animal, but it was so much different in person. The crisp three-part suit did nothing to hide the sleek white fur, square ears, or beady black eyes. Nizu was no human. "That's right, I'm the principal." Shinso froze. Did he say that out loud? But Principal Nizu was paying no attention to him, his paw reaching out to shake Eri's hand. Shinso stiffened, wary, but the principal was gentle, moving slow and speaking with an unusual amount of tenderness. Hesitantly, Eri accepted his paw, shaking it. "It's wonderful to meet you, Eri." Eri bit her lip and nodded shyly. Releasing her hand, Nizu turned to Deku and then him, greeting them both. "I'm delighted to have you here today. Since you will be staying with Aizawa for the foreseeable future, it would be amiss of us to not ensure that you receive the proper schooling. That being said, we do need to know where your current levels lie." Walked over to his desk, picking up 3 separate stacks of paper. "Each of these tests has been written by me with each of you in mind. They should give us a good understanding of where you are at." Handed the stack to each along with the paper. "You are free to take as long as you need. Eraser and Mike do need to go teach their classes, but Eraser should come back around lunchtime. If that's all right?" Shinso scowled. He wanted to object, but there was nothing he could complain about. "Nizu, sir." Deku interrupted, raising his hand. "Eri doesn't know how to read very well, and well, this is a big test." Nizu smiled. "Not to worry. I will be helping Eri with her test personally. Now take a seat," he said, ushering them to a chair. "I'll be back later," Aizawa said, the door shutting behind him. Shinso sunk into his chair. The hero could stay away forever for all he cared. The test itself wasn't too bad, Shinso thought as he plugged away at it. It was hard but doable. A lot of things he didn't know, but still quite a bit he did. However, there were a surprising number of questions covering heroes and quirk laws. Shinso frowned and marked another answer. It was odd. Deku also looked troubled, nervous mutterings pushing their way out of his lips. Nothing understandable, Deku was speaking way too fast. But every so often, he caught Nizu watching Deku, his ears twitching. Shinsu's eyes narrowed. What was the rat up to? Deku glanced over his test one final time and set it down, thunder crackling ominously as he did so. He was nervous about the test, about Nizu, and especially about his fake quirk. He had claimed to have an intelligence quirk to keep them off his back and keep Eri safe, but he didn't know how to keep that facade up, or how well he should do on the test. A lot of the questions were advanced, including analysis and quirk law. Even if he had an intelligence quirk, he looked like he was a 6-year-old. How smart were most 6-year-olds? He tried to judge it based on Eri, but even that wasn't great. She wasn't a great model, her education had suffered during her time with Overhaul. He glanced around. Eri and Toshi were both still working on their tests. Nizu looked up and smiled. Deku glanced away, choosing to stare out the windows at the falling rain. But he couldn't help but feel that he messed up somehow. Eventually, after what felt like hours, both Eri and Toshi had finished their tests. Excellent, Nizu crowed. He checked his watch. That took less time than I thought. We should still have enough time before lunch to get your checkups in. Checkup? Toshi asked. Nizu paused, choosing his words carefully. We want to make sure you each are healthy. Recovery Girl is on site and can do a simple checkup. You can all be together, and if anything is too intrusive, say so and we will stop. We want you to feel safe. Nizu turned to look at each of them. Is that okay? Deku bit his lip. I'm okay with it for me, but I don't know about the others. Toshi's face was stony. You'll stop the second we ask? Nizu nodded. Of course. His eyes turned sharp and dangerous. I know what it's like to be at the mercy of others. The moment you say stop, we'll stop. Toshi nodded. Fine. Eri? Deku asked. Eri's eyes were wide, and she scooted closer to Deku. But she hesitantly nodded her head. Thank you, Nizu said. Reaching across his desk, he pressed a button, and a minute later, Recovery Girl walked in. Deku gave a small sigh in relief when he saw the heroine without her syringe cane and lab coat. This would be uncomfortable enough for Eri without extra reminders of Overhaul. And the last thing they needed was another Quirk meltdown. Recovery Girl walked over to them, setting her bag down. I'll be doing the examinations in here, she said. I figured this would be more comfortable. They all nodded and sat down on the couch, hands winding towards each other. Recovery Girl was professional but gentle, explaining everything that she was doing. Heart rate, blood pressure. Each measurement and test was done on Toshi and Deku first before moving to Eri. During each test, Eri would glance over at them, her hands sneaking over and gripping tightly. Deku did his best to smile, to show that everything was okay. But it was slightly forced. Deku hadn't had the best memories associated with doctors, from his Quirk appointment, to our with Burns, to his mom's death. He had to fight to keep a smile on his face. He couldn't have Eri nervous. Thankfully it was over soon enough, Recovery Girl packing up her bag and checking over her clipboard with notes. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief that did not go unnoticed by Nizu or Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl smiled, her wrinkles pronounced. Looking at your measurements, it appears that the three of you are all in surprisingly healthy condition for having been homeless. You all three could use some extra weight, but that's easily fixed. I'll draft a meal plan for Eraserhead to help with it. Nizu walked over and motioned for Recovery Girl's clipboard. Excellent, he said, flipping through the pages. His paws stopped on one, and he leaned closer as he read. Interesting, he murmured. Deku, he asked, looking up. How old did you say you were again? Deku's palms itched, and he struggled to keep his voice steady. I'm 6. Recovery Girl frowned. Really? She plucked the clipboard from Nizu's paws. That is worrying, she said. Your measurements align more with 4 or 5 years old. I would have thought Eri was older than you. Toshi grimaced, and Deku blanched. 4 or 5? He asked. Yes, Recovery Girl said, frowning. Oh, said Deku, staring at the ground. I guess I'm just small for my age. Clenching his teeth, he tried to fight back the tears. It was just 1 year, he thought. He had thought he was 6, but he was actually 5. It was okay. It wasn't going to make that much a difference in the big run. He just needed to pull it together. From the corner of his eye, he could see Eri's eyes shining and her hands drifting up to her horn. Deku thought. He couldn't let her feel guilty about this. It's fine, Deku said suddenly, trying to infuse as much cheerfulness as he could into his voice. I can't really remember my birthday, so I probably just got it wrong. 5 sounds right. Recovery Girl frowned and Deku struggled to keep up his cheerful attitude. He couldn't let them know, he couldn't let Eri get in trouble. Nizu hummed. I see, he said. Deku shrunk under the scrutiny, folding into himself. Actually, Chio, Nizu said. I believe we have forgotten something. The elderly women turned, eyebrows raised. What? You were planning on x-raying Deku's shoulder, I believe. Deku startled, hand coming up to touch his shoulder. What? I thought it was okay. Recovery girl hummed. Yes, I healed it, but the bullet did hit your shoulder bone. I would like to double check and make sure the bone has healed correctly. Toshi glared. You should have been more careful, he said, swatting Deku. Deku bowed his head. Sorry? Well, dearie, Recovery girl said, nothing we can do about it now. We'll just take the x-ray real quick just to be sure. Nizu checked his watch. Lunch starts in 10 minutes. That should give you enough time to take the x-ray in the infirmary while we go and get food from lunch rush. Recovery girl nodded, prodding at Deku. Come on, Deku dear, let's get you looked at. Bakugo stomped along the hallway, hands stuffed in his pockets. His classmates were all chattering, happy that they had been let out early for lunch. But he didn't care. All he could think about was Deku. He had gotten home last night in a daze. Slamming the door open and pushing past the hag yelling at him, he ran up to his room. His chest felt tight as he dug under his bed, looking for an old scrapbook his mom had put together during one of her fads. Ripping the book open, he could feel his chest tighten even more as he found the picture he had been looking for. It was a happy picture from when he was younger. Arms resting over the other's shoulders, Deku and Kaken stood side by side smiling. Bakugo's smile was smug and proud, the king of the world. But Bakugo paid it no attention, his attention solely focused on Deku. The nerd was smiling, his eyes scrunched up from the grin, and his cheeks flushed. It was the same kid he had seen earlier that day at UA, green curls, freckles, and all. His breath caught in his throat, and his eyes stung. It was Deku. The book clattered to the floor as Bakugo's hands clenched into fists. Deku wasn't dead. He had been at his school, had been at UA. But how? Deku didn't look like he'd aged a day. He looked younger even then from when Bakugo last saw him. Was it a quirk, he wondered? But the nerd was quirkless. Or was he? Had Bakugo been wrong all this time? It was the only thing that made sense, though. How else could Deku be 5 again? But if he did have a quirk, then all those times he... Bakugo shook his head, drops falling from his eyes. No, he wasn't going to think about it. He was just going to figure things out first. He'd figure out where Deku had been, and why he was young again. Swallowing, he pushed the guilt back down. He just needed to figure it out. He could still feel the guilt curling up inside him, twisting and turning, squeezing around his lungs and building in his throat. It was making it hard to focus or to even think. Breathing deeply through his nose, he tried to shove it away, to focus on walking to lunch. Up ahead, he could hear one of his classmates, Sparky, dragging his feet, complaining about something. The storm, it just really messes with me. Quirk goes all crazy and hard to control. Sparky sighed, looking out the window at the black sky. It had been raining all morning and didn't show any signs of stopping. One of the other classmates, Red, Bakugo thought, piped up. Why don't you go to Recovery Girl? I'm sure the old lady could help. Sparky shook his head. I can't right now. She's busy. He jerked a finger back in the direction of the infirmary. But, heard she's looking at that boy. You know the one from yesterday? I don't want to be a both dash. Bakugo grabbed Sparky's shirt, yanking him back and spinning him around. Where is he? Bakugo growled. Sparky raised his hands in defense, sparks flying off his fingers. Her office, I'd guess. I didn't go in, it's got a "Do Not Disturb" sign on it and all. Screw that, Bakugo said and took off down the hallway. Where are you going? Sparky yelled after him. Bakugo's throat hitched, to beat the crap out of a stupid nerd. He ran, letting his anger replace the guilt and sadness that was pooling up. Kaminari ran after him, shouting his name. No dude, you can't, he cried. Bakugo ignored him. The extra's words meant about as much as the thunder rumbling in the sky. It was unimportant. Background noise. Turning the corner, he could see the infirmary up ahead. His heart lifted a little, but Sparky ran in front of him, blocking his way. Get out of the way! Bakugo yelled, trying to shove past the electric boy. No dude, I'm not going to let you hurt some little kid. He raised his hands defensively, electricity rippling across his skin. Bakugo crouched, hands held out, palms facing upwards, explosions popping out from them. You wanna go, Pikachu? Sparky, to his credit, didn't back down, even though Bakugo could see his dilated eyes and trembling hands. "I have no issue beating you." Bakugo continued with a wicked grin. "So, unless you want to die, get out of my way." He raised his hand, setting off an explosion, nothing that would hurt, just one that was loud and dramatic, smoke billowing up from his hand. Sparky shrieked, jumping into the air as electricity shot out of him, rippling towards Bakugo. Bakugo rolled out of the way, but Sparky didn't stop, gritting his teeth as electricity surged. His eyes were wide and panicked as his sparks climbed the wall, zapping and cracking as they went. Lights flickered and buzzed, burning brighter and brighter until they shattered, popping in an explosion of glass. From somewhere in the school, they could hear a machine whining, screaming at the excess power. And then it was done. Sparky collapsed on the floor, eyes wide and blank, his mouth open as he drooled on the tile. The occasional spark flying off of him as he giggled at the ground. Farther away, Bakugo could hear yelling and feet pounding as they ran. Sparky giggled again, drooling on the ground, and Bakugo fought the urge to do the same. He messed up. Uraraka hurried down the hallway, unable to stop the grin that was spreading across her face. Deku had seemed so defeated yesterday when they had talked. Curled up in the infirmary bed, he looked so young, his round cheeks flushed, and his nose red from crying. Even though Deku had promised to try again with Mr. Aizawa, she had been worrying all night. So when Mr. Aizawa pulled her aside in class that morning, she was trembling with nerves. Thankfully it was good news. Her gruff teacher had thanked her for her advice and informed her that Deku, Toshi, and Eri were all safe and here at UA. Hearing that they were okay was like having a weight had taken off her shoulders. For the first time all week she could breathe. Uraraka had been ready to go kick down the door to Nizu's office to see them, to make sure they really were all right. But a sharp look from Mr. Aizawa had quickly stopped that thought. She couldn't see them now, he had told her, there were classes, and Nizu was having them take some tests. But, during her lunch break, she could go to the teacher's lounge and see them there. Waiting for lunch had felt like an eternity, but finally, the class was dismissed. Uraraka wiggled around her classmates, giving Ida some excuse about needing to talk to Mr. Aizawa about something in the lounge. It was technically correct, even if Ida's loud praise of her diligence towards school made her blush a little. But Uraraka shook it off, gripping her bag as she moved faster. Outside, the rain fell, dripping down the windows. Uraraka wrapped her arms around herself and huffed a little, her lungs feeling short for air. The air buzzed with sharpness, and she felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on edge. Liking her lips, she could taste the ozone in the air. Something was wrong, she thought. But a loud whine was the only warning she got as the lights above her began to snap, showering down glass. Shrieking, she crouched, protecting her neck as the glass pelted her. She huddled on the ground, hearing the different shrieks and screams of the other students, but the accident ended almost as soon as it began. Hesitantly, Uraraka stood up, glancing around. In the distance, she could hear a whining, complaining sound, coming from the direction of the teacher's lounge. In the same area, she was supposed to meet Deku, Toshi, and Eri. Uraraka paled and immediately set off, hurrying towards the lounge. She didn't know the proper procedure for something like this, but she couldn't leave without seeing them. What if they were hurt? Uraraka clenched her fists, her thoughts growing worried. Please tell her that this didn't affect them, she thought to herself. They had been through so much. Her stomach flopped. But it would just like them to be involved in this. And just like Deku to get hurt. Rounding a corner, she almost barreled into Mr. Aizawa, who was striding towards the infirmary with an urgency she hadn't ever seen. He barely glanced at her, tilting his head to beckon her along as he sped down the hallway. The non-shattered lights flickered again, and the school groaned its complaints. Aizawa swore. A muffled curse sounding something like Kaminari and electricity quirk. They walked faster, and up ahead, there was the sound of shouts and arguing. In front of the infirmary, they were confronted with a distressed present Mike trying to hold back a furious Shinso. Mick's arms were wrapped around Shinsu's shoulders, as the boy lunged towards a scowling Bakugo and incoherent Kaminari. What's going on? Aizawa snapped, eyes glowing red as he stepped forward, Uraraka following closely behind. Shinso faltered before struggling again, his eyes dark and angry. Ask them, he yelled. They hurt Deku. It wasn't on purpose, Bakugo growled, shoulders hunched and tensed. I was just trying to see him, when this idiot he paused to angrily gesture at Kaminari, lost control of his quirk and lit the place up. Kaminari giggled, eyes dazed as he looked up. And whose fault was that? Shinso yelled. We could hear you yelling from Nizu's office. Hurt Deku. It wasn't intentional. I don't care if it was intentional or not. Shinso yelled, lunging forward again, his teeth bared. Mike squeaked, trying to wrangle the boy back. Shinso cursed, his eyes watering. You got Deku hurt. It was an accident. Bakugo's face twisted. It's not my fault that Deku's useless and can't protect himself. Uraraka gasped, and Shinso froze, a wild look in his eyes. Aizawa stepped forward, sensing something was wrong when Shinso spoke, his voice a whisper. It's you. Bakugo glared, Wadash, and then he froze. The anger bleeding from his eyes, as his posture relaxed, his mouth slightly open and arms limp at his side. Present Mike squeaked, dropping his hold on Shinso as the boy leaned forward. You know what else isn't an accident, Kaken? Shinso said bitingly. Slap yourself. Shocked, Uraraka watched as the strongest boy in her class blankly raised his hand and delivered a satisfying crack across his face, whipping his cheek to the side. The sound snapped them out of their shock, and Aizawa's scarf whipped forward, wrapping around Shinso's torso and dragging him away from Bakugo, who was still standing there, hand raised to his reddening cheek. Shinso didn't resist Aizawa's intervention, only turning towards the hero with a blank look on his face. Recovery girl needs to see you. During their fight, the X-ray machine got fried, and Deku was in it. He got hit by a lot of radiation. Aizawa's face tightened, and he nodded, pulling Shinso along with him. But the boy wasn't done, turning back to face Bakugo, his voice icy. If you ever hurt my brother, a slapped face will be the least of your worries. Got it? Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but he gave a slight nod. Turning on his heel, Shinso stalked away, Eri running out from behind a corner to slip her hands into his. Uraraka stood off to the side in shock, forgotten in the commotion, and unsure of what to do. Aizawa and Shinso had disappeared, leaving present Mike alone to try to lift Kaminari off the ground, as the boy giggled and drooled. Bakugo just stood there, his face blank and eyes numb. He looked shell-shocked. Uraraka bit her lip, glancing between present Mike and Bakugo. Deku had asked her to give the boy a message, something she had yet to do, and now seemed like the only time she would be able to. Running forward, she grabbed Bakugo's arm. I'll just help him get cleaned up. Turning, she hurried away with Bakugo in tow, ignoring Mick's spluttered protests. But judging by how Kaminari was holding onto the voice hero's leather pant leg, he wasn't going to be able to follow. Darting into an empty classroom, she let go, the boy rearing back with a swear. What the dash? Look, Uraraka interrupted, I don't know what your issue with Deku is or what you did to hurt him and tick Toshi off, but Deku asked me to ask you to keep quiet about him. Bakugo spluttered, face darkening. He said he'll explain everything later. But right, he needs you to keep quiet. Her voice turned sarcastic. You can do that, right? Can do what exactly? Uraraka whipped around to see Nizu standing in the open door, his paws clasped together. Uraraka's face paled. Oh, am I dash? Bakugo interrupted. She told me to stay away from Deck Dash. He shook himself, that green-haired kid. Uraraka blinked, surprised at the save, and Bakugo fixed her with a glare of his own. But she should know that I don't give up easily. Nizu hummed, I see. Well then, Miss Uraraka, I believe they have requested your presence in the infirmary. Uraraka nodded and hurried out of the room away from the dangerous rodent. And Mr. Bakugo, Nizu said, a dangerous glint entering his eyes, Eraserhead has asked me to talk to you in his stead. Will you join me in my office? Deku curled up on the couch, his face smashed against the cushion. Every part of his body ached, from his head down to the tips of his toes, with his shoulder hurting the worse. He stifled a groan, trying to swallow down the bile building up in the back of his throat. Toshi sat off to the side, his head leaning against the couch. He looked calm, but by his bent neck and purposely blank face, Deku could tell Toshi was furious. He just hoped it wasn't at him. He hadn't known how to say no to Nizu and Recovery Girl about getting an X-ray, and besides, he hadn't expected it to go crazy. One moment he was sitting in the booth, the next, the lights were cracking, and the machine whining, and a wave of nausea rolled over him, sending him to the ground. He couldn't remember much after that. There were yells in the background, Toshi's voice, he thought numbly. Then Eraserhead was there standing guard as Recovery Girl ran him through the decontamination process. His clothes were stripped, his body washed, removing most of the lingering radiation still clinging to this body. And then with a softness that surprised even Deku, Eraserhead wrapped him in a blanket, hoisting Deku up into his arms. Deku had blushed, stammering as he pushed weakly against the hero's chest, protesting that he could walk, even though he doubted he could stand on his own. But a quick glare had silenced Deku, and he had allowed the hero to hold him closer to his chest. He felt small in the hero's arms, his head tucked underneath the hero's chin, and body rocking back and forth as the hero led their group out of the school. Eraserhead took them back to his apartment, placed Deku down on the couch, and then stalked off to make a series of phone calls. Deku could hear Eraser in the kitchen, talking angrily on the phone, his hair occasionally rising off his shoulders. It seemed like everyone was upset, Toshi, Eraser, and even Eri. The little girl was sitting on the floor by the couch, her red eyes wide as she watched him. Deku knew he made a miserable sight, collapsed on the couch, his face pale, but he didn't want her to worry. Pushing down the exhaustion and pain, he flashed her smile, trying to be positive. Her nose wrinkled, and her mouth turned down in a frown. Deku's smile faltered as Eri leaned forward, hands in fists, eyes staring into his. He wiggled uncomfortably under the scrutiny. Deku coughed weakly. "It's okay, Eri," he said, hoping to reassure her. Eri frowned. "No," she said. Deku blinked in surprise. She never contradicted them. "You're hurt," Eri said, "and you and Toshi always help when I feel bad." A weak smile spread across Deku's face, touched by the girl's care. "Yeah, but it's okay, Eri." The girl shook her head, picking herself and walking over to put a hand across his mouth, fingers pressing into his nose and lips, stopping whatever he might say. His eyes grew large, and his carefully crafted reassurances died in his mouth. Toshi would sometimes cover his mouth when he said something stupid or deprecating, but Eri had never done that before. What was going on? Eri was upset. Really upset. Because Deku was hurt. Something had happened when he was with the nurse lady. Toshi had said that Deku was getting an X-ray. It was like a fancy picture to look at his bones, but then the lights had burst like Overhaul had touched them, and the school was whining. Everything was so loud, and Toshi was yelling and was so upset, and no one was telling her what was wrong with Deku and where he was. She had felt her quirk reacting, her horn growing longer, and she pressed her fingers against it, trying to stop it. Tears had streaked down her face as she silently sobbed. Then Toshi was there, arms wrapped around her, petting her hair. They found Deku. He was awake, but he didn't look good. Toshi said Deku had radiation poisoning. That when they took Deku's picture, it used this thing, radiation, and the lights exploded, and Deku accidentally got too much of it. Eri had teared up again at that, but Deku had smiled weakly at her, saying he was fine. He said that it just made him feel gross. Eraserhead hadn't looked so convinced. He looked even more tired than Toshi as he had rushed back to his apartment to let Deku rest. Although Deku had said he was fine, she could see how Deku's forehead was shiny and his body was shaking. His eyes were strained and his face was pale. It reminded Eri of when Overhaul would hurt her and how she would feel afterward. Deku was trying so hard to smile at her when he caught her looking. But his eyes were crinkled in pain. She didn't like it. So when Deku said he was okay, it made her mad. She slapped her hand across his face, like Toshi did, to get him to stop. Because he wasn't okay, he was hurt. And she understood that. It was okay. But whenever Eri was hurt, Deku and Toshi would help her feel better. They wouldn't hurt her or ignore her like Overhaul did. But Deku couldn't take care of himself like he did for her when she got sick. So it was up to her. Eri huffed to herself, taking her hand off his mouth. "I'm going to take care of you, okay?" Deku's mouth dropped as he stared at her. You help me when I feel bad, but you can't help you right now. So it's my turn. You have to share. Toshi burst out laughing from the ground, his eyes crinkling. A wicked grin spread across his features. I think you've lost this battle, Deku. He smirked and gestured to Eri. You better listen to your new nurse. Baffled, Deku coughed weakly. Okay, he said, turning to Eri. Nodding to herself, Eri placed her hands on her hips, eyes taking in Deku's shivering body. She needed to think, to remember what they did for her when she didn't feel right. A little hesitant, she pressed her fingers up against Deku's forehead, not entirely sure what she was doing. But they always did that to her when she felt sick. She patted his forehead. It felt hot and sticky and wrong. I'll get a cool compress, Toshi said. You can put it on his forehead, and it should help cool him down. Thank you, Eri said as Toshi got to his feet. She stroked Deku's forehead, gently smoothing his wild green curls back from his sticky forehead. His eyes fluttered, and from this close, she could see the dark circles forming underneath his round eyes. Toshi returned, handing Eri the rag, and she placed it on Deku's forehead, adjusting it to make sure it stayed in place. Deku shivered, his whole body shuddering. Eri frowned. He needed something else. A blanket. Hurrying to Eraserhead's room, she grabbed a blanket from the bed, struggling under the weight of the comforter as she scurried back, entirely missing Eraser's following eyes as she staggered back. Huffing, she tossed it up to the air, throwing it up and over Deku. Thanks, Eri, he said, and Eri smiled to herself, tucking the blanket around him like they did for her until only his face showed. Eraserhead appeared from behind, handing Eri a pillow and pot. Smiling a faint thanks, she stuffed the pillow under Deku's head, further propping him up and set the container on the ground. Deku seemed better now, his face was still pale, but his cheeks were pinker now, and he didn't seem as cold. Eri hopped up onto the couch, sitting next to Deku, and began running her fingers through Deku's hair. He shuddered, and Eri paused. Did she hurt him? But when he didn't say anything, she continued, fingers swirling around his curls. She fingered her own hair. She wished it was more like her brother's. Deku's eyes closed as she continued to run her fingers through. And Eri smiled. Still, she thought, Deku didn't seem great. He kept jolting as he slept, his face twitching, and mouth turning in a frown. Eri's face mirrored Deku's. What was she forgetting? Whenever she couldn't sleep well, Deku and Toshi would snuggle with her. Nodding, she wiggled next to Deku, her head by his arms and arms wrapped around him. Deku hummed in his sleep, and the twitching stopped. Eri smiled, snuggling closer, her own eyes drifting shut in sleep, happy. She could help her brothers too. Shinso leaned against the couch, his head resting by Deku's stomach as Deku and Eri slumbered on. The two had been asleep for a while now, their chests rising and falling in unison. Shinso sighed and leaned back. Eraserhead had disappeared several hours ago. After making a couple of angry phone calls, and checking to make sure that Deku hadn't died, he had slipped away to some room in the back of the apartment. There had been the occasional thump and curse, even an angry hiss and yowl. But that had been a while ago. Now the apartment had been lulled back into its peaceful calm. Just Shinso, and Deku and Eri, their faces peaceful in sleep. Part of him would love to join them, close his eyes, and drift off to sleep. His eyes were burning, and his eyelids felt as though there were weights strapped to them, dragging them down. He rubbed his eyes, irritated. Someone needed to stay up, make sure they were all right, and besides, he was too wound up right now, too angry to relax enough to sleep. The whole X-ray incident had left him on edge. Deku would be fine, but for the next 2 days, he would be suffering from radiation poisoning, which meant fever, nausea, headaches, and several other nasty symptoms. It was hard not to be angry about it. Shinso had agreed to go with the heroes because Deku had asked. After all, it was supposed to be safer. He knew logically that an X-ray machine wasn't something that had been planned or easily prevented. But still, Deku shouldn't have been hurt. He would have been mad at the heroes, but Eraserhead had been surprisingly upset about the incident. His typically stoic face turned in a frown, and his eyes shiny. Shinso had watched as the hero had bent down, cradling Deku's shivering body. He had seen the gentleness the hero had shown, and the care, as he had walked out the school, Toshi and Eri following behind. It touched Shinso, and he didn't like it. The only upside to the entire situation had been watching Bakugo Katsuki slap himself across the face. The look of surprise and confusion in his eyes as his cheek began to turn a bright pink was something that Shinso would treasure for years to come. He knew about Kaken, as Deku called him. Knew how he had bullied Deku, called him names, and made his life miserable. He knew that Bakugo had sent Deku to the hospital. He had seen the burn mark on Deku's chest. Deku had forgiven Bakugo, or was at least choosing to ignore the years of bullying he had been subjected to. But Shinso had not. And would not. And so, although Deku had not been there to witness the slap, Shinso counted it as karma coming its way back to bite Bakugo in the butt. A creak interrupted his thoughts, and Shinso looked up to see Eraserhead wander back into the room. The hero looked more disheveled than he had when he disappeared several hours ago. His arms were red and scratched, and the ends of his sleeves looked more tattered than usual. "Cats," was all he said. Toshi raised an eyebrow, looking around the room for any sign of the furry felines that had wounded Eraser. The hero shook his head and gestured, "I'll show you." Seeing that Eri and Deku were still asleep, curled up in each other's arms, Toshi got to his feet and followed the Erasure hero out of the living room. Going down the hallway, he led Toshi to a room he hadn't seen yet and pushed open the door. A cat jungle gym and several cat beds were thrown in a pile by the door, and a mountain of assorted cat toys. And front and center, paws placed neatly before them, two cats sat, their fur bristling as they glared up at Eraser. The hero sighed, tugging at his torn sleeves. "This was my storage room that they more or less took over. I'm trying to clean it out for you three." Shinso looked around. There wasn't much to the room, no furniture, just a scratched wood floor and a window, light shining in. Eraserhead rubbed his neck. "I'm getting beds brought in. They should be here tomorrow. One bunk bed and another standalone bed. There will be a dresser too, and I'm getting some shelves installed in the closet." Shinso blinked. He wasn't sure what he was expecting. Eraser wasn't going to have them all pile together in his bed every night. That wasn't logical. But, somehow, Shinso hadn't even considered getting a room. They had to share it, but he preferred that it was safer to stay together. The Erasure hero continued, "I know Midnight wants to take you three out in the next couple of days to get clothes, and while you're out, you can get things to decorate. I don't care what." Shinso raised an eyebrow. "However we like?" Eraser's face grew pinched, but he nodded, "However." Shinso smirked to himself, already trying to think of every possible decoration that would irritate Eraser. "Just make sure whatever you do, your siblings are happy as well." Shinsu's thoughts derailed. "Siblings?" he asked. Eraser turned to look at him. "That's what you think of each other, isn't it?" Shinso shrugged. The comment was true, but there was something about Eraser knowing it that made him uncomfortable. Thankfully, one of the cats took that as their cue to meow loudly, curiosity finally overcoming their anger with Eraserhead. The two of them approached Shinso, weaving between his legs and rubbing their heads against him. Shinso's eyes widened, and smile ghosted across his face. Eraser snorted, "Of course, they're happy now." Shinso bent down, running a hand across their fur. "The fat orange tabby is Maru, and the Russian blue is Coco. And they're both insufferable brats." Maru looked up, face wrinkled in irritation, and let out a loud meow. Chernu smirked, "I don't think they appreciated that comment. I have gotten less beat up from breaking up a street fight than from what they just put me through." "Hey, cats are vicious." Shinso smiled, cupping one of the cat's face in his hands. "I actually met Deku through a cat." He snorted, "Well, kind of, more if he threw a feral tomcat at some bullies and then dragged me across the city. So he's always been a danger to himself." "You have no idea." "I can guess. He used my capture weapon to climb out of the UA infirmary and then threw pepper in my eyes when I stopped him from leaving." Shinso choked, turning from petting the cats to look up at the hero. Eraserhead was staring with a pained look on his face, and Shinso burst out laughing. "Of course he did," he said. He sighed and scratched the cat. "At least I know he tried to get away." Eraserhead pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, he did. Bending down, the hero picked up the cat jungle gym and one of the cat beds. Shinso stood up, scooping up a pile of the toys. I can help. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow but nodded, walking back to the living room, with Shinso and the cats following along. It took a couple of trips, but the cat's accessories were moved to the living room, set up in the corner by the couch. Shinso smirked. Well, at least you have one more piece of furniture in here other than the couch. Eraserhead grimaced, looking at the worn-down couch that Deku and Eri were curled upon. Fair enough. He plopped down on the ground, sitting on top of a bright yellow sleeping bag and pulled out his phone, typing away on it. Shinso tucked the blanket around Deku and Eri before sitting down on the couch. It was quiet again, the hero obviously busy with something, and the easy conversation that had happened dying away. They sat there, in a soothing silence, the only sound Deku and Eri's shuddering breaths, and the hero tapping away on his phone and laptop. It was easy to feel comfortable around the hero, Shinso thought. He was calm, his voice mellow. With his baggy clothes and scruffy hair, he seemed harmless. Shinso frowned. It was all the more reason to try to remember to not get too comfortable. He still wasn't entirely sure they could trust the heroes. Soon enough, they would try to ship them off to some other home or facility. Their time here was limited, this wasn't permanent, and it was vital that he not forget that. And so they sat there, quiet until eventually, Deku's round face twitched, and his eyes blinked open. The kid glanced around, his head still smushed against the couch, and Eri's arm wrapped around him. Eraserhead was instantly on his knees, scooting closer. How you feeling, kid? Deku scrunched his nose. I'm fine, he said. That means he doesn't feel great, Shinso said. He pushes himself too much. I do not. Deku said, sticking out his tongue half-heartedly before sinking further into the cushions. Eraser frowned. Are you hurting anywhere in particular? My head, Deku said, and my shoulder feels a little sore. Shinso leaned over, resting a hand on Deku's head. Do you want some medicine? Deku hesitated, before nodding. All right, said Eraser, standing up, let me grab some. Deku smiled weakly, thanks. Quickly enough, the hero was back, with a pill and a cup of water. Wiggling up, Deku swallowed both with a grimace, before settling back down. I'm sorry about all of this, Deku said apologetically. Shinso opened his mouth to correct Deku, angry that Deku thought the accident was his fault, but Eraser beat him to the punch. It's not your fault, Deku. If anything, it's ours. That should have never happened. It's fine, Deku said. It really is okay. His voice died out with Eraser's glare. Eraser scowled. No, it's not, and it's not going to happen again. Nizu has already disciplined those responsible. I just feel bad that you had to leave work and all the fuss I caused. Eraser sighed. It's fine. My class can survive without me for a day, and everything we had planned can be done later. Planned? Shinso asked. You were supposed to be interviewed today by a member of the police. There wasn't time last night since we had just picked you up, so the plan was for today. Deku and Shinso stiffened, and Aizawa sighed, but we'll just have to do that later. Shinso glared. What is the interview for? We need information on Overhaul. There's a warrant out for his arrest, but he's stayed surprisingly elusive. You three know the most about him. Shinso frowned. How can we help? We need to know what he wants, what his goals are, and who he associates with. Eri would know best, Deku murmured, running a hand across her back. We're not going to force her to say anything she doesn't feel comfortable with, Shinso snapped. We wouldn't ask you to. But to keep you three safe, we need to know what we're dealing with. It makes sense, Deku admitted. Shinso glared. So when is this interview then? We'll probably do it tomorrow. The detective has agreed to come here since we won't be going to UA tomorrow. We won't. No, Eraserhead said flatly. You have radiation poisoning. Even if you feel better tomorrow, you're still staying here for another day just to make sure. Deku pouted but nodded when Eraser and Shinso glared at him, daring him to say he was okay. The hero stood up. I'm going to make some food, he said, and turned to walk away. I'm sorry, Eraserhead. Deku blurted out. For what kid? Deku gestured. For this. The hero blinked. Like I already told you, there's nothing to apologize for. He paused. And while you're here, you can just use my last name. There's no need to use my hero name. Deku stammered, and Shinso crossed his arms. You never told us. It's Aizawa. Deku blushed. Oh, okay. Thank you, Aizawa. You're welcome. Today was the kid's first official day at school. Even though it had only been a little over a day since the X-ray incident, Aizawa was counting his blessings that no one had gotten hurt. Deku, it seemed, was a magnet for trouble. In 1 week, he had gotten shot by a temporary Quirk erasing bullet, gotten knocked out by pro-heroes while trying to escape UA, and gotten radiation poisoning from an overloaded X-ray machine. And it was only Friday. He couldn't help but feel guilty. Maybe that's why he hadn't pushed as hard as he might have in the interview yesterday. Detective Tsukachi, the lead of the investigation thanks to meddling on Nizu's part, had shown up at his apartment later in the morning. It hadn't been the best time. Deku had crashed on the couch after vomiting up the morning's breakfast, apparently another one of the side effects of getting hit by radiation. Eri and Shinso were huddled around him, catering to his every need despite Deku's growing blush. So the appearance of the detective had thrown all of them off, despite knowing beforehand. With the couch taken and no kitchen chair or table, the detective had been forced to sit on the ground. Thankfully Tsukachi had taken it in stride, weathering even Shinsu's angry, dead-eyed stares. The interview went as well as it could, with the children being tightly lipped as they were. Deku had refused to elaborate more on his quirk or what his real name was. Any line of questioning that went near what Eri's quirk was quickly shot down by Shinso and Deku's firm glare. But Aizawa couldn't help but wonder why they were so anxious about it. It went far beyond making sure Eri was comfortable. No, they were hiding something. He understood wanting to keep secrets, as irrational as it may seem at first. Still, it made Aizawa worry that whatever they were hiding was going to come back with a vengeance. If he had to guess what Eri's quirk did, he'd say she had a nullification quirk, like him. It would make sense, especially if Overhaul was making quirk erasing bullets from her body. But if that was the case, then why were they so tight-lipped about it? It was frustrating. But Aizawa hadn't pressed more, it wasn't logical too. The kids were stubborn to a fault, and pushing too much would break any level of trust they had built. Yes, that was his reasoning. It wasn't that watching Deku lay pale face on the couch, his big green eyes watering from pain, tugged at Aizawa's heart. Or the way Eri's eyes watered and turned fearful when mentioning her quirk. Or even the angry, defensive look on Shinsu's face that felt oh so familiar. No, those were just entirely unrelated coincidences. Or at least that was the lie Aizawa was telling himself. Despite the information that they didn't get, the interview was still helpful. Everything shared was verified accurate by Detective Tsukachi. And although she was unwilling to reveal her quirk or what Overhaul did to her, Eri had given the names and quirks of all of Overhaul's underlings. Deku had also explained Overhaul's goal, to bring the shy Hisaikai back into power by releasing quirk erasing and quirk enhancing drags. Both Aizawa and Tsukachi had been sickened by the abuse Eri had been through. No one deserved to be treated like a lab rat. But hearing the details explained why the Toshi and Deku were protective, and why they were willing to ally with UA and the heroes to keep away from Overhaul. With said information under his belt, the detective had tipped his hat in goodbye, dusted the cat hair off his dress pants, and said goodbye. With the interview out of the way, the children had spent the rest of the day resting, Deku looking increasingly better as the day went by. Recovery Girl had even stopped by to check up on Deku, stating that he would be able to go back to school tomorrow as long as he was feeling up to it. And that had been a bombshell in itself. What was going to happen at school? Nizu, that manipulative genius, had graded through the kids' tests in record time and had decided how their schooling would be handled. Shinso would be put in Aizawa's class, 1A. The boys' file had reported that Shinso had had an interest in heroics for a long time. In class 1A, he could pursue that and stay close to Aizawa, allowing Aizawa to keep an eye on the boy. Part of Aizawa had wanted to grumble, knowing that he would be saddled with the purple-haired brat. But another part of him was excited to finally have someone in the heroics course without a flashy physical quirk. Shinso wouldn't have been able to pass the entrance exam against robots, but that didn't mean his quirk wasn't perfect for heroics. When given the news, the boy's eyes had grown wide as saucers, a flash of uncertainty and vulnerability showing that was typically hidden under his exhausted, angry face. He had seemed so young at that moment, asking Aizawa again if he was serious. An exhausted sigh and stare had convinced Shinso that yes, he was serious. Deku had been all for it. Bouncing slightly, a huge grin on his face, he had babbled about how great Shinso would be, ignorant of his brother's rising blush. However, Shinso's blush had had nothing on Deku's jaw dropping to the floor. The boy was dumbfounded when he learned that Nizu had requested, well demanded, Deku be taught under his personal tutelage. Garbled stutters and noises squeaked out of his mouth as he asked why. Aizawa didn't know the exact reason, but it hadn't been hard to guess. Deku was smart, he had an intelligence quirk, after all, something that the principal would automatically be interested in. But more than that, the boy was ingenuitive, able to come up with creative solutions such as throwing pepper in someone's eyes. Or throwing a feral tomcat. That was far more valuable than just intelligence, and it was likely the principal wanted to cultivate it. Honestly, Aizawa wished the boy was older, since Deku would have been a great addition to his class, but since he wasn't, Nizu got him instead. Deku obviously didn't see it that way, judging by his bright red face and stutters. But that didn't stop Aizawa from marching Deku up to Nizu's office on the first day of school. Deku looked up at him nervously, adjusting the custom-made uniform as he stood in front of Nizu's office door. With a jacket and crisp pants, he looked like a little kid playing dress-up. Although that was the irony, he really was a little kid. Aizawa sighed and crouched down so he could look the kid in the eyes. "It's gonna be okay, kid. Shinso will be with me in class, and Eri will be tagging along. Nizu knows you're still trying to recover, so he won't push you too much." The little boy sniffled, and Aizawa suspected that if his curls weren't falling in front of his large eyes, he would see glistening tears. Nodding, Deku rushed over to give Eri a hug, the two clinging to each other. Shinso was next, but with Deku being so short, he ended up hugging Shinso's legs while the other awkwardly patted his head. "I'll see you soon," the boy said, giving a wobbly smile. "Plus ultra." Shinso smirked, and Aizawa had to hide a faint smile in his scarf. "Plus ultra." Shinso took a deep breath, staring at the massive door with 1A printed on it. Seriously, what was it with UA and size? Nizu trying to compensate for his lack or something? A gentle squeeze on his hand drew Toshi's gaze down to Eri. The girl smiled softly, her hair braided back neatly, and dressed in her own miniature UA uniform. "It'll be okay," she said softly. The corner of Toshi's lips twitched. "You're right, Eri." Grounding himself, he pushed the door open and walked in, hoping to avoid attention. But no such luck. The moment he did, every eye in the classroom turned to look at him, Eri, their faces twisted in confusion. Shinso felt a bead of sweat build on his forehead. This was a mistake. "Toshi!" Uraraka cried, flinging herself forward to hug the tall boy. The force of her knocked him a step back as she squeezed him. "Ugh," he groaned. "Are you trying to kill me, Oka?" Uraraka squeezed harder as Shinso pretended to choke. From down lower, he could hear Eri stifling a giggle. Finally, Uraraka pulled away, shoving a finger in his face. "Don't be so dramatic." Shinso pulled a face, trying to hide the smile he could feel creeping up. Uraraka snorted, turning away from Toshi. Then bending down, she gave Eri a soft smile. "It's good to see you, Eri." Eri smiled shyly, burying her head in Uraraka's shoulder. "Hi, big sister," she said softly. "Oh my gosh," a girl squealed from further back in the classroom. "This is so cute." Another student piped up. "Wait, I didn't know Uraraka had a sister?" "She does? They don't look anything alike." "People don't have to look alike to be relat dash." Shinso slunk into his collar, already done with the noisy people he was expected to be classmates with. They were so loud and not in a good way. Eri was also beginning to look nervous, inching her way behind him. Thankfully it was at that moment that Aizawa intervened, appearing from wherever he had been hiding. "I expected you to be quiet by now," he said, black eyes temporarily flashing red. The class immediately stilled, and Shinso had to give the hero props. He certainly knew how to gain control of a room. Stalking farther into the room, the exhausted hero continued, "When class starts, I expect you to be quiet and in your seats," he said, shooting Uraraka a glare, but Shinso could tell it lacked the usual intensity behind it. Uraraka blushed, nodding her head and scurrying to her seat in the back. "We've got a new student that's transferred into 1A class. This is Shinso Hitoshi." Shinso gave a slight nod, eyes passing over the students. Several mutation quirks, and quite a few that he couldn't tell. Deku would have been in heaven, trying to analyze all their quirks. The thought made him frown. He hoped the boy wasn't in trouble again. Still, the class seemed fine enough. Although Shinso's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of Kaken and the electricity boy from the X-ray incident. The electricity user blushed, sinking into his seat when he caught Shinso's gaze, but Kaken stared back, undaunted. Shinso's lips pulled back in a slight snarl. He wouldn't let this bastard hurt Deku again. "All right," a red-haired boy yelled, breaking Shinso's glare fight. "New classmates." I said quiet. "Oh, right, sorry Mr. Aizawa." Another classmate raised their hand. "Who's the girl?" "Oh," a pair of clothes yelled. "Are they related to that green-haired boy the other day?" Aizawa glared. "As I have said, if you want to make a comment, raise your hand." The clothes wilted and slunk back into their seat. "Invisibility quirk?" Aizawa strode to the front of the classroom. "I'm going to say this once, and I will not repeat myself. This is Shinso Hitoshi, your new classmate and a ward of UA." Shinso startled. He hadn't known what strings the heroes had pulled to let Aizawa keep them, but he hadn't even considered being termed wards of UA. Aizawa continued despite surprised gasps. "His brother and sister will also be on campus during the day. They may be popping in and out of our class. But," and his eyes flashed here, his hair rising off his shoulders, "if you hurt them or cause them problems in any way, you will be expelled." "Got it?" he snapped. "Yes, Mr. Aizawa," the class yelped. Aizawa blinked, and his tangled black hair settled back down around his shoulders. "Shinso, your desk is towards the back. Eri can either sit with you and do her own work, or she can work up at my desk. Your choice." Toshi looked down at Eri only for the girl to shuffle closer, squeezing his hand. There was an audible awe from some of the students. "She'll stay with me." Shuffling back to his desk, Shinso plopped down, taking note of the smaller desk pushed beside it for Eri. She eyed it excitedly and sat down, slipping her backpack off to grab her schoolwork. From across the classroom, Uraraka turned to look at him, popping off a grin. "Welcome to 1A, she silently mouthed. Deku had never been so simultaneously impressed and terrified at the same time. Sure, he got that with Kaken, especially when he was younger. But this was different. There was something about the way that Nizu looked at you, eyes blank and beady. You found yourself bracing for some attack or pounce that didn't come. The principal was known for his cheeky comments on what breed he was, dog, or mouse, or bear. Nobody really knew. But Deku was certain, whatever the principal was, there was some predator in him. He had pounced on Deku the moment he walked in the door, scurrying over to usher Deku. "Good morning," the principal exclaimed. "Would you like green or oolong tea?" "Oh, Dean, I guess," Deku said, as the principal ushered him over to a set of black sofas and a simple wooden table. Nizu grinned, moving a cup into Deku's hands. Sit down," he said, crawling up onto the couch. Deku gulped, sliding off his all-might backpack, and hopped up onto the couch with some difficulty. Nizu smiled knowingly. "Yes, I will admit, they're not built for others our size." "Most of UA isn't," Deku murmured to himself. "You're right," Nizu said, and Deku blushed, not realizing he had announced his thoughts. "My predecessor was a taller man. I could change it, but unfortunately, with running a school such as UA, appearances are important. And people have come to expect that to mean being big." Deku grimaced, and Nizu leaned towards him. "You would know all about that, wouldn't you?" Deku stuttered. How was he supposed to respond to a comment like that? But the principal had already moved on. "Have you played shogi before, Deku?" he asked, gesturing to a game board set up on the table. Deku nodded, and Nizu continued, staring at the board with its tiles thoughtfully. It is an interesting one, requiring both wits and deception. Two things you excel at. He smiled, sipping at his own cup of tea. Would you go first, Deku? Sure, Deku squeaked, not really sure what was going on. He had played shogi before. It was a battle strategy game, similar to chess, but with some differences. But Aizawa had said Nizu wanted to teach him, not play games. This was the lesson. Deku fingered his black pawn, moving it forward with a click. Aizawa said that you wanted to teach me. Why? Nizu smiled, reaching out a paw to push forward his white dragon. I'll tell you when you tell me your name. Deku stiffened, his cup of tea sloshing in his small hand. He bit his lip nervously, eyeing the principal in his clean suit, perched on the opposite couch. And if I don't? Then I will not tell you why I asked to teach you. Your move. Deku scowled, examining the board and then moving his own piece. Fine, he said. Then what do you want to teach me? Nizu clasped his paws together, watching the shogi board. A little of this, a little of that. You'll have private lessons with me in the morning, and in the afternoon, you'll bounce around to different classes. Business, support, heroics. The tile clicked as Nizu captured Deku's pawn. Heroics? Deku asked, wincing as his voice squeaked. Yes, some heroics classes, said Nizu. Deku moved his dragon tile forward to block Nizu. Heroics, he thought. He had been so excited for Toshi when he heard the news of Toshi getting to be in Class 1A, but a selfish part of himself had been sad. He wanted to be in heroics. If only he wasn't trapped in this younger body, he thought. Or lying about being quirkless. Deku fought down the shame, trying to cover it with a sip from the teacup. What would they think if they knew he was quirkless? However, this morning, Nizu said, I was rather hoping to hear about how you managed to outwit Overhaul. Deku blinked. Really? Nizu's response was moving another tile. Well, I like analyzing quirks and a people, Deku tacked on. And since I knew we had to keep Eri safe, I spent a lot of time researching him and his weaknesses. His weaknesses? Nizu asked, interest in his. Oh yeah, Deku said, moving a tile. His quirk is powerful, but it requires him to touch people or things. And he's got some weird ideas about quirks and society. He thinks they're a disease. Nizu hummed, moving his lance tile. I don't really understand why, but I think it has something to do with disease. Overhaul hates germs. Like a lot. Eri said that if he touched something dirty, he would break out in hives. We had a big trash can in our convenience store we were living in. So when Overhaul attacked, I had Eri hide in it. Weaponizing his phobia against him, Nizu breathed, looking altogether too excited as Deku made his next move. Yeah, Deku said. I know it's not really fancy, but having Eri hide when Overhaul came was the plan. We couldn't let him catch her. And running seemed too risky. So I figured hide in plain sight, in the one place Overhaul would never consider looking. Or want to. While you were the bait. Deku squirmed, pulling at his sloppily tied tie. Yeah. The dress. The dress, Nizu said, taking his move. I maybe knew someone from the underground with a kind of illusion quirk, and they'll do stuff for you if you pay them well enough. The only catch is she has to have something to ground the quirk to. Something from that person. So like for Aizawa, it would have to be his capture weapon. And then, we had Eri's dress from when she escaped, and we had the quirk illusion tied to it so I could pretend to be her, and it worked except the dress ripped and the illusion broke and dash. Take a breath and drink your tea, Deku, Nizu said, interrupting Deku's nervous telling. You're not in trouble. I merely asked. She's not going to get in trouble? The person I asked? Tog dash. No, they're not going to be in trouble, Nizu said, surveying the board with a sigh, before moving a tile. I win. Deku scampered off the couch to look closer, tea sloshing as he did. Oh, he said, a little disappointed but not surprised. I lost. But it was an excellent game, Nizu said. I did not expect you to win, but you showed some excellent strategy. The same can be said with your skirmish with Overhaul. You showed excellent analysis, but failed to think about the consequences for yourself and what would happen if the plan failed. Deku hunched in on himself. Sorry. For what? The principal asked. Losing? No, that is just a part of learning. However, I do want you to take some time and write me a report for what you would do the next time you encounter Overhaul. Yes, sir. Nizu smiled, moving the tiles back into place. Now, for your next lesson. Bakugo slunk in his seat, his hands stuck in his pockets. All around him, his classmates were getting out of their seats, laughing and smiling as they made their way to the lunchroom. But Bakugo's eyes were focused on the new purple-haired kid. The guy who had yelled at him and gotten Bakugo to slap himself in the face. That alone would have been enough to catch Bakugo's attention. Anyone with a quirk like that was worth keeping an eye on. But Eyebags seemed to know Deku. And he called Bakugo Kaken, with enough venom to make Bakugo pause. Kaken was something that only Deku had ever called him. But he had never heard the name Kaken said with such venom. Bakugo supposed he deserved it. He had wanted to see Deku. Wanted to see if the nerd was alive, and he was so angry and concerned and upset that he let his emotions get the best of him. Just like he had when he burnt Deku all those years ago. And just like all those years ago, Deku wound up hurt. Even if Sparky had been the one to cause the electrical mayhem, Bakugo had been the one that made the electrical idiot think he had to do something. It was his fault. That was something that Nizu had made especially clear when he pulled Bakugo into his office. His eyes steely and cold, the principal had questioned Bakugo over the incident. He wasn't given a suspension, but he had detention for 2 weeks and mandatory counseling with Hound Dog. Oddly enough, the principal didn't ask anything about why Bakugo had wanted to see Deku. But as he left the principal's office, cowed, Nizu had mentioned that although Deku had gotten radiation poisoning, he should be back at UA in a couple of days. Bakugo had turned around at that, to see the principal standing by the window in his crisp suit and oversized shoes, a strange smile on his face. Just thought you would like to know, the principal had said. Bakugo snorted to himself. He didn't know what was going on, but the rat obviously knew more than he let on. Most of the class had left now, picking up their bags, but Eyebags was still over at his seat with the little girl and round cheeks. They knew Deku, and if Deku was here at UA, they would be the ones to watch. But he wasn't the only one watching them. Sparky, face sweating, abruptly pushed his chair back with a screech, walking over to Eyebags' group. The purple-head kid raised an eyebrow at Sparky's approach, his face blank. Squeezing his eyes close, Sparky dropped into a low bow, his face perpendicular to the ground. I'm sorry, he yelled. It's my fault for what happened the other day. My quirk tends to go haywire during a big storm, but that was no excuse. A single tear dropped onto the ground. I want to be a hero, he said, voice quavering, and heroes don't hurt people. Eyebags' face softened slightly. He said something too quiet for Bakugo to hear, but Sparky's head swung up, eyes shining and grateful. A few words were shared and then Sparky turned away with a last bow, smiling happily. Round face turned towards Eyebag, smiling as she said something. The boy scoffed, turning away with an eye roll. It was only them in the classroom now. Everyone was gone, even Aizawa, a phone call from Nizu pulling him out of his nap in his yellow sleeping bag when class was dismissed for lunch. Bakugo got to his feet, watching the three of them. If he wanted answers, now would be a good time. He stalked over to them. I want to talk to Deku, he growled. Deku hurried down the hallway, looking for Class 1A. He had seen Aizawa after being dismissed from Nizu. Visibly irritated, Aizawa had told him that Shinso and Eri were in Class 1A. Deku was to go there and wait for Aizawa to come back before going down to lunch. Thankfully the halls were mostly empty, although he still did get odd looks and double takes from people, confused as to why a 5-year-old was hurrying through UA's hall. And in a uniform no less. A smile broke out on his face as he saw an enormous door with Class 1A printed on it. He had to snort, though, as he reached for the door handle. Even as a 15-year-old, the door would have dwarfed him. It was at least 3 times his size. With a 5-year-old body, he had to put his whole body weight against the door to open it. Grunting, he shoved it open to be greeted by loud yelling. Shinso stood protectively in front of Eri, his face drawn back in a snarl. Uraraka stood off to the side, panicked, hands out, as if ready to jump in at any moment. And in Shinsu's face, a blond spiky-haired boy yelled, his palms opened threateningly. "Kaken?" Deku whispered, and the room froze. "Kaken?" asked a quiet voice, and Bakugo stiffened. Slowly, painfully, he turned around to see Deku standing by the door. His cheeks were flushed from pushing it open, but his eyes were wide and open, focused on him. Like when he first saw him, Bakugo froze, his mind spinning through memory after memory. Deku stared at him, a cheeky grin on his face as they swung from a tree. "Your hero name should be Kaken. 'Cause it sounds cool." Deku followed after Bakugo as he set off mini pops from his quirk. "Wow. Your quirk is amazing, Kaken," he said, eyes shining. Deku lay collapsed on the ground, his eyes glazed over as he clutched his chest. His shirt was burnt to ash, and his skin was melted a droopy bright red. Auntie was screaming, tears streaming down her face as she knelt by her son. "Izuku," she bawled. The hag coming to him, face solemn and unusually soft. "Inko's dead," she said. "And Izuku is missing." Bakugo shoved past her, sprinting from the house. "He can't be dead, he can't be dead. Please don't let him be dead." Deku fidgeted nervously as Bakugo stared at him, eyes blown wide, and breathing heavily, his huffs of air the only sound in the classroom. "Kaken?" he asked again, taking another hesitant step forward. Bakugo reared back, but the cloudy look in his eyes melted away, understanding dawning in his eyes. The usually volatile boy swallowed, looking Deku in the eyes. "Deku," he finally said. The classroom went silent again, no one knowing what to say or what to do, all attention focused on the two boys. "You're alive," Bakugo said, breaking the silence. His forehead wrinkled in confusion as he frowned at Deku. "How are you alive? Aya didn't die?" Deku paused. "Wait, did you think I was dead?" Bakugo growled. "Well, what were we supposed to think? You and Auntie leave, disappearing with hardly a word, and several years later, we get some phone call from the police saying that Auntie was dead. And no one knew where you were." Bakugo's swore hand extended towards Deku. "Do you know how worried the old hag was? She wouldn't stop talking about it for months. It really ticked me off." Deku smiled softly. "I missed you too." Bakugo flushed, turning away with a scoff. "Yeah, well, don't go doing it again." Deku beamed. "Okay, Kaken." Uraraka's jaw dropped. So, does anyone want to explain what's going on?" She turned to Deku. "Like I know, you asked me to talk to him, so I figured you knew each other, but are you like related?" Bakugo swore, "As if." Shinso stepped in, face darkening, Eri still tucked protectively behind him. "Wait, Deku. You never told me you asked Oka to talk to him." De fumbled. "Well, I dash. So what if he wanted to talk to me?" Bakugo yelled. "Because he shouldn't," Shinso said flatly. "You bullied him, burnt him, and made his life miserable all because he didn't have a quirk. And you think it's okay for you to step back and like everything is fine? Wait, but Toshi, it's dash." Bakugo glared at Shinso. "I know I messed up. I'll admit, but that doesn't give you the right to say I can't talk to him." Uraraka looked helpless. "Wait, what? I'm so confused. What's going on? Guys? Guys!" Deku yelled. Everyone turned to look at him in varying degrees of confusion and anger. Deku's face turned red, and he fiddled with his hands. "Can we just, talk about this, please? I can explain, but you guys are all yelling and talking, and it's really hard to get a word in. Please," he said, voice breaking a little. Shinsu's face softened as Deku spoke before immediately hardening as he glared at Bakugo. "Fine." Carefully, Deku closed the massive door behind him, walking over to the desks that Oka, Toshi, Eri, and Bakugo were all huddled around. Toshi sat down, arms crossed, and Eri tucked to his side, as Bakugo pulled out a seat farthest away from everyone, flopping down with a scowl. Uraraka shrugged helplessly but pulled out a chair for Deku as he walked over. Pulling himself up, he hopped into the seat, Bakugo eyeing him as he did so. "It's tall?" Deku said with a blush. Bakugo raised an eyebrow but didn't say a word. All eyes were on Deku, and he smiled nervously. "So, Uraraka, I'm not related to Bakugo. But we grew up together. Our moms were friends, so we, used to hang out. But stuff happened, and Mom and I moved away, and yeah. That's it. That's it. Deku shrugged but avoided eye contact. Shinso spoke up crossly. You left out the fact that once you learned you didn't have a quirk, he bullied you and hurt you so bad that he sent you to the hospital. Toshi. It's true, Deku. Don't act like what he did was fine. It wasn't but Kaken isn't a bad person. He's right, though, Bakugo said, earning an incredulous look from Shinso. I hurt you. And I shouldn't have. Bakugo swallowed, teeth grinding together. I'm sorry. Shinso rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, what an apology. But Deku's mouth dropped, his eyes swimming with tears. Casey Kaken? Don't look at me like that, nerd. Bakugo yelled. Besides, you still haven't explained what happened to Auntie and how you met these losers. Takes one to know one, muttered Shinso. What did you say? Deku jumped in, arms waving. Don't fight, please. I'll explain it. He took a breath. Mom died of pneumonia. She had been overworking herself, and the apartment we were staying in it wasn't the nicest. It was cold, and she got sick, and then she was gone. Deku sniffled, fists coming up to wipe at eyes. She was gone. And I was alone. Uraraka leaned over her desk, handing Deku a tissue that he took gratefully, blowing his nose. So, with her gone, I left. We hadn't been doing the best financially before she died, so surviving on the streets wasn't too bad. A little cold at first. Bakugo stared at him. Why didn't you get help? Who would help? Quirkless, Kaken, remember? People, he sighed. People aren't always the nicest to the quirkless. I figured that I would be better off on my own. Bakugo's jaw ticked. We would have helped you, he said, voice husky. Deku gave a watery smile, his eyes shining. Thanks, Kaken. But it turned out okay. I met Toshi and Eri, and Oka later on, he said, turning to give his friends a broad smile. I'm alive, and here at UA and happy. Things are okay. Bakugo grew silent, eyes flicking between Deku and the others. I will never understand how you are so happy, he said under his breath. Deku's smile grew wider, his eyes shrinking into happy slits. Bakugo huffed, amused or angry, at Deku's smile. So, did you develop a quirk or what? Why are you suddenly 4 again? I'm 5. Deku said, insulted. 5, whatever, so what happened? Deku rubbed his neck, unable to stop the quick glance towards Eri. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, eyeing Deku and then glancing over to Eri. You got hit with a quirk, didn't you? Hers. Toshi and Deku flinched, as Eri's hands drifted up towards her horn, hands trembling a little. Yes, Deku admitted reluctantly. He laughed slightly. You figured that out in like a minute, yet Aizawa still doesn't know. And we've been with Aizawa for how long? He counted on his fingers. What, is this our 4th day? He nodded to himself. Yeah, for days. 4 longest days of my existence. Shinso monotoned. Wait, you're staying with Mr. Aizawa? Bakugo said in disbelief. Our teacher? Yes, said Deku. He doesn't look fit to take care of himself, let alone 3 kids. For once, Shinso said, Bakugo is right. Deku threw a hurt pout out at Shinso. Come on, it hasn't been that bad. He has no furniture. He has a couch. Shinso rolled his eyes. Yes, a singular couch, a great sign of a functioning human being. The cats are nice, Eri added. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise, the little girl in her UA uniform peeking out slightly from behind Shinso. He let me pet Coco, she said, a gentle smile on her face. Her voice grew quiet in wonder. She was so soft. See, Deku said, cats. Shinso rolled his eyes, shoving Deku good-naturedly. Wait a minute, Bakugo said. Are you telling me that you are staying with a pro hero but he doesn't know that you're actually 15? Deku grinned nervously. Yes. Bakugo pulled a face, and Deku hurried to his defense. They think I'm 5 with an intelligence quirk. And they fell for that? Deku shrugged uncomfortably. Bakugo crossed his arms. Are you not going to say anything? No, Deku said, nearly toppling off the desk in his panic. He took a breath to steady himself. No, not right now. We don't want Eri to get in trouble, and you know I dash. You don't want them knowing you're Quirkless. Deku flinched. And I'm guessing you don't want me saying anything. Not a word was said, but judging by how Deku was curling in on himself, and Shinso glaring daggers at him, the answer wasn't hard to come by. Bakugo examined Deku in silence, the silence that came only when he was really thinking. Finally, he huffed to himself. I won't say anything. I'm not a snitch. Deku's head whipped up, his curls flying out of his face. Shock rang in his eyes before melting into watery gratitude. Catch Satan. Don't look at me like that, nerd. It's not a big deal. But I think you're stupid if you think you're going to fool them for a long time. They're not idiots, and I know Nizu knows more than he's letting on. Deku nodded, before throwing caution to the wind, and launching himself at Bakugo. Wrapping his arms around Bakugo's waist, he hugged tightly. Bakugo froze, his arms held out awkwardly to his side, as Deku buried his face in Bakugo's shirt. Then hesitantly, Bakugo lifted up one hand, patting Deku's fluffy hair. Deku murmured a soft, "Thank you, Kakin." Bakugo's face screwed up, rapidly shifting through a variety of emotions before settling on his go-to, irritation. Whatever. Now get off of me. Deku pulled away, wiping his nose and eyes. Thanks, Kakin. I told you to stop thanking me. Bakugo yelled, getting to his feet. Grabbing his bag, Bakugo slung it over his shoulder. I'll keep your stupid secret, Deku, but you better not do anything stupid. His voice turned quiet and Deku could only barely make out what Bakugo said next. I don't want to lose you again. Aizawa slammed open the door to Class 1A, watching as the children startled, spinning around in their desks to face him. His eyes narrowed as he saw Bakugo standing with them, slouched, hands in pockets, backpack hanging off his shoulder. Sensei, he said with a nod, walking out of the classroom. Aizawa turned to glare at his problem children, huddled together around a group of desks. Hi Aizawa, Deku said, waving nervously. Aizawa blinked. No one was dead, even if he didn't know what Bakugo was doing in here. Walking over to his desk, he set down the set of bento boxes Lunch Rush had prepared for the kids. Eat, he said, turning to pull out his sleeping bag. There's one for you too, Uraraka, he said, ignoring her surprise. Really though, what did she expect? He knew she would want to stay with the kids, and they would want to talk to her. Bringing her lunch was logical. You have 30 minutes until lunch is over, Aizawa said, laying down on the floor and zipping his sleeping bag up to his chin. He closed his eyes, burrowing deeper into his bag. His tangled hair hung over his eyes, creating a curtain blocking out the light and the kids' obtrusive glances. Breathing deeply, he felt a natural snore take over, his chest rising and falling. Is he asleep already? Came Deku's shocked voice. I think so, Uraraka whispered. Shinso whistled, impressive. Aizawa fought back the urge to roll his eyes. No, he wasn't asleep. He wasn't so irresponsible that he would pass out, neglecting the children and leaving them unsupervised. Of course, he was awake. He was just resting his eyes, trying to fight back against the stinging, dry eye that seemed to always plague him. And if his students talked, not realizing that he was awake and listening, that was their fault. He was an underground hero, gathering intel was a large part of his job. The kids grabbed their lunches, letting out excited noises as they opened up their bento boxes. They quickly dug in, chatting as they did so. Deku excitedly informed them about his lessons with Nizu, talking about their shogi game and how they talked about analysis, quirk law, chemistry, and some history. He's kind of scary, Deku said, but really smart. I like him. Aizawa held back a snort at that. He had found himself wondering how the boy was doing throughout his class, so he was grateful to hear Nizu hadn't run off another student yet. Shinso was a little more subdued talking about classes. He seemed insecure, Aizawa realized. Unsure of if he could compete with the hero students. Deku and Uraraka were quick to assure him otherwise, but Aizawa made a note of it. Perhaps he could teach the kids some basic self-defense. It would be vital since Shinso had a non-physical quirk. He might drag Deku and Eri into the lessons as well. They could benefit from some survival skills. Deku especially. Still, the conversation seemed off. Aizawa cracked open an eye, watching the students from behind his hair, taking note of their body language. Shinso appeared defensive and angry, sitting farther away from Deku, with his arms crossed. And it seemed that Deku recognized it, the 5-year-old throwing furtive glances and inching closer. Finally, Uraraka, sensing the rising tension, took pity on the boys, moving towards another end of the classroom with Eri to draw. The two boys stared at each other in silence before Deku caved. "Toshi, please talk to me," the younger boy begged. Shinso glared at the floor, his eyebrows scrunched together, but didn't say anything. Deku continued. "I'm sorry, Toshi, I know you're upset that I asked Oka to talk to him. But I had to say something. Ignoring it wasn't going to make it any better." Deku's voice cracked. Are you upset with me?" Shinso sighed, turning to look at the smaller boy, whose eyes were welling up with tears. "Yes," he said. Deku let out a muffled sob but nodded his head. "Not at you, but a little. He's hurt you before. And you seem okay with that. And it makes me angry that you don't care." "Care about what?" "You." Shinso yelled in exasperation, ignoring Deku's shushes to quiet down and not wake up Aizawa. Shinsu's volume lessened slightly, but frustration still colored his tone. "I care about you, Deku. Eri cares about you. But you don't seem to care about you." He sighed, seeing the tears streaming down Deku's face. Kneeling down, he placed a hand on Deku's shoulder. "I don't want you getting hurt." "Tatashi," Deku cried, wrapping his around the taller boy. "I'm sorry." Shinso wrapped his arms around Deku. "I know. Look, you can talk to him, just be careful please. And know that if he hurts you, I will brainwash himself to walk off a building." "Toshi, you can't, you're a hero in training now. It would still be totally worth it." Aizawa frowned to himself as the boys continued talking. Were they talking about Bakugo? Was that why the boy had been in the classroom talking to them? Aizawa cursed Nizu for calling him out of the classroom. The rodent had wanted to discuss the kids' teaching details and explain what was going on from the police's side of the hunt for Overhaul. Although a couple of his bases had been shut down and associates arrested, the villain was still out there. It was helpful information to know, but something told him that listening in on the kids' conversation with Bakugo would have been more useful. He hadn't forgotten about Bakugo. The boy's strange reaction to seeing Deku and insistence in tracking him down. As if they knew each other. But then how long had Deku been on the streets? He would have to look into the last couple of years, see how Bakugo would have run into Deku. Hopefully that would give him some lead. He didn't want to push the kids too hard, but he needed something. It was apparent they were hiding something about Aries and Deku's quirk. Aizawa bit back a groan. Yet another thing that he needed to do now. He could feel a headache coming on already. Thankfully the rest of the day went smooth. Eri went with Deku after lunch for lessons with Nizu and some of the other teachers on break. It was funny how Shinso seemed more nervous in class without the girl. Perhaps he needed her as much as she needed him. His students were well behaved. Uraraka took it upon herself to introduce Shinso to members of Class 1A, trying to integrate him into the class dynamic. The boy was prickly and sarcastic, but the class was welcoming. During hero training, while the students beat the stuffing out of bags and dummies, he even saw Kaminari help explain a move to Shinso. The boy improved by the end of class, but it only hammered in the idea that Aizawa needed to have one-on-one training with Shinso. By the time the school day was over, Shinso practically sprinted to the teacher's lounge, as Uraraka called for him to slow down. Shinso had reached his people meter for the day, desperate for a little quiet. Eri and Deku were already at the teacher's lounge, passed out on the worn couch, a blanket thrown over them. Faces squished against the sofa, and arms wrapped around each other, they snored gently. They were young, they needed the sleep. But that said, Shinso needed sleep as well. The boy had kept in his habit of trying to stay up all night, watching over his siblings. But the lack of sleep had caused the bags under his eyes to grow exponentially. If he didn't sleep soon, Aizawa would reluctantly have to step in. Shinso woke Deku and Eri up, blushing as Midnight cooed off to the side. They were absolutely adorable, she cried, snapping picture after picture. Aizawa could see it. They looked like kittens waking up from a long nap. Their hair mussed up, and their eyes wide and vulnerable. They were innocent and needed to be protected. Burying his face into his capture weapon, Aizawa considered how he could retrieve the photos from Midnight without her making a big deal out of it. As if hearing his thoughts, the heroine turned around, flashing a smirk and a wink at Aizawa. Blushing slightly, he buried his face further into his scarf and turned away. Thankfully, Power Loader spoke up, providing a needed getaway. "Eraser," the hero said exhaustedly, "sorry that the bunk beds took longer, but they're all ready to go down in the workshop." "What?" Mike yelled, sliding over to swing an arm over Aizawa's shoulder. "I thought you were supposed to get those yesterday's show?" Power Loader sighed. He said, rubbing his eyes. "Then what happened? The shop blew up." Frustration entered his tone. "No, it's blown up 4 times already this semester." Mike whistled, and Power Loader shook his head. "The students this year are insane, Hatsum in particular. But restrain her from putting an alarm onto the beds." "Shota!" Midnight called, sashaying towards him. "Are you ready to go shopping?" "Shopping?" Aizawa grimaced. "Yes, shopping. Your kids dash. They're not my kids." "Sure they're not." She rolled her eyes, giving Mike and Power Loader a knowing smile Aizawa did not appreciate. "Well, your kids are not. They need clothes and bedding and supplies. Just take them yourself." Midnight frowned. "Look, I need to get the bunk beds set up and catch up on grading. I'll give you my card, and you can buy whatever you think they need." Aizawa sighed. "I don't even know why you would want me to come in the first place. You've critiqued my fashion sense plenty of times." Mike hummed in agreement. "It's true he doesn't know how to dress." Aizawa glared at his friend but stayed quiet. He would do whatever it took to not have to go shopping. Midnight sighed. "Fine." Turning back to the kids, she clapped her hands. "Who's ready to go shopping?" The kids looked at her blankly and Midnight pouted. "Come on, listeners." Mike yelled. "Let's get some energy." Deku yawned, rubbing his eyes. "Woo," he cheered. Mike paused, mouth half open. "Not very good, but I'll take it." "Now come along, kittens," Midnight cooed. "You too, Uraraka." The girl protested, face turning bright red. Said Mike. "We're gonna need all the help we can get, so come on." Grinning wildly, the 2 heroes ushered the protesting children out the teacher's lounge, pausing only to give a cheeky wave goodbye to Aizawa. The erasure hero collapsed into his desk chair, closing his eyes. He didn't like leaving those 2 unchaperoned, but the thought of going to the mall... He shuddered. They should be fine without him, it would only be a couple of hours after all. Mike watched with Yagi as Shinso looked around the mall store, his perma-frown increasing slightly. He had spent several minutes in the hero section, flipping through racks of clothes and examining the figurines and posters. But whatever he was looking for, he didn't seem able to find it. "What's wrong, listener?" Mike crowed as he strolled over, his glasses falling towards the tip of his nose. "There's no Eraserhead merch," Shinso said, arms crossed. He grumbled under his breath. That would have annoyed him for sure. Why doesn't he have any? Well, of course, he doesn't. Deku said, popping out from a rack of clothes, scaring Mike so bad that he jumped. The younger boy gave Mike an apologetic glance before turning back to his lecture. Aizawa is an underground hero. Their whole purpose is to not be well known, and unlike a lot of heroes, they don't produce and put out merchandise. If you want any, you have to go through a private seller, and even then, they can have a hard time getting selling rights. So really, your only option is to make your own. Which then even that can be difficult because underground heroes aren't well known, so then finding enough information to make a correct. Mick's mouth hung open as the boy went on, eyes alight as he explained the intricacies of hero merchandising. Shinso nodded to himself. "He'll go on like this for 30 minutes, he said, pointing to the younger boy who was still mumbling. "Usually, it's fairly interesting stuff if you can decipher what he's saying." Deku blinked suddenly, his stream of words coming to a stop. He looked at Shinso and Mike, and blushed a deep red, a hand coming up to rub his neck. I went off again, didn't I? Yes, you did, Midnight crooned, reappearing with a pile of clothes in her arms. She reached down to squeeze Deku's cheeks, but that's all right. Mike cleared his throat. And everything you said is true, little hero, he flashed a big thumbs up. Aizawa doesn't have any merchandise out on the market. But, Mike crouched down low, getting eye to eye, I may have some contacts that can get you some. Would you like that? Shinso looked hesitant, but Deku responded with a loud, yes. Mike snapped into a thumbs up, perfect. I'll have something for you by the end of next week. Thank you. Deku squealed, his mop of hair flouncing as he bounced up and down. Now come on, Toshi. I found the coolest All Might t-shirt over this way. He grabbed Shinsu's arm, dragging him along deeper into the racks of clothes. Mike and Midnight chuckled, glancing over at a flaming bright red Yagi. Ah, you have the cutest little fan, don't you? Midnight said, teasing Yagi. The emancipated hero hunched into himself, rubbing his neck sheepishly. Ah, yes, well? Yagi was a little embarrassed. The younger boy was just so enthusiastic. On the drive to the mall, Yagi had somehow ended up smushed in the back of the car, little Deku's head right by his elbow. The younger boy had remembered him from his unfortunate visit to the infirmary, and even remembered the alibi Yagi had given, that he was a secretary for All Might. Stuck in the car next to him, the boy had seemingly gotten over his fear of Yagi, bombarding him under a stream of questions and comments. Yagi had just stared as the 6-year-old in front of him rambled on, excitedly talking about how cool All Might was and how his quirk was so useful in capture and rescue work, and did his quirk also strengthen his body because he took some pretty hard hits like from Toxic Chainsaw several years ago, and did he ever use support equipment to help give more power to his attacks? He had leaned over in his seat towards Midnight sitting shotgun, and never dropping his smile asked, I'm not around kids that much, but have they always been this smart? The heroine laughed at him, turning to pity-pat him on the head and not answering his question. Yagi had been left to his own devices, trying desperately to think of what he could tell his tiny fan. It was flattering, and a little terrifying to see so much raw passion and information spilling out of a tiny, fragile frame. His blush grew, causing Midnight and Mike to laugh again. Yagi bent into himself. Why was I supposed to come again? He asked. Midnight smiled at him, this time more gently. Because you need clothes just as much as these kids, she said, pitching the baggy white t-shirt that Yagi had changed into. Everything you own is too baggy or old. We need to freshen up your closet. Mike winked at Yagi. Trust Midnight, she knows her way around the store. Midnight did look nice, Yagi supposed. She had changed out of her provocative hero costume into a simple button-up shirt, with a short black skirt, classy yet secretary. Her hair was pulled back into a high swinging ponytail, and her glasses swapped out for a simpler pair. Compared to Yagi in his stretched-out, white shirt and dirted green pants, Midnight maybe had a point. Okay, Yagi agreed nervously. Midnight laughed sinisterly. Perfect, she said, gripping Yagi's arm as she pulled the bewildered man further into the store. Mike smirked, following after, his boots tapping against the tiled floor. He scanned the racks, looking for the kids. Smiling, he spotted them in front of a mirror, Eri wearing a pretty pink dress. Her eyes were wide and shining as she twirled back and forth, the dress swirling around her. Deku, Shinso, and Uraraka all beamed at her, showering the girl in praises. Ah, you look so pretty, Eri, Uraraka said. Deku nodded quickly, and Mike could even spot a small smile gracing Shinsu's lips. Mike swung over. Looking good, little listener, he said, causing Eri to duck her head shyly. Mike crouched down, softening his voice. You look very nice. The little girl looked at him. Thank you, she said quietly. Mike grinned, straightening back up. Okie dokie kiddos, grab the clothes we've gotten picked out. It's time to hike the register. The kids nodded, grabbing their bundles of clothes. Each had found several shirts, pants, a jacket, PJs, and anything else that caught their fancy. They had protested at first, claiming it was too expensive. But Mike and Midnight had shot that down. Aizawa had plenty of money. The man only ever splurged on his sleeping bag and cats. This trip would hardly take a dent out of his savings. Besides, seeing the kids' wide eyes and bright faces made it all worth it. Mike leaned back in the food court chair, slurping on his boba tea. For a Friday, the food court wasn't too busy, even though some of the lines snaked around corners. To his left sat Yagi, glumly picking at a wilted salad. "I miss my stomach," Yagi said to himself as he looked down at his meager meal. "Sorry, dude," Mike said, shooting the man a sympathetic smile. The hero nodded, stabbing another piece of lettuce. Surveying the food court, Mike could see Midnight ushering the kids over at the noodle stand as they pressed their faces up against the glass, pointing out different foods that looked good. Swiping the credit card, Midnight paid, giving the children free rein to whatever they wanted to eat as she strolled back over to the table, her own plate of food in hand. "Ah, nothing like shopping to work up an appetite," she said, picking up her pair of chopsticks. "This has been a good trip." Mike had to agree, their shopping trip to the mall had been a huge success so far. In only a couple of hours, they had gotten bedding, toiletries, toys, and clothes. Each store they entered, they inevitably left with their arms full of bags as they deposited back at the car. The kids had been resistant to buying at first, their eyes growing wide as they looked at the price tags. But Mike and Midnight had been quick to shut down any protests. They were all getting things, including Uraraka, despite the girl's frantic protestations. But even she had been worn down, several shopping bags now sitting in the car for her. The shopping trip had allowed the heroes to get a glimpse into the children's lives and personalities. Shinso liked darker colors, usually blue, and had been drawn to several black jackets that Mike had been all too happy to buy. Shinso had stayed subdued for most of the trip, but no one had missed the enormous smile he got when they purchased him a pair of cat-themed headphones. Mike had suggested the brand, showing the boy the different options and aspects each had. "They would be headphone buddies," Mike had exclaimed, causing Shinso to slowly blink in gratitude and surprise. Eri, on the other hand, had quickly embraced Midnight's suggestions of cute dresses and knitted blouses. Her eyes grew wide as she ran her fingers against the soft fabric, a small smile on her face. She also seemed to inherit Aizawa's love of cats, gravitating in every store they entered to the cat-themed clothes, bedding, toys, and stuffed animals. Her eyes shimmered as she hugged them. Mike was fully prepared to purchase every cat-themed item in the mall to see her that happy. Deku, however, had the oddest selection of all. The boy had blushed furiously looking at the children's section of the store, tending to gravitate towards the teen section with its graphic tees and jeans. In that way, shopping for him was hard, since even as a 5-year-old, the boy was small, and most of the clothes he liked were made for people 10 years older than him. Midnight had managed to find some items, but in the end, it was the hero merchandise that saved the day. If the piece of clothing had a hero on it, preferably All Might, the boy was all for it. Mike had found it strange, considering how resistant the kids had been to accepting help from the heroes at first. But apparently liking heroes and letting them help didn't always go together. The best part was watching Yagi's reaction, as Deku debated which All Might shirt was the best, or which All Might action figure was most accurate. The man was continuously alternating between coughing on blood or blushing a brilliant red as Deku hunted down anything and everything All Might related. However, the best moment by far was when Deku spent 10 minutes ranting about an All Might Silver Age poster that was incorrect in All Might's costume details. The store employees had been in shock at the pint-sized 5-year-old, chubby fingers pointed furiously at the poster. Deku's face was bright red as he lectured the group, his lips jutted out in a pout. Yagi had been speechless, his gaunt eyes wide, and Midnight had been laughing off in a corner, filming the entire thing. Mike grinned. He had already saved the video on his phone. So yes, it had been a good trip. They had done some shopping but even taken the time to let the kids enjoy some of the mall's unique features, like the carousel and enormous koi pond. Now, they were having a late dinner, allowing the kids to get some needed food before maybe popping in a couple of other stores and then heading home. "They're cute kids," Mike said, watching them fondly. "Yes, they are," Midnight said, an odd tone to her voice. "What?" asked Mike. "Oh, nothing. I was just wondering when you were going to admit I won the bet." "What bet?" Midnight smiled devilishly. You know, the one we made when Aizawa accepted his teaching position here at UA. The one about the kids? Mike paled. That bet. Yagi glanced at Mike in concern. What was the bet? Nothing. Major, Midnight said with a wave of her hand. We just bet how long it would take for Aizawa to adopt kids. Yagi spewed blood, pounding his chest as he coughed. Adopt, he said in a strangled voice. I didn't take him to be the type. Midnight smirked. He acts like he isn't, but he's a softie, especially with children. And these kids have him wrapped around his finger. But he hadn't adopted them yet. Mike protested, leaning into Midnight's face. I don't have to follow through. Do you owe her money? Yagi asked. No, Midnight said, it's something far worse. And besides Yamada, weren't you the one who was telling me earlier how Aizawa said, and I quote, I wish Deku was old enough to be in my class. He said that? Asked a shocked voice. The three heroes paused in their conversation, turning around to see Deku standing next to their table, his hands gripping his tray of food. The boy's eyes were watery and there was a waver to his voice. Did he say that? Mike froze, glancing to the other heroes for help, but they looked as confused as he was. Mike cleared his throat. Well, not in those exact words, but yeah, little listener. Deku's fingers were white from how hard he was gripping his tray. Why? He asked, voice cracking. Mike faltered. Had he said the wrong thing? In his pause, Midnight stepped in. You have such a great quirk, the heroine soothed. Why wouldn't he want you? Deku's face grew pale as he took a step back. His eyes darted around the room, and his breathing grew heavy. I need to go, he said, eyes blown wide. What? Mike asked. Deku was acting spooked, but Mike couldn't think what would have upset him. He reached a hand out placating. It's okay, little guy. Deku jumped, dropping his tray to the ground with a loud clatter, his bowl of soba shattering on impact. He stared as the noodles flew across the floor, leaving slimy tracks in their wake. I need to go, the boy said, giving one last upset glance at the heroes, his eyes overflowing before taking off. Wait! Mike yelled. But Deku paid no attention, darting around tables and sliding through crowds of people, before disappearing without a trace. Deku was running, any pretense of calm gone. Ducking underneath people's arms and slipping past people's legs, he ignored the shouts of confusion and anger. He just needed space, he thought, desperately. His legs carrying him up an escalator, farther and farther away from the conversation. Aizawa said, I wish Deku was old enough to be in my class. The white tiles reflected his blotchy face up at him, the sight causing him to cry even more, leaving a trail of tears. He wiped his eyes and pulled his hood up over his head. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He didn't want to have to answer any questions. You have such a great quirk, why wouldn't he want you? His breath was growing more ragged from his crying and running, and he was forced to come to a stop, hands on his knees, body shaking. Sniffling, he wiped his eyes, looking up briefly to see where he was. He was somewhere up on the second floor, next to the balcony. Scrambling up onto a bench, Deku peered out over the metal rails, looking for Shinsu's bright purple hair or Uraraka's bouncing form. Nothing. People walked back and forth behind him, and below, he could see the enormous koi pond situated directly underneath the balcony, the brightly colored fish swimming back and forth. But no present Mike, or Midnight, or Mr. Yagi, or Shinso, or Uraraka, or Eri. No one. There wasn't even the smell of the food court where he had left them. His stomach dropped a little as he realized how far away from everyone he was. Deku sniffled. He knew he should hurry back, but he didn't want to. It shouldn't have hurt so much, but it did. Aizawa said, I wish Deku was old enough to be in my class. You have such a great quirk, why wouldn't he want you? He felt useless, fake. He groaned, resting his head on the rail. Why had he said that he had a quirk? Why had he gone along with it? Bakugo had even said it, they would figure it out soon enough, and then? Why would they want him around? No one ever wanted to be around the quirkless person. That's the real reason he and his mom had struggled so much. His mom would get an apartment, or a job, or find a new school for Deku. But then, something would always happen. Bullies or a cruel landlord or a neighbor. Always someone. And it always seemed to be his fault. Mom blamed herself for it. She threw herself into work, trying to make enough to provide for them. And then she got sick. She died. And Nizu asked why Deku went by Deku. Why he went by the name Useless. Because so often, that's what he was, useless. And now he was a liar and a fake. He let out one loud sob, banging his head on the rail. It would have been fine if he had just not freaked out. But the exposure to radiation from 2 days ago had left him having spells of nausea. Last night, he had been so nauseous that he couldn't sleep, and even the nap earlier in the afternoon hadn't been enough. Deku wiped his eyes again. He just felt tired, and the conversation with Kaken and then Shinso had left him wiped out. He chuckled bitterly. He had always been a crybaby, but being 5 years old hadn't made it any better. Deku didn't have the mind of a 5-year-old, but he had the body of one. He got tired easier, and when he did, all the waterworks he had tried to learn to DMN over the years slipped out. Rebel tears slid out his eyes, falling down to the pond. Deku looked at it blankly, eyes tracking the fish, and how their turns and twists would create little waves in the water. He wondered if he could jump down into it, join the fish, and their carefree life. Fish didn't need to worry about being quirkless or the wrong age. They were just fish. It was only a story, Deku thought numbly. And the pond was pretty deep. With his small frame, he would be fine, and he could forget about everything that just happened. He wouldn't have to try to scrape together an excuse as to why he just ran off. Deku took a breath, his whole body rising and falling. But he couldn't do that. He needed to go back. He couldn't just run away. He sat up, only to feel a large hand rest down on his shoulder, nearly covering it. "What's wrong?" a deep voice asked, startling Deku. "You seem upset." Deku blushed, averting his eyes back to the koi. He was embarrassed that someone had found it necessary to stop to deal with the crying child. His shoulders sunk. He really was a little child. The hand's grip grew firmer on his shoulder. Fingers pressing down harder than necessary, digging into his bone. Deku tried to move, to get the person to loosen their grip slightly, but the hand only tightened. Can you loosen your dash?" Deku squeaked, turning to look up at the owner of the hand. The words died in his mouth as cold golden eyes stared down at him. "Don't move now," the owner of the hand said, grip tightening even further. Deku's heart began to pick up. He recognized that voice, that face. "I would prefer to not have to make a mess." "Overhaul," Deku whispered, his heart pounding against his ribs. The villain stared down, mercilessly at Deku. His typical ornate bird mask had been switched out for a simple black one, and his green jacket was replaced with a dark gray jacket. To most of them all, he appeared an average citizen, button-up shirt and tie, plain brown hair. But there was no fooling the eyes. Nothing could disguise the contempt, the disgust, the calculated fury those piercing eyes contained. Under those eyes, Deku was trash or a tool to be discarded and destroyed as seen fit. The gloved hand on his shoulder felt all too threatening now. Overhaul could destroy Deku in an instance, and judging by the way the hand clung to him, Overhaul knew it as well. "Now I'm only going to ask this once," the villain said. "Where is Eri?" Deku's mouth turned dry, his tongue sticking to the roof of his mouth. Where was Eri? He thought a little hysterically. She was at the mall, vulnerable and exposed for Overhaul to take her back. Sweat beaded at the back of his neck. He couldn't let Eri get hurt. Overhaul hummed, seeming to enjoy the internal panic Deku knew he was broadcasting. His eyes crinkled in a smile. "So she's here," the villain said, reading Deku's obvious body language. "Or at very least she's close by." From underneath the mask Deku could tell Overhaul was faintly smirking. "It would be easier if you just told me where she was," he said, as if he wasn't asking Deku to give up a little girl for torture. "You've caused me a lot of problems, but I'll consider not hurting you as badly." His hand dug into Deku's shoulder and his mouth opened in a silent yelp of pain. "Why?" Deku breathed. "Why can't you leave her alone?" Tears pricked his eyes. "She doesn't deserve what you're doing to her." The villain sighed. "You hero types are all the same, so narrow-minded. Unable to see the potential. Eri is cursed," he said coldly. "Quirks are a curse. All I'm trying to do is bring balance, cure humanity of this disease. And yet you seem determined to stop me. You've hurt her, Deku cried. You've hurt her so bad. Eri hurts people, not me. She's even hurt you. He leered down at Deku, trembling on the bench. Tell me, do you enjoy being young again? Having Eri steal those years from you? Deku flinched and Overhaul laughed softly. I didn't think so. She stole those years and now look at you, young, pathetic and incapable of stopping me. Tears blurred in Deku's eyes as he wavered between despair, fear, and anger. The crowds of people continued to walk past in a blur of motion, unaware of him and his plight, like always. All the while, Overhaul just stood there, basking in Deku's obvious hurt. Eventually, he laughed again. She's taken everything from you, your age, your quirk, your chance of a normal life. Why defend her? Deku froze. My quirk, he choked. Don't tell me you forgot, the villain sneered. That bullet you took trying to protect All Might. I must admit I was angry at the time, but now it seems like a fitting punishment. What? That was no temporary quirk erasing bullet. Before you stole Eri from me, I had managed to make the ultimate breakthrough, a bullet that erases quirks permanently. Deku's heart stopped mid-beat in his chest. A permanent quirk erasing bullet that would have ended All Might, he said in horror, realizing how close they had been to losing the symbol of peace. Yes, said Overhaul, and instead it hit you. He stretched his hand, as if wanting to fiddle with his glove like he was back in his laboratory. I will admit I am curious though. What's it like? How does it feel to be quirkless? To be useless? Smugness radiated off of him as he relished in his victory over Deku. But for his part, Deku could only sit there in shock. The bullet was permanent, it was a permanent quirk erasing bullet. And Overhaul wanted to know what it felt like to be quirkless and useless. Deku threw back his head and laughed, the irony bubbling up with his fear and anger. His body shook slightly from his hysterical chuckles, and he looked up between shuddering breaths at the villain. I've got news for you, Deku giggled, his eyes blown wide. I've always been useless. Overhaul's eyes grew wide, his mouth dropping beneath his mask and his grip loosening. Taking the momentary advantage, Deku coughed up a mouthful of saliva and spat, hitting the villain in the middle of the head. The reaction was instantaneous as Overhaul shrieked, stumbling back. Filthy child, he screamed. Gloved hands came up to frantically wipe at the loogie, white strands hanging from his fingers. Angry red hives even popped up on the skin surrounding the glistening saliva. Acting fast, Deku hauled himself up over the metal rail, not even stopping as Overhaul screamed at him, and leaped over the balcony. Hurtling towards the koi pond below, the world seemed to freeze, Overhaul howling in anger above him, shoppers screaming at his sudden leap, and the dark blue koi pond rising up to meet him. I hope I don't hurt the fish, Deku thought, scanning for a flash of orange, before hitting the water with a resounding splash. Water smacked his face, stinging, forcing its way up his nose as he flailed in the water. He sunk before his feet hit the concrete bottom and he pushed up, gliding up through the pond before breaking the surface with a gasp. Screams assaulted his ears as he dizzily turned about the pond, peering through the slimy plants and tall reeds to see the edge. Kicking furiously, he swam over, hauling himself up and out with a wet cough. Eri, he thought, shoving his hair out of his eyes, he needed to find Eri. Deku had been missing for 15 minutes now. And Uraraka thought if he didn't pop up soon, Shinso was going to throttle someone. Nothing was supposed to have happened. Deku was just bringing his food back to the table, but instead, something had been said that had upset him, and he had run off in tears. The heroes were freaking out. Mike wrung his hands together, his mustache quivering. He explained what had been said, that Deku had overheard them talking about how Aizawa had wished Deku was old enough to be in his class. The young boy had gotten teary-eyed, and as they tried to appease him, reassuring him that he was great, Deku had only gotten more upset. Shinso and Uraraka had flinched when they heard Mick's explanation. Uraraka could guess what had set Deku off, but it wasn't anything she could tell or explain. They couldn't really even blame the heroes. What they said was a perfectly normal compliment. For anyone except for Deku, the quirkless 15-year-old in the body of a 5-year-old. They had no idea where he had run off to, and had decided that it would be best to stay put. Deku would hurry back as soon as he calmed down, and freaking out and searching the entire mall would probably cause more problems. But now they were going on 15 minutes, and still no Deku. Everyone was uptight. Mike was drumming his fingers against the table, Midnight was biting her lip, Yagi's eyes were furrowed in concern, and Shinso was fidgeting so much that he seemed ready to fly out of his seat. Uraraka wasn't doing much better. She found herself scanning the food court, peering through the masses of people shopping, trying to catch a glimpse of green hair, only to be disappointed when she didn't. She was so on edge that when she heard the scream, she almost fell out of her chair. It was vicious and hateful, echoing through the mall, putting her body on edge. Shoppers looked around in confusion. Their gazes pulled up from their phones or shopping to look nervously around, before nervously shrugging and going back to whatever they were doing. Uraraka spoke up, "Could that be Deck-? Overhaul," Eri whispered in horror. That's Overhaul." The girl's whole body was trembling, her face pale. Shinso was instantly at her side, tucking her behind him, his eyes scanning the mall. "We need to find Deku and leave now," he snapped. His frustration snapped the heroes into action. "Yagi," Present Mike said, turning to face the older man, "you take the kids and get them somewhere safe. Midnight and I will look for Deku. Call the police as well, tell them we have Dash." "No!" Shinso yelled, "We're not leaving Deku. We just barely got him back, and I'm not leaving without him." Uraraka looked up, pleadingly, "Please let us stay." "Kids, I understand," Midnight said, her hand reaching to her purse to pull out a long black whip. "But we can't put you in danger so you can look for him." Shinso looked ready to punch someone but was interrupted by Eri. "Deku," Eri whispered, looking at a small, soaked figure racing towards them. Despite the wet green hair hanging in his eyes, and the clothes clinging to his body, it was obvious that it was Deku. A very wet Deku. His shoes left a watery streak as he skidded to a stop, nearly avoiding barreling into Shinso. Deku clutched Shinso's arm, struggling to get his breathing under control as he tried to speak. "Overhaul is here," he said, eyes wide. "He knows Eri is here." As if on cue, Uraraka could hear Overhaul roaring in the distance, his guttural yells frightening the shoppers as they began to hurry to exit. Deku reached for Eri. "We need to leave now." Yagi swore, and Mike and Midnight turned to give him shocked looks. "He's right," Yagi said. "Overhaul is dangerous. I found, his quirk gives him dangerous long-range and short-range attacks. And if he touches you, you're dead," Shinso added, the screams growing louder in the distance, only proving his point. "All right then," Mike said. "Yagi, you take the kids. Get them to Yue. Midnight and I can attack long range, so we will handle Overhaul." The skeletal man grimaced, before his face set in a reluctant smile. His sunken eyes darted around the food court, seeing that everyone's attention was focused on the direction of the oncoming screams. Sighing, he straightened his back, and then he exploded. Muscles bulged outward, stretching his clothes to their limits, as steam wafted upward in white cloud. Uraraka's jaw dropped, and she whipped her head around to see if anyone had noticed that Mr. Yagi, the skinny older man that Midnight had had to force to buy clothes, transformed into All Might, Deku said in a strangled voice. His face was pale, and he looked ready to burst into tears. Even Shinso was shocked, his eyebrows disappearing into his purple hairline. Present Mike groaned, dragging a hand down his face. "You could have just taken the car." "Oh," All Might said. Even speaking, his voice echoed through the mall. The hero's smile grew slightly more strained. "Oops," he said. He shook himself, grabbing Shinso and Eri with one arm, and Deku and Uraraka in the other. All Might's arm was tight against her waist, holding them firmly against his chiseled chest. Uraraka felt herself growing flushed. He was more muscly than she realized. People were starting to notice them now, phones being pulled out and directed at them. All Might coughed, and Uraraka could see crimson seeping through his broad smile. Still, the hero carried on. "I'll get them back to you," he said, "and be back shortly." Midnight nodded. "Be careful, big guy," she said with a smile before she and Present Mike turned, running in the direction of screaming. All Might crouched down, tension building up in his legs, and then he jumped. And Uraraka screamed. It was the whiplash of taking off, wind slamming her further into All Might, and her body reeling by the acceleration. Bounding out of the top of the mall's open roof, All Might landed briefly on top of another building before immediately leaping. The wind smacking Uraraka in the face again. She struggled to keep her eyes peeled open, to see through the rushing wind the buildings and people they were speeding past. All Might only seemed to speed up, landing and jumping quicker and quicker, moving them farther away from the mall and Overhaul. Deku's wet hand snuck over to her, gripping it tightly as he tried to smile, only for the wind to pull his lips back, flapping from the pressure. Uraraka laughed, body shaking against All Might. Laughing at Deku's ridiculous face. Laughing at the absurdity of this situation. And laughing in gratitude and slight hysterics. No one had died. They were safe for now. Aizawa should have known better. He should have known that the kids would have gotten into trouble. They either had no common safety sense, or they were a magnet for trouble. And considering that the only reason Aizawa had met them was that they had kidnapped him, he found himself leaning more towards the first. He had finished setting up the bunk beds, turning what was previously storage cat playroom into a functioning bedroom, when the phone call came. Nizu's ordinarily calm voice was tinged with a worry that made the hair on Aizawa's neck rise. The moment Nizu had mentioned Overhaul, all brain functions stopped, irrational, stupid, panic rolling in its place. Aizawa flew out of his apartment, swinging his capture weapon over his neck as Nizu rambled in his ear about the situation. The kids were safe, the principal had said. But that didn't stop Aizawa from sprinting all the way to UA. He was a mess when he got there, bursting through the door to Nizu's office, his stomach rolling in knots, and his face flushed from running so fast. The children jumped as the door slammed open, their faces twisted in surprise as Aizawa ran towards them. Dropping to his knees, he cupped Deku's face, turning it back forth before running his hands through the wet mess of curls as he checked for any bumps and cuts. After finding nothing, he moved to Shinso, Eri, and Uraraka, repeating the process until he determined they were okay. Deku was the only one injured, with some mild skin burns that Aizawa learned was from jumping into a fountain to escape Overhaul. But they were all shaken by the experience. When Nizu got word from Midnight and Present Mike that no one was hurt, but that Overhaul had escaped, Aizawa wanted to curse. The rotten villain had gotten away again. With the situation handled, Nizu contacted Uraraka's parents, paying the fees for them to take the train to pick her up for the night. He even sent them home with a pro-hero escort covered by Snipe and 13. The children hugged her goodbye with soft whispers and tears before Aizawa whisked them back home to his apartment. He had hoped that it would be maybe an exciting moment. He had set up their bedroom but also turned his apartment into what Midnight would call a livable environment. He had a rug, coffee table, dresser, and TV in the living room, while the kitchen now had a table with seats and necessary cooking utensils and eating ware. However, what should have been a happy moment was marred by the run-in at the mall. All three of the kids collapsed on the couch, curled up in a ball around each other, heads resting on shoulders and arms wrapped around each other, creating a single defensive unit. All while Aizawa stood off to the side, unsure of what to say or do. He had promised them they would be safe. But in only a couple of days, Deku had gotten radiation poisoning and encountered the very villain Aizawa had pledged to protect them from. What could he say to them that would help them feel safe? What could he do? He bit back a groan. He'd always been useless at this part of teaching, the fluffy, feel-good, comforting part. Wandering around his apartment, he located Maru and Coco, picking them up by the scruff of their neck and carrying them over to the children, throwing the cats on their laps. They blinked at him, and Aizawa shrugged, stalking back to the kitchen where he went through the motions of trying to make dinner. Anything to distract from this awful feeling pervading the apartment. Aizawa was fiddling at the stove, fish frying on a pan when he heard a jingling coming from the front door. Freezing momentarily, he quickly recovered, turning off the burner and creeping over the front door, capture weapon rising in rings around his neck. From the couch, the kids watched on, Eri shoved behind the two boys. The door swung open, and Aizawa's quirk activated, hair rising off his shoulders and eyes gleaming in angry red. His scarf wrapped around the intruder, leaving a very shocked Midnight looking at him. She blinked in surprise before her lips twitched in a smirk. Normally I do this in a bedroom, Shota. Wasn't expecting you to start something at your front door. Aizawa grimaced, allowing the capture weapon to recede, settling back on his shoulders. Wasn't expecting you to show up. Midnight smiled. I figured I'd dropped off what we bought and see how the kiddos are. She peered over at the kids who were slowly unfurling from their defensive position. You sweeties okay? Shinso shrugged stiffly, and Deku gave a forced smile. We're fine, he said. Midnight nodded unconvinced before turning back to Aizawa. I smell fish, she said, before dragging him back to the kitchen. Back facing the kids, and bodies hidden by the wall, she turned to Aizawa, her face furrowed in a slight frown. Pointing her finger at his chest, she leaned close. Okay, Shoyuta, we have a problem. Okay, Aizawa, we have a problem. Aizawa's heart shuddered at those words. Another problem? He thought bitterly. Could these kids not get a break? These kids went through a traumatic experience, and you're hiding in the kit dash. Midnight stopped, lips pursing down. You didn't hear a word I said, did you? I heard you say there was a problem. Midnight leveled Aizawa a look, before huffing, a smile playing on her lips. These kids really have you whipped if just saying there was a problem had you that flustered. What? No, I dash. Regardless, what I was saying is that you can't hide in the kitchen because you're upset. I'm not upset. Midnight raised her eyebrows, her smirk growing bigger. Aizawa growled. Look, they shouldn't have been in that sort of a situation at the mall. I promised them they wouldn't, so I'm not sure what I can say or do. And I'm not hiding Namuri, I'm cooking food. But you haven't talked to them. Aizawa grimaced, rubbing his forehead. Look, I'm not good at the whole comforting thing. I gave them cats, I'm making food, I don't know what else to do. I can't tell them that everything will be okay, because how do I know? Overhaul wasn't supposed to happen. He glanced behind his back at the kids curled up together on the couch, Shinso in the middle with Eri and Deku pressed up against his side. Shinsu's head was drooping towards his chest, but his eyes were forced open, arms tight around his siblings. Deku and Eri were both shivering, hands shaking as they pet the cats on their laps. Aizawa's heart broke a little at the sight. How am I supposed to comfort them when I let this happen? Shota, Midnight said, voice soft. This isn't your fault. If anything, it's mine. I was the one who upset Deku enough that he ran. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. I didn't hear that. Midnight sighed. Look, I'll explain later, but right now we need to get these kids feeling okay. I'm going to run back down to my car to grab the rest of the bags, along with some other supplies I brought. I'll provide a distraction, but you'll need to be with them. I told you, I'm not good at comforting. Shota, just be you. Right now, they need you to be there. They need to know that you care and that you aren't leaving. She poked Aizawa in the chest. Okay? Aizawa nodded stiffly, and Midnight smiled. She snuck out of the kitchen, heading to the door. I'll be back, sweeties, she said, closing the door behind her. Shinso looked up at Aizawa, face twisted in question. She's going to grab a couple extra things from her car, Aizawa said, before picking up the shopping bags and carrying them to the kid's new room. Stopping by his bedroom, he grabbed the comforter lying on the bed, along with a couple of pillows. Heaving them back to the living room, he threw the comforter on top of the kids, burying them under the thick fabric and then stuffed pillows around them. Deku's head popped out from underneath, struggling to pull himself out from the blanket. The blanket wiggled as the kids tried to get comfortable and help pull the cats back up and out. Aizawa turned to go back to the kitchen and finish cooking the fish before stopping. He didn't know how to comfort the kids, and he didn't want to give false promises or hope, but they deserved something. Crouching down, he looked the kids in their eyes, making sure to make eye contact with each of them. The kids shifted, a little uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Aizawa bowed his head to the floor, black hair flopping in his face. I'm sorry, he said. He glared at the carpet, keeping his head in its bowed position. I promised that we would keep you safe, and I failed. He raised his head to look back up at the kids. I know that I may have lost your trust, and if you feel like you would be safer elsewhere, I understand. Shinso stiffened, and Eri's mouth trembled at Aizawa's words, but he continued. If there is anything I can do to make you safer, let me know. Not knowing what else to say, he rested a hand on each of their heads, giving a gentle pat before spinning back to the kitchen and the fish. That may not have been the right thing to say, but the kids needed to know. Thankfully Midnight returned around the same time the fish was finished, her arms weighed down with bags after bags. Grinning and bustling with energy, she hurried through the apartment. Okay kiddies, Midnight yelled, let's get this party started. Salmon was dished up and handed out, along with the Kit Kats, Pocky Sticks, and 5 different flavors of Oreos Midnight had brought. The kids really didn't need that much sugar, but considering the day they had had, Aizawa would let it pass. Everyone got comfy, with Midnight sprawled out on the ground, propped up with pillows, her hair pulled back and a casual t-shirt thrown on. Aizawa laid next to the couch, half in his sleeping bag, half out, hair pulled back in a messy bun. He looked relaxed, but he knew Midnight saw how he had yet to take his capture weapon off, and that he sat in front of the kids, facing the door. A movie was turned on, an older cartoon with magic hair and lots of singing. Not really what Aizawa liked, but Eri was enraptured, her eyes enormous. Her excitement brightened the entire room as she giggled and gasped. Shinso smiled fondly, running a hand through her hair. Deku smiled too, but there was a sadness behind it, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Aizawa wondered what it was that Overhaul said to the kid at the mall. When the movie ended, Midnight got up from her burrito blanket on the floor to put another movie on. Once again, a bright cartoon with singing and dancing, where magic was real and heroes always won. The colors and sounds helped chase away the melancholy, helped when the kids glanced warily at shadows or jumped when footsteps sounded from the apartment above. The sky grew darker and darker until the only light was the TV. The kids snuggled closer together, bundled up tightly, still petting Aizawa's purring cats. He could see the bags under their eyes, the exhaustion, the fear they chased away by cuddling closer. Midnight could tell as well. Aizawa saw how the sleeves of her shirt were rolled up, and the smell of lavender faint in the air. Eventually, when the second movie finished, Aizawa turned on the radio, tuning in to Mix Station, Put Your Hands Up radio. He normally listened to it on Friday nights, not because he liked it or anything, it was just habit from Mike always asking him what he thought of the show. The children jumped a little at the sound, but quickly relaxed when they recognized who it was. Mike even seemed a bit calmer that night. He was still the loud, annoying DJ he normally was, but Aizawa had known the blonde since high school. He could tell when Yamato was trying to be gentle. The voice hero softened his voice and there was a caring croon that entered his tone. To all the little listeners out there, Mike sang out of the radio, especially the littlest ones, have a safe night. Deku smiled softly at that, quietly wishing the hero a safe night as well. A lullaby turned on. Next, the soothing sound rolling through the room. It was very unlike Mike to ever play something so calm. It would be interesting to see if any tabloids picked up on it. The music continued, and Aizawa saw how tired bodies slumped, and heads nodded down to chests. Deku and Eri began to snore softly, pressed up against Shinsu's side. The poor teenager had barely slept since they picked the kids up from the abandoned warehouse. Every night Shinso sat up, watching over his younger siblings while they slept. Aizawa wondered if the kids struggled with insomnia. The permanent black eye bags seemed to suggest so. Regardless, it couldn't happen again tonight. Hardly a glance over at Midnight was needed. As the heroine nodded, the smell of lavender growing stronger and a faint purple mist wafting up to the couch. Within a minute, Shinsu's eyes began to flutter, his head nodding up and down. The teenager fought the embrace of sleep, brows furrowing as his face scrunched in a sleepy scowl. Midnight smiled, liking her lips, and the purple fumes grew stronger. Shinsu's eyes rolled back, before his head nodded down, resting limp on his chest. Finally asleep. Thanks, Aizawa grunted, pulling himself out of his sleeping bag to get to his feet. No problem, figured he wasn't going to go to sleep without a little motivation. But did you see how much he fought it? Midnight squealed, clapping her hands to her face. It was absolutely adorable. I love it when they put up a fight. If you say it turns you on, I'm throwing this pillow in your face. Midnight, brought a hand to her chest, fake offended. Rolling his eyes, Aizawa turned from her, carefully pulling the blanket off the kids. His cats glared at him, upset at being disturbed from their comfy position, but Aizawa ignored them. He still hadn't forgiven his felines for the scratches they had left up and down his arm from cleaning out the spare bedroom. Shooing them away, Aizawa bent down, sliding an arm underneath Eri's head and legs, carefully lifting the girl up so as to not disturb her. She trembled in her sleep, and Aizawa held her closer, swiftly walking to the kids' new bedroom. There he placed her on the bed, pulling the sheets up around her. Eri sighed in her sleep, before relaxing into the mattress. Brushing her long silvery hair out of her face, Aizawa allowed himself to smile slightly, before heading back to the living room for the other kids. Shinso was next and Aizawa had to be strategic in lifting him. The teenager was tall, almost as tall as Aizawa, and as he picked Shinso up, the boy's legs hung down low. Shinso hummed in his sleep, nuzzling into Aizawa's neck, his wild purple locks sticking up Aizawa's nose. Huffing, Aizawa blew the hair out of his face and walked quickly, so as not to allow Midnight see his rising blush as the boy nuzzled in closer. Shinso was surprisingly cat-like in his sleep, snuggling into Aizawa's capture weapon and clinging to the hero as Aizawa tried to set Shinso down, until finally curling up in his blankets. Finally, it was Deku's turn. The 5-year-old's eyes were swollen from crying, his lips pushed out in a pout as he twitched in his sleep. The kid was scarily light, and with the kid's head resting on his shoulder, Aizawa could see the bruises and redness left from Overhaul's grip and from jumping into the pond. Sighing, Aizawa rocked the Deku back and forth as the boy whimpered in his sleep. These kids had been through too much, and Deku in particular had had a rough day. With a tenderness that would surprise those that didn't know him, Aizawa laid the boy in bed, pulling the sheets up around him. As he peered down at the slumbering boy, and the rest of the kids asleep in their beds, he almost didn't hear Midnight creep in. Eyes mischievous, she tucked a fluffy rabbit under Deku's arm. "I thought they could use the comfort," Midnight explained. In his sleep, Deku hummed, snuggling closer, his chubby face squishing into the rabbit. Aizawa's heart melted a little, and he made no comment as Midnight crept to the other 2 beds, nestling a stuffed unicorn with Eri and a gray kitten with Shinso. Each child seemed to relax more with the stuffed animal in their arms. Then silently, they both crept out, returning to the couch where they flopped down on the cushions. "I don't know about you," Midnight said, squeezing her eyes closed, "but I am exhausted." Aizawa grunted in agreement, and Midnight gave a pained laugh. "I don't want to look at the time. Should I?" Lifting his head long enough to open his phone, Aizawa shook his head. "No, you don't." "That's what I thought." The two sat there in silence, each lost in their thoughts, before Midnight sat up. "Show." "Yes." "Today at the mall? I told you that what I said made Deku run off." Aizawa rolled his body to the side to look at Midnight, and the heroine winced. "It was an accident." "Well, I said." He was freaking out and it just kind of came out, and then he was crying and gone. "At the time I didn't think anything was wrong in what I said. But now, I keep wondering if she paused, leveling a look at Aizawa. "Do you know if Deku has any trauma related to his quirk?" Aizawa froze, lost in memory. Deku sat on the infirmary bed, hands fiddling with the cup in his hands, doing his best to avoid the gaze of the heroes on him. "What is your quirk?" Yagi asked, leaning in closer with a questioning look. "It's an intelligence quirk. Isn't it?" Deku squirmed, gripping the sheets. "Can we talk about something else, please?" Aizawa saw how as the conversation continued, asking about Eri and her quirk, Deku got more and more uncomfortable. The younger boy curled into himself, his lips white from how tightly he was pressing them. His hands were bunched into fists and his eyes shone with unshed tears. He was scared. "Shota?" Midnight asked. Aizawa groaned quietly, rubbing his head. Yes, there's some trauma or something related to his quirk. I should have warned you, but the first day, right after he tried to escape, we had a conversation with him. About the bullet, about Eri, about his quirk. And whenever we asked too much along those lines, he got incredibly defensive. Is he ashamed of it? I don't know. Aizawa said, rubbing his eyes. What was it exactly that you said today at the mall? Midnight frowned, thinking. I said something like, "You have such a great quirk, why wouldn't people want you around?" That exactly? No, but close enough. Midnight scooted closer to Aizawa on the couch. I didn't mean it in a hurtful way. He seemed worried about being wanted or valued, and I assumed it was because of his quirk. People can be judgmental about non-physical flashy quirks, and I didn't want him to feel bad. Her voice tapered off, but it didn't work. Aizawa tilted his head back, staring up at the ceiling through half-lidded eyes. He equates quirks to being valued. That's all I can think of. Then does he feel like his quirk isn't valued? But that doesn't make sense. Midnight gestured, almost accidentally hitting Aizawa. The kid is so smart and sweet and clever. His intelligence quirk is a little unusual, but he's still brilliant. Unusual? Well, yeah. Haven't you noticed? Most intelligence quirks have some sort of power-up. They're emitter types in a way, they have to be activated. But Deku's quirk seems like it's always on. She smiled, laughing slightly. I mean, you should have seen him at the store today. It was like being with a mini teenager, the way he talks, acts, the things he likes. I had the hardest time finding him clothes. Thank goodness for All Might merchandise. She laughed loudly. Yagi was so embarrassed. Shifting around, Midnight patted around for her phone. Let me see, I'm sure I have the video somewhere. Mini teenager. Aizawa said slowly. What? Midnight asked, still searching for her phone. Aizawa's mind was spinning. Intelligence quirk, but he's ashamed of it, he murmured, and we still don't know Aries' quirk. I found it, she crowed, moving the phone in Aizawa's face. He watched, but in a detached way, as Deku ranted about some misprinted All Might poster. Yagi was blushing furiously in the background, but Aizawa didn't even take pleasure in it. His mind was too busy working away. They were missing something he knew. Some crucial information. He closed his eyes, trying to sort through what he did know. Intelligence quirk. Ashamed of his quirk. Acts older than he is. Air's quirk is still unknown. What else? What else? There was something he needed to remember. Something that had struck him as odd when it happened. Something? No, someone. Aizawa drew in a quick breath as he remembered. Deku knew Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo slouched at his desk, arms crossed as he watched the door. Students had been trickling in for the past couple of minutes, but there had still been no sign of eyebags or round cheeks. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo glaring down at the desk. He didn't care about them. However, since their conversation yesterday, he had kept having worried images of a little green-haired boy disappearing for good. The little brat would be fine, Bakugo had been telling himself. He wasn't going to disappear again. Still, he found his eyes, sliding back to the door, looking for any flash of green. Instead, the door burst open with a pop of pink, raccoon eyes squealing. Okay guys, she said, eyes wide and shining, you won't believe it, but I saw that little boy again. When no one responded except for glasses, to scold her noisiness, she sighed. You know? The one that we saw the other day on the way back from hero class. Bakugo stiffened in his seat. They were talking about Deku. Stupid hair jumped out of his seat. Wait, the one who threw something in Mr. Aizawa's eyes? Yes. Raccoon Eyes yelled. What was it he threw anyway? Tape Boy asked, rubbing his chin. It smelled like peppers, Sherry. Huh, I guess that would hurt. Anyway. Raccoon Eyes crowed, arms waving as she tried to get the class's attention again. I saw him leaving Nizu's office and get this. She paused for dramatic effect, mouth held in a barely contained smile. He was wearing a UA uniform. What? Is he a student here? But he looks so young he can't be. Wait, the invisible girl said. What if he's like that little girl, you know, the one that sometimes sits with Shinso? Oh, she's so precious. I guess he could be like her, but we still don't really know why she's here either, one of the extras pouted. Stupid hair turned in his seat, his sharp teeth flashing in a smile. Wait, Bakugo, didn't you two know each other? Yeah, another said as the class turned to look at him. He called you something, Kat-chan, Ki-chan? Bakugo scoffed, glaring at the class. I don't know what you're talking about. Raccoon Eyes placed her hands on his desk, ignoring how Bakugo bristled. "But you do," she said, leaning closer. "Come on, you have to know. I'm telling you I don't know the brat. Now get your stupid hands off my desk before I blast you." Of course, that was when the classroom door swung open, as eye bags, round cheeks, and the little girl walked in, followed by Deku. The boy waved at Bakugo from across the classroom, his eyes shining and mouth pulled in a bright smile. "Good morning, Kakin," he said, beaming over at him. Raccoon Eyes laughed in triumph. "Huh," she crowed, pointing a finger in Bakugo's face. "I knew you knew him." Another extra hummed from the back of the classroom. "So that's what it was, Kakin. Call me that and I'll blow your face off." The class recoiled, and Deku winced from the reaction. Oops," he said, ducking his head. Sorry." Raccoon Eyes and the rest of the girls cooed at his reaction, and Deku's face turned pink. Thankfully, for all of them, their teacher showed up, shooing the kids farther into the classroom. Deku scurried over to Shinsu's desk, only to be stopped by Aizawa. Their perpetually exhausted teacher leaned down, whispering something in Deku's ear, and the boy nodded, walking more to the front of the class. "Hello everyone," he said with a little wave. "My name is Deku." He looked so earnest with his big eyes and sloppily tied UA tie. "I'm Toshi and Eri's brother." Aizawa glanced around the class. Deku is attending UA right now, but he has a unique schedule, so he'll occasionally be joining our class. The little nerd nodded, fiddling with his hands as he shyly looked around. From the back of the classroom, Bakugo could hear one of the girls squeal under her breath, something about how Deku was a little green fluffy angel, and the nerd blushed, ducking his head. Bakugo snorted to himself. He had forgotten how small Deku was at this age. He barely hit Aizawa's waist, and a good several inches were compensated for by wild, poofy hair. He looked harmless and sweet, too skinny and small to hurt anyone. He guessed that was where people thought wrong. Deku might be weak and quirkless, but his real threat had always been his mind, and his relentless determination. Introductions done, the kids scurried away, joining eye bags and the little girl. He'd had to come up with something else to call her, unicorn? They sat together at a set of small desks shoved up together. The class continued as usual, with Mr. Aizawa going through attendance and his lesson. He seemed more tired than usual, the stubble of his face scraggly, and his hair mussed and tangled. As he went through his prepared notes, Bakugo noticed how the pro's eyes would flicker over to Bakugo and then Deku. Bakugo's mouth thinned. Had he figured out Deku and Bakugo's connection? If he had, then the nerd seemed oblivious of it. Deku looked absolutely thrilled to be in their classroom. His pencil scurried against his paper, his writing trying to keep up with the mumbles streaming out of his mouth. Bakugo had to hold back a huff of laughter. Only Deku could be so excited learning about quirk law and its application to heroes and civilians. The nerd didn't stay for long, leaving as soon as hero studies were over with a bow and apology before scurrying off to wherever he was supposed to be. When he reappeared at lunchtime, he smelled faintly of smoke, and his uniform was singed in places. "The support classroom is insane," Deku said solemnly, eyes grave as though he had seen unspeakable things. Eyebags rolled his eyes. "Couldn't have been much worse than the time you blew up our microwave twice in one day." "It was very loud," Eri said with a frown. The stuttered protests as they waited in line at the cafeteria. His mumbled defense only got cut off when they reached lunch rush. Uraraka hoisted Deku up in her arms, ignoring his complaints, to let Deku actually see his meal options. As he walked over to a table, tray in hand, Deku tugged on Bakugo's shirt, pulling him along with a smile. Which was how Bakugo ended up eating lunch with all the losers, the chief nerd, Deku, sitting right next to his elbow. If he was pressed, Bakugo would actually admit it was a nice lunch. Deku babbled about the support classroom and the lesson he had with Nizu, apparently the rat was teaching him, all while stuffing food into his bulging cheeks. Unicorn Girl was also actually pretty sweet, shyly asking Bakugo about himself and how he knew Deku. It was pretty apparent that the girl adored Deku and eyebags. She was always holding on to one of them, and her eyes shone as they told her stories to make her laugh. Deku had animatedly told about the time Bakugo and Deku had spent the entire day hunting down the villain who kept stealing snacks from their forest hideout. When Deku revealed it had actually been a squirrel that had been stealing their treats, Eri's mouth quivered before breaking into loud giggles that drew the attention of the entire cafeteria. Even Bakugo had found his mouth twitching in a half-smile. But it hadn't all been peaceful. Up closer, Deku seemed exhausted. He hid it well, under his bright smile and cheery countenance. But his eyes were tired and pained. When he walked, he winced at times, his shoulders stiff like it hurt him. The other extras seemed out of it too, but not as much as Deku. That was why Bakugo cornered them after school let out. Not because he enjoyed their company in an annoying sort of way. Deku had startled, and Shinso had glared, pulling Eri a little closer, when they ran into Bakugo leaning against the classroom door. "What happened?" Bakugo said, cutting straight to the point. Deku dared to look confused. "What? Nothing," he said. "Quit the bullcrap. I'll admit you did a good job hiding it for a bit, but it's not going to cut it now. You look like crap, and you keep wincing like you're hurt." Deku's mouth flapped open. "Spill, Deku now," Bakugo growled. "He doesn't have to tell you anything," Ibags snapped. "It's fine, Toshi, it's not like him knowing changes anything." Deku rubbed his eyes, the exhausted, solemn look on his face out of place with his youthful demeanor. Smiling bitterly, Deku spoke. "We ran into Overhaul yesterday at the mall." "Who?" Deku blinked. Overhaul, the villain who's after us." "You have a villain after you," Bakugo said in disbelief. Rubbing his neck sheepishly, Deku looked at Bakugo. "Well, technically it's Eri he's after." "Explain." Turning to get an okay from Eyebags and Unicorn, Deku began, the story coming out in bits and pieces as they slowly walked to the teacher's lounge. Bakugo's stomach turned as the stark picture began to be painted for him. Human experimentation, mob bosses, Quirk erasing drags. It felt like a nightmare plot from some comic book. But Deku was the one being targeted. "The bad thing is," Deku said, "I might have revealed I'm Quirkless to him." "How?" "Well, he was kind of doing the whole villain monologue, bragging about how last time he almost killed me, he tried to shoot All Might, and instead, I ended up getting shot." "You jumped in front of the bullet, Deku." "Well, it was that or let All Might get hit with a Quirk-blocking bullet," Deku complained. "And it might have been good that I did because it turns out it wasn't temporary, it was permanent. Which meant, like in one shot, we would have lost the symbol of peace. I mean, can you imagine? The consequences alone of losing All Might would be catastrophic and dash." "Stop mumbling. Get to the point." "Oh," Deku jumped, startled out of his mini-lecture. "Sorry. So anyway, he was bragging about the fact that I didn't have a quirk anymore, and that I was now useless." Deku's face twisted, and Unicorn scurried over to hug him. Sighing, Deku returned the hug before continuing. "So, I told him that I was always useless." He paused, looking out the window. Then spat in his face and jumped off the balcony. "What?" Deku shrugged helplessly, and Bakugo fought the urge to strangle him. Seethingly silently, Bakugo said, "So the BSD won't give up. He's you now, and you guys ran into him." "Correction, Bags butted in," Deku ran into him. "Because apparently he is incapable of going a couple of days without having a life or death experience." "Well, it's not like I did it on purpose," Deku complained, rolling his eyes at Bags. "Because that's what I really wanted to do at the mall. Meet up with the psychotic overpowered villain that is chasing us." "You scared us half to death." The purple-haired boy's voice was quiet, gentler than Bakugo had ever heard. "I know, Toshi," Deku said quietly. "I'm sorry." Bags groaned. "I know you are, but it's frustrating. We're staying with Aizawa to keep Eri safe from him, it wasn't supposed to happen." Deku smiled cheekily. "Well, that and because we kind of kidnapped him." "What?" Bakugo yelled. He felt like he was doing this a lot. "Oh yeah, sorry, I thought we explained all of this," Deku said, scratching his head. "No, you didn't." "Yeah, well, we kidnapped Aizawa, what? 7 months ago?" "It might have been 6. "Yeah, well, we kidnapped him. Only temporarily," Deku added as if that made the situation better. We needed his quirk to help turn off Aries' quirk, so we nabbed him. Bakugo felt his mouth drop open. "You're insane," he said. The three of them laughed, smiling at each other. "I guess a little bit." Deku shrugged, stopping at the door to the teacher's lounge. "But what can you do?" With one last wave, he smiled at Bakugo before walking in. Bakugo stood there for a couple minutes, breathing deeply through his nose, trying to decide whether to strangle or hug this insane kid. He snorted suddenly. Life was going to be a lot more interesting with Deku back in it again.